Ladies and gentlemen, it is the final regular season college football predictions video here in 2025. Week number 14. We're going to be back next week for the conference championship games. We'll be back for the entire bowl season as well. And we'll talk about our schedule for that next week. Again, we'll be back same time next week for the college football conference championship games, obviously. But this is the final regular season video, and this is the final marathon video. There are 67 regular season games this week for week 14. It will most likely be the longest video on my channel. I don't know how long it's going to run, but buckle up. This one's going to be fun. 67 games. Before we get into it, folks, I want to thank you guys for watching all year long. These videos do take a while to make and do take a lot of preparation to make, but I'm glad that you guys enjoy these every single week. So I want to thank you guys for watching every single week on the channel. If you do enjoy, again, hit that subscribe button down below for more. Leave a like as well. And let's say no more. Let's do it. 67 games this week. We are going to talk about every single team that is playing. There's some squads like in the CUSA. I know like UConn's not playing today, but it's pretty much every single team for the final week of the college football season. Let's do it. Daily NBA best bets on the channel, folks. We'll be going for the rest of the basketball season. Same with college basketball best bets as well. Let's go. NFL predictions out tomorrow. Let's do it. First of 67 games, we kick things off with our final appearance of the U.S. Minutemen. We are going to be saying goodbye to a lot of teams today. Obviously, we're going to be able to talk about some of these other squads as we go on through bowl season, obviously. Like, we're not going to be, we're not going to have to say goodbye to the elite teams in the MAC like Western Michigan. But for UMass and Bowling Green, it is the final game of the season for both these squads. And they play on Tuesday at 1:30. Bowling Green should blow them out. Bowling Green should be able to cover 14.5 points against UMass. UMass is absolutely atrocious at football. It's the simplest way I can put it. They're an 0-11 team. They still don't know who their quarterback is. Oh, is it Grant Jordan? Is it Brandon Rose? Is it AJ Harrison? It's definitely not Harrison, even though I think he's the best quarterback on the roster. I believe they're going to be starting Grant Jordan this week, but you know what? It doesn't even matter. And obviously, with this being the final game of the year for every single team, at least on the regular season, you're going to be seeing senior nights everywhere. And it doesn't really mean too much to me, honestly. Like, I mean, I went to a senior night game last week. I was thinking, oh, maybe, Fresno State, they're going to, really show up senior night. And they ended up choking a big lead in the fourth quarter or in the second half. So I don't think we can put too much into it's the senior night equation. But it is indeed the senior night for UMass. They're not going to play any harder. I'm just going to be honest. Bowling Green has lost 5 straight games. Everyone beats UMass. I can name you some scores. 42-14 for the Ohio Bobcats over UMass. 45-3 for Northern Illinois, 45-3. Akron, 44-10. Central Michigan, 38-13. Everybody blows them out except for Buffalo, which, really? More on the Bulls later. I'm going here with Bowling Green. I'm taking Bowling Green. I think Bowling Green dominates the football game. They've been playing competitive ball games recently. They have not won them, but they've been starting, as of late, Hunter Najim at quarterback. If I'm not mistaken, there is an injury to Drew Pine. I'm pretty sure there's an injury to Drew Pine, so it's Najim. It's okay. Austin Dendy, their freshman running back at Pine Bluff, Arkansas, has been playing fairly well. He was a freshman last year at Mizzou, redshirted it, came to Bowling Green instead. To move a lot of guys who don't get run at the Power 4 should do come to the MAC and dominate. That's what Austin Dendy did, or has done, and he's been playing well recently. Bowling Green should have it any way they want this week against UMass. UMass is absolutely atrocious. Worst college football team in all of college football right now. And they couldn't even put this game on prime time. It's at 1:30 over in Amherst, Massachusetts. So Bowling Green wins, and they will cover 13.5, 14.5, 15.5 points. It doesn't matter what amount it is. Bowling Green will cover. On to our second game of the week, and we go to our other MAC game. Again, these are on Tuesday. Only 2 MACtion games this week. And I should say this now, because there's a lot of games on Friday this week, like, a fourth of the slates on Friday this week, college football best bets will be out on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving at likely noon, we'll have our college football best bets. So be on the lookout for that. Best bets are going to be out on Thanksgiving on Thursday this week, just to prepare for all the games on Friday. So we only have 3 games prior to Friday this week. We got the 2 MAC games, and this is obviously the second. Western Michigan going to Ysplanty, Michigan to take on EMU, and then we have our next game between Navy and Memphis. So here is that aforementioned WMU versus EMU game. They play for something, I think, right? I think this is somewhat of a rivalry. I'm taking Western Michigan. I'm taking Western Michigan to win, but I'm taking EMU to cover. WMU has not clinched a spot in the MAC championship game. At least I don't think so. Because WMU, with a loss here, they can go to their, in that big tie right now in the MAC. Because Miami of Ohio's got 2 losses in the conference. Same with Central Michigan, same with Toledo, same with Ohio. And if WMU were to lose, they would join that big mix. I will be honest, I don't know who has the tiebreaker in the MAC right now. Guess I can look it up. But all of these conferences, it's so difficult because, there's so many teams, obviously. MAC's obviously traditionally always been these amount of squads. But I don't know who's getting the tiebreaker in the MAC. I believe it's Ohio, I think. But we'll see. Anyways, though, EMU has a chance to do something really funny tonight. They are, completely out of the bowl season. They are 4-7, but EMU has been playing better football. And if you want a best bet for Tuesday, I would say is this. I think they cover 6.5 against Western Michigan. Again, it is a rivalry game of sorts. You have West Michigan, East Michigan here. And Noah Kim is Noah Kim's senior night. He is a quarterback who played at Michigan State, went to Coastal Carolina last season, now at Eastern Michigan for his senior year. This is his final game of collegiate football. Will he be playing somewhere else next year? I don't think so. Maybe he will. I wouldn't anticipate it. Maybe Canada will be calling, maybe the UFL. But it is Noah Kim's final game. He has started every single game this year for EMU, and he's been very good for this team. There has been a lot of growing pains this year for the Eagles, but one thing has been consistent. It is Noah Kim starting at quarterback, and he has given it his all for this football team. So you got to give Noah Kim quite a bit of credit. And same thing with their starting running back, who's also a senior as well, Dante McMillan. McMillan is 97 yards shy of 1,000 this year. He's put up multiple 100-yard days. I would not put it past him to have a 100-yard rushing night tonight or on Tuesday to go over that 1,000. However, they are playing the best defense in the Mid-American, and that obviously is the Western Michigan Broncos, the team right now that is expected to host the MAC, it's in Detroit, but it's a team that's expected to go to the MAC championship game. I don't think they win it. I don't think they're better than Ohio, but we'll see. I don't know. Parker Navarro is a mixed bag sometimes, but I do believe that in this specific game, I think Western Michigan is going to win, but I think EMU covers. Games at EMU, and you get a lot of seniors who are playing their last game, right? Eastern Michigan does not give the luxury, and this is where senior night does matter. EMU does not give the luxury of saying, oh, okay, well, we have a bowl game still. And yes, again, there's always the theme, like this is our final home game. It's the final home game, but EMU's not playing another one after this. And you got a running back in McMillan, you've got Noah Kim, who aren't playing another one. I think they win here. I think they cover. I don't know if they win. But I think they cover. I know EMU can score. WMU, again, with Brock Lowry, obviously dual threat quarterback. It can get tough sometimes for those guys. I'm taking EMU to cover. I think the offense is going to play a big factor. Ohio does not have the tiebreaker in the MAC. It's Miami of Ohio as the tiebreaker on everyone. So if Miami of Ohio wins this week, they get West Michigan next week in the MAC title game. So we'll talk about that as we go on. For now, though, Miami of Ohio's got a really easy matchup this week. For now, though, I'm going to take EMU at home on the points. Eastern Michigan plus 6.5. WMU probably wins, but give me the Eagles to cover on Noah Kim's senior night. On to the one Thursday game into the American Conference as we have the Memphis Tigers taking on the Navy Midshipmen. Same kind of sequence here, same kind of scenario. Obviously, we got Memphis at home this time around. I'm picking the spread for the road team here, but I think Navy's really close with Memphis. I really think so. I mean, we've seen this throughout the course of the season. Navy obviously has had their ups and their downs, but right now is the ups part of Navy. That's one way to put it. Navy does not control their own destiny to the American Championship game. They will need help to get in, and they will actually need, I believe, quite a bit of help to get in. No, they don't need much help. They just need a loss. If one of North Texas or Tulane lose this week, Navy will get in the American Championship game. And obviously that would be, Navy plays this week, then they play the American Championship game, and then they play Army-Navy the week after. However, they're probably not going to get that loss. I mean, I don't need to spoil this for you. North Texas is playing Temple this week at home, and Tulane's playing Charlotte at home. I don't expect either of those teams to lose this week. I really don't. And Navy are underdogs this week at Memphis. Hell, if you look at the betting lines for who's going to win the American Conference, North Texas is sitting at minus 120, Tulane sitting at plus 105, and South Florida is at plus 1,400, and they would need help to get in, right? They would need two teams to lose. They need Navy to lose, and then they'd also need one of North Texas and Tulane to lose as well, and then they could get in, right? So, and then Navy, obviously, fourth in these odds. They're plus 4,000. So it really should go and dictate and show you, Navy's up against it this week, obviously. I believe they can cover against Memphis. Will they win? I don't know. Memphis has been ultra disappointing. They started the year 8-1. They were ranked. It was really thought of they're going to be the tournament team. They're going to be the playoff team out of the American, out of the group of 5. They lose back-to-back games to Tulane, which, all right, Tulane's ranked right now, and then you lose to East Carolina. on the road to Kaden Hauser on Kaden Hauser's senior night. Wow. Not too surprised, but surprised at the same time, right? So Memphis now coming into this one against Navy. I think Navy can cover. I think Memphis wins. It's at Memphis. Obviously, we know both these teams are going bowling. They both have 8 wins this season. I would not be confident, though, in saying, oh, the Tigers are going to win. And sure, again, it's Navy football. A lot of how you play Navy is, a lot of what the result is against Navy is how you play Navy and how you approach Navy defensively. I don't know what Memphis is going to do against the squad. Again, you know what Navy does. It's obviously Blake Horvath, and that's about it. Alex Tezka's been running the ball pretty well, and they obviously get the ball to Eli Heinrich quite a bit through the air and on the ground. We'll see how Memphis plays it. Games in Memphis, but it's hard to get away from a school like Navy, man. They are by far the best military academy this year. Obviously, they beat Air Force. They will probably beat Army. We'll get into that game, obviously, in a little bit, in a couple weeks. May get its own separate video. We'll see. But I'm going with the Navy midshipmen here to cover against the Memphis Tigers. It's just they've been so underwhelming, has Memphis. I mean, you were right in the playoff hunt. I thought they were going to go, right? They beat USF. When they beat USF, and for as bad as the UAB loss was, it's like, all right, well, you beat USF, and then they beat Rice on the road. 8-1, okay, they're not missing. Home game against Tulane at home on a Friday night, and they lost. They were down big early in that game, man. And then you go to ECU and lose 2, really just completely ending your season. I don't think they can cover against Navy. They might win, but I would not put it past the midshipmen to outright win this game either. So I'm going to go with Navy to cover in this one. 5.5 to me just feels like too many, and I understand, Notre Dame blew them out. Oh, who cares? North Texas blew them out by 14 points. I'll say this, North Texas is better than Memphis is. Those 2 teams did not play this season. North Texas is much better than the Memphis Tigers, and right now, North Texas looks like the favorite in the American Conference to me. By the way, at the end of the video, I am going to go over my bracket for the 12 teams in the playoffs, at least how I think it's going to go. And I know that's going to be in about 4 hours and 15 minutes from right now. But if you want to skip ahead, I don't suggest that. I suggest you watch the full 4.5 hours. But if you want to see that, that is at the end of the video as well. Okay, on now to our next game and on to the very loaded Friday slate of games. Kicking things off with the Egg Bowl. A Thanksgiving staple as Ole Miss, well, actually used to be on Thanksgiving, now on Friday, obviously. But a Thanksgiving weekend staple, like a lot of these games are. Ole Miss taking on Mississippi State. I'm at a really weird point. I think everyone's at a weird spot right now with Ole Miss. Like, is Lane Kiffin gonna coach the playoffs? That's a legitimate question. Is Lane Kiffin gonna coach the playoffs? Because we know he's leaving. That's 100%. Like, Ole Miss is not. They're not gonna match a contract that either LSU or Florida are gonna give him. It's going to be LSU. They're not going to match LSU's contract. They basically already said that. And Lane's already said it. Well, he said he's going to announce his decision. We know what the decision is. He's going to Louisiana State. He's still going to coach the Egg Bowl. And, okay, your team is at a way better spot than LSU is. You beat LSU this year. And you're going to go to Louisiana State after? It doesn't make sense to me, man. Lane Kiffin's built this program for the last, 6 seasons. And he put Matt Corral in the situation that he did in college. He made Jackson Dart what he was, essentially. Again, like, he built Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart's starting in the NFL now. And you're going to leave all this for Louisiana State? I get it. Louisiana State is a much better historically, yeah, they are the better program. They probably have more funding than Ole Miss does. But when I think of Ole Miss football now, I think of Lane Kiffin. I don't understand why he's leaving. I still don't get it. Ole Miss is everything Lane Kiffin's built. And Lane Kiffin has always complained about not getting to the playoffs and getting slighted like last season. Oh, we missed the playoffs. We got held out. Unless disaster strikes this week. And if he doesn't beat Mississippi State on the road in Starkville, well, the fans are going to want him gone too. Which, wouldn't that be something? I don't think this game's going to be close. I'll say this right now. And I get it. Oh, rivalry games are close. They are. This one won't be, okay? Unless disaster strikes this week in Starkville, Ole Miss is going to the postseason. It's a guarantee. There's a slight chance they could end up in the SEC title game. A lot would need to go wrong, but they could get in. Actually, no, they're out. Wait, are they out? No, they are out. They are out because Georgia doesn't play an SEC game. Regardless, though, because I believe it's only A&M and Bama that can get in right now, right? I think. Because Georgia's in, I'm pretty sure. I think so. Anyways, that's even better. You can't lose again. As long as you beat Mississippi State, you're in the playoffs. And Lane's going to leave this. Why? They'll beat Mississippi State this week. I firmly believe this, okay? So Lane's going to go out with Trinidad Shambliss. Will he take Austin Simmons with him to LSU? I don't think so. I don't think he's going to take anyone to LSU. I think he's going to completely inherit what they have right now. It's weird, man. Because Ole Miss is playing good football. 2 weeks ago, they beat Florida. Again, only beat them by 10 points, but you're winning. Week off going into this. I'm a little tempted to go Mississippi State here because it's a rivalry game, and I don't know where Lane's head's at. Like, is Kevin really preparing for this game? I'm still going to go with the Rebels here. I have to. But, I mean, it's a really weird spot again. Like, Mississippi State they've not risen to the equation this season. Risen to the occasion, this season. Blake Shapen, tries, but I can't rely on Mississippi State. They've played some close games. I think Ole Miss should really put it on them here. But we've never seen a situation, by the way, where a coach, we usually see it for bowl games, obviously, right? Oh, a coach is going to leave. He's not going to coach the bowl game because he's going to go on to a new school. What happens when Lane Kiffin leaves Ole Miss to go to Louisiana State when his team's in the playoffs? Is he going to? Because, I mean, if I'm a program, I don't want by the way, Lane's going to make his decision on Saturday. He's going to tell everyone. I don't want future Louisiana State head coach is coaching the playoffs for Ole Miss. It's so weird, man. It's such a weird spot. Ole Miss should win and cover. I would not bet it. Do not bet it. This could go south for Ole Miss really quickly on Friday. Rivalry game in Starkville. The Lane stuff's weird. This could go south really quickly for them. Just saying. Next up, we go on to a Big 12 matchup between Utah and Kansas. So I'm not going to directly tell you my 12 teams who I believe are in the playoffs right now. Again, that's at the end of the video. But what I will say is, where I think some of these teams who are on the bubble are at. And what it's going to take for them to get in. Utah, I've looked at everything. It's going to take a lot for Utah. In my opinion, it's going to take a lot for Utah to get in. They need a bunch of help. In my opinion, are they a top 12 team in college football right now? Undoubtedly, yes. They're a top 12 team in college football. I think this might be a hot take. I think they beat Notre Dame right now. And I know, Utah gave them 1 million points to K-State. Well, they found a way to win. I don't care. They won. Depends where that Notre Dame game would be played at, obviously. Utah, to me, they are a top 12 team in the country. I don't think they'll get in the playoffs. They need so much help to get in. They can't get in the Big 12 title game they can't. It's just, they're in trouble. They're in trouble for the playoffs. Best they can do, best they're going to get is the Alamo Bowl. They're going to get the Alamo Bowl, and they're going to play, I don't even know who they'd play in the Alamo Bowl. Or they're going to get another Big 12 team. They're going to get Houston in the Alamo Bowl, I think. That's going to be weird. Like last year, how it was BYU, Colorado. It's going to be probably Utah, Houston, the Big 12 in the Alamo Bowl because they didn't play in the regular season, so they can just throw them together there. It's probably what's going to happen. The Utes will dominate the Jayhawks. Rock Chalk Jayhawk, I get it. Games in Kansas doesn't move me. The Jayhawks did not find their late season success that they had last year. Obviously, it was well talked about, as they eliminated Colorado essentially last year from the playoffs late in the year. This will be Jalen Daniels' final collegiate football game if he cannot win. If they do win, obviously they will get a bowl game. I don't think they're going to. Jalen Daniels, did not play badly this season. Played really good football. The rest of the team, though, did not step up to the plate this year in 2025 for the Jayhawks. They've been a disappointing bunch, only winning 3 games in the Big 12. They beat West Virginia, they beat UCF, and they beat Oklahoma State. I don't think they get their 4th. I get it, Utah played K-State way too competitive last week. At the same time, though, they scored 51 points and won in a game where I questioned how, if they could get back in that game or not. Yes, again, you would have liked the game to be not that competitive, but a win is a win, man. And I will give Utah a lot of credit for finding a way there. Unfortunately for them, nothing's really helping them. No one's really helping them in the bubble right now. And I think it's very difficult for them to get in the playoffs. I've already expressed how stupid I believe it is that them and Miami are so low. I think they should both be higher than Vanderbilt, and they both should be higher than Alabama, in my opinion. But they're not. It is what it is. I think Miami should definitely be above Notre Dame, but who am I to say? I'm taking the Utes to be the Jayhawks. I'm taking the Utes to win, and I'm taking them to cover. The bigger thing for me is, what the hell do they do at quarterback next year? It's interesting. I'm really I'm looking forward to that. Is it going to be Dampier? Is it going to be Bert Ficklin? And whoever you choose, I think it's going to be Ficklin. I think Dampier's great. I love Dampier. I believe they're going to choose Ficklin because I think Utah's going to be scared if they choose Dampier. Ficklin's going to leave. So Devin Dampier is going to be one of the most sought-after transfer portal guys this offseason. And if he stays, Ficklin leaves, and it's going to be the same thing about Ficklin, okay? I am pumped for what happens here. It's going to be really exciting because both these guys are going to start somewhere in college football next year. They're not going to be on the same roster because if Dampier leaves, where in the South is he starting? Or where in the Big Ten is he starting? It's exciting. Anyways, Utah wins and covers 13.5. They need a lot of help. I don't think they get it. I'll just say that. On to our next game as we go to a Big Ten matchup. No playoff implications here, obviously, as the Iowa Hawkeyes take on the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Iowa, I mean, surprisingly, they found a way to come back in that game. I didn't think once they were down big against Michigan State, and this is so typical Michigan State, man. I mean, find a way to cover. Shout out Jonathan Smith every single week he does it. Team chokes. Team massively chokes. I don't know, like, I'll be honest with you, I was not watching Michigan State Iowa live. I wasn't. But I saw Michigan was up 17-7, and I kind of just stopped tracking the game. You know, I had other games I was watching last weekend. And all of a sudden I checked my phone at the end of the night. I was like, wait, Iowa won? I don't know how, and then, you know, going back and rewatching it, I mean, it's inexcusable, man. Iowa scores with, 90 seconds left to tie the game. Michigan State gets the ball back. They instantly go 4 and out. Iowa gets the ball back and scores. They were down, I mean, at a point, they were down 7 points with a minute 40 to go. They won the game in regulation. I mean, credit to Michigan State for playing a competitive game. Good on them. Jonathan Smith's trying, I guess. At some point, though, is like how much, how much leeway does he get? I don't know. They keep losing. We'll see. We'll see, though. I know fans at Michigan State are not very happy. Regardless, though, they can't make a bowl game, though. They're on probation, so who cares, honestly? Like, who gives a damn about Michigan State football right now? It's the truth. Who cares? Anyways, I'm going to take Nebraska. I'm going to take Iowa, to cover against Nebraska. I know, again, it was a difficult game last week for the Hawkeyes. They just fell behind in that third quarter. Michigan State scored 2 touchdowns, surprisingly. But Iowa finds ways to win. Mark Gronowski, by hook or by crook, finds a way. Not a great passer of the football, but an excellent rusher and an excellent big-time player, I'll say. Mark Gronowski makes the plays when you need him to make the plays. He comes out of nowhere sometimes, but Gronowski does find ways to get it done. So I got to go Iowa this week to beat Nebraska. Nebraska last week goes to Penn State, and they get mauled. The TJ Latif thing, we kind of knew. I don't want to say it has an expiration date, but obviously he's a young quarterback. He got thrusted into the starting role, obviously, with the Dylan Raiola injury. And good on him for beating UCLA, but then he goes to Happy Valley, and obviously he gets beat up. Home game, sure, for Nebraska against Iowa, but I don't think it's going to go very well. You get a freshman quarterback against this defense. That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. Freshman quarterback against this defense. It would be even more doomed if the game was obviously in Iowa City. But, Iowa offensively, I think, can score enough points. They are only 5.5-point favorites here, so they can win by a touchdown. And, I know Iowa barely wins by more than a touchdown, but I really worry about Nebraska's ability to score. Like, Penn State's got a good defense, don't get me wrong. It's not as good as Iowa's is, though. And Nebraska scored 10 points against the Nittany Lions, who are going to find a way probably to get their interim head coach hired and make a bowl game all at the same time. We'll get into that later in the video. But I think Nebraska's in trouble in this spot. Yes, they're going bowling. They're going to end up in a pretty bad bowl, I think. They're going to end up in the Fenway Bowl with the backup quarterback. They're probably going to be big underdogs against, like, the ACC. Regardless of all that, though, actually, probably, like, Nebraska-Clemson's probably going to be the Pinstripe or the Fenway Bowl. Might not be horrible. I'm going with the Hawkeyes here. Give me Mark Gronowski in Iowa. They found a way to survive. They're 7-4. They'll put together an 8-win season, which in the grand scheme of things, your losses are Iowa State, Indiana, Oregon, USC. Not a bad year at all for them. We'll see you in the Holiday Bowl. I don't know where the hell they'll end up. They'll end up in some bowl, obviously. I'm taking the Iowa Hawkeyes to win and cover the 5.5 points on the road in Nebraska against the Nebraska Cornhuskers. On to our next game as we go to a MAC game. They snuck one in on us here on Friday morning, as the Buffalo Bulls take on the Ohio Bobcats. So, like I mentioned earlier, Ohio, I thought they had the tiebreaker. It is Miami of Ohio as the tiebreaker, who somehow that team's not good at all. What I can get from that is Western Michigan's going to win the MAC. The Ohio Bobcats need a miracle to make the MAC championship game. They will need Toledo to lose. Sorry, no, they have the tiebreaker over Toledo. They will need Central Michigan to lose, and they will also need Miami of Ohio to lose this week. It's just not going to happen. Miami of Ohio is probably not going to lose to Ball State, and Central Michigan, they could lose to Toledo. Central Michigan could. That could easily happen. But it's the Miami of Ohio Ball State thing. And by the way, it's just, that's going to be rough. Anyways, though, the Ohio Bobcats coming off a big win over the UMass. UMass Minutemen, they win 42-14. Expected. Ohio's chance was when they played WMU. They went to Kalamazoo, and they should have won that game, and they fell short. it was looking really good for Saban Gura and Parker Navarro and the guys, and they ended up losing the game by 4 points on the road. Now they get Buffalo here on the road, and the Bulls are fighting for their bowl lives. This team's awful. Trust me, I am the biggest supporter of Buffalo Bulls football. I watch a lot of Buffalo Bulls football because I like watching Buffalo. They've got fun skill players. I'm talking about Victor Snow. Aljay Henderson's been benched, which is odd. But Nick McMillan, because Aljay Henderson fumbled a couple times, whatever. But you got him, McMillan, Nick McMillan, Victor Snow. Last year, again, I always talk about it was CJ Agbana last year. Is Taquan Roberson now, who has played a lot of college football. It's like a sixth year in college, and my goodness, has he struggled. He throws some bad interceptions, man. He puts up numbers because it's the system, and Buffalo throws the ball quite a bit, so it looks good on his stat line. But when you really watch Taquan Roberson play, he's nowhere near to what Agbana was last year, and he makes a lot of mistakes with the football, in my opinion. Anyways, Buffalo's taking on Ohio this week. They are at home. They're fighting for their bowl lives. They're probably trying to get back in the Bahamas Bowl like they did last year when they beat Liberty. They're not beating Ohio. And I'll tell you why. The Buffalo defense is not good enough, and their offense is not good enough either. Ohio, the way that they play, they're going to run the clock out on you. I mean, Parker Navarro threw for 30 yards last week? And sure, they didn't need it because they were playing UMass. He threw for 28 yards. He went 3 for 8 passing for 28 yards against the UMass Minutemen. But it's what this team does on the ground. Navarro runs the ball 14 times for 81 yards. Saban Gura is he's the best running back in the MAC, I think. Yeah, he's got to be the best running back in the MAC, at least skill-wise, I believe he is. Senior back from Boise, went to Minnesota, played at Ohio from Boise, plays at Ohio from Boise. Someone 100-plus yard runner every single game, essentially, for them, right? That's just what Ben Gura does. Ohio's going to milk the clock. They're going to make it difficult for Buffalo to possess the football. And all around, it is just a very difficult game for the Bulls. Ohio should win. They are still, they still believe they can get in the MAC title game. Buffalo was in the MAC title picture, too, last week, right? If they beat Miami of Ohio, if I'm not mistaken, Buffalo would be in the driver's seat right now. They lost at home. They lost back-to-back games to Central Michigan and Miami of Ohio. They lost to a backup quarterback, a third-string quarterback from Miami of Ohio, who might be better than both their first and second-string guys. We'll get to them later. Actually, Miami of Ohio might beat Western Michigan now that I think about it. We'll see that. We'll see. That's going to be a 8-4 versus 7-5 MAC title game. Lovely. Give me the Bobcats, though. Ohio's going to dominate this game. I don't care if it's cold in Buffalo. The run approach, the 1940s football style of the Ohio Bobcats will work. Parker Navarro will run. Saban Gura will run. It's just danger for the Buffalo Bulls. Give me Ohio to win this game on the road. And I just saw Buffalo absolutely choke a game against Miami of Ohio. If you want to see a full breakdown of that game, Greedo plays clips on TikTok. We talked about it last week. Okay, on to our next game as we move on from the MAC for now. Nope, just kidding. We have another one. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought we had a Mountain West game right now. That's coming up after. We're staying in the MAC for Northern Illinois and Kent State. I mean, this is November football. Kent is 4-7 though. That's crazy. Kent's got a better record than Northern Illinois, which is absurd. If you told me that last year, I would have laughed. Northern Illinois went to South Bend and won last year. Kent State on the road at Northern Illinois. I love the 4.5 points for Kent State. I'm not confident on the NIU pick, by the way. I mean, I threw out there, minus 190 for Northern Illinois. Am I confident in that at all? No. Don't bet the money line for NIU here. If anything, if you're going to bet, which I don't know if you want to bet on a November MAC game on Thanksgiving weekend, I would take Kent plus 4.5 here. The Golden Flashes should cover this game. Northern Illinois doesn't score. It's the truth. They don't score the football. They scored 19, I guess, against Western Michigan. Awesome. They've rotated quarterbacks all year long. It seems like it's Brady Davidson right now, the freshman quarterback starting. Okay. They're a run-first team, but not an impressive run-first team. They are built upon their defense. And really, Northern Illinois is just a watered-down version of West Michigan. That's what they are this season, right? Great defense. They don't have a dual-threat quarterback like, Brock Lowry over in Kalamazoo, but it's kind of what Northern Illinois has been all year long, right? A team that plays good defense, not good enough defense, but plays good defense. That's what you're built on, and, you can run the ball fairly well. But ultimately, NIU has won 3 games this year, one of which was a 2-point victory over the Holy Cross Crusaders, a 14-point victory against Ball State, and then a big win over UMass, but everyone beats UMass. I'm looking at Kent State. Again, they've completely rebuilt the program. I don't know if their head coach is still tweeting every single day at Julian Edelman. I can check that, which, I I like Julian Edelman. Hey, why isn't Jules? I mean, all the coach is asking out of Julian Edelman is to come to Kenton, Ohio, and introduce himself to the team and sign like their honor wall. I think they're calling it. And apparently, Edelman. I mean, unless I'm missing someone here, Edelman is yet to respond. I mean, hey, I've given Kent some crap this year, especially how they played earlier in the year at Ball State, a game that they very well should have won, and this should be a game that should be trying to get Kenton Bowl eligible today. But I think their coach done a great job rebuilding the team. He was an interim head coach, who they've now promoted since to being the official head coach, and he really wants Julian Edelman to come back to the program and not just, obviously coach, but just come say some words of wisdom to the players. And I guess Edelman still hasn't tweeted back at him. I mean, he tweets every single day at Julian Edelman. I can't find his Twitter, I'll be honest with you. But apparently Edelman still hasn't responded. Now, when you're talking about Kent State football, obviously they were awful last year, awful the year before. They didn't win a game in back-to-back seasons. The difference this year, again, is they got more guys from the FCS level in terms of their portal and their portal plays. And Drew DeShields has been great for them. Freshman quarterback. He's been great for Mark Carney, is the head coach's name, and the Flashes. Drew DeShields has been playing great football, and he's young too. I think, again, he's going to make a really good football player. We'll see how long he sticks, obviously, in the MAC, because if he continues to play well, obviously, he's not going to stay. Mark Carney, yes, still tweets every single day about Julian Edelman. Yesterday, he posted day 40 of tweeting a pic of @Edelman11 until he comes back to see the boys and sign the tradition wall at Kent State football. He puts the squirrel emoji. And then in the comment section, Carney also comments something about under center ball handling at Nuthouse Nation. What? He's tweeting out a 1,000 follower account called Nuthouse. You know what? Whatever. Jules should come back and actually talk to these guys. Legitimately. I don't know why he hasn't done it yet. I'm taking Kent State to cover. I like how they're playing, man. This team's playing good football. They lost by 12 points at CMU. They beat Akron on the road. They don't play that bad of football on the road, honestly. And I'm not impressed with Northern Illinois at all. They don't have anything established. They don't know what they are offensively. I know what Kent State is. I know Drew DeShields is going to give you a really good effort. They might not always win, but I know Drew DeShields is going to play his ass off. So I'm going to go Kent State here on the road to cover 4.5 points. Like Drew DeShields, who he kind of reminds me of? Not even close, but I mean like to that level yet. But Drake May, like a very watered down Drake May. So that's all I'll say. Drew DeShields is good. On to our next game. This is the Mountain West game I was thinking of. I thought I had this next, but obviously we had the Golden Flashes. Air Force taking on Colorado State. I'm taking Air Force here. I'm going to take Air Force. Obviously, interstate matchup. I believe this is the rivalry game for both these teams in the Mountain West. Obviously, Colorado State's big rivalry game is the Buffaloes of Colorado in the Mile High Showdown. But anyways, they didn't even play them this year. Are they done doing that game? I guess they are. Wow. That went out with Shador. Hey, how about Shador yesterday? Air Force going on the road to take on Colorado State. Obviously, both these teams playing Colorado, with the Falcons playing in Colorado Springs and Colorado State playing in Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm going Air Force here. Again, interstate matchup. Colorado State's a mess. So if you did not see from their game against Boise State, it was an eventful one. Not because of the game itself. Colorado State loses 49-21, but Colorado State is getting beat down bad. I believe it was... I thought it was after a touchdown, but I guess it wasn't. It was after a batted down pass or a near interception. Regardless, Darius Curry, starting quarterback of Colorado State, they've dealt with a bunch of different quarterbacks this season. They started with Braden Fowler-Nicolosi. They benched Fowler-Nicolosi for Jackson Broussau. Broussau wasn't very good, so they went back. They then benched him, went to Darius Curry. Oh, why did they go back to Fowler-Nicolosi? Well, Fowler-Nicolosi left the program. They also have Taj Bullock on roster as well, who is a senior quarterback. If you remember from last year, played at Akron, but I don't think Bullock's going to get any run today. He might actually. It is his senior night. They might start Taj Bullock. I didn't think about that. They probably will, actually, because Broussau's already struck out for this team. You don't have Curry. Fowler-Nicolosi left. Actually, I think they're going to start Taj Bullock. I don't have anything to prove that. They haven't tweeted that, and there's nothing on Colorado State football. But anyways, what I should have said earlier. Darius Curry has been suspended. He got suspended post-game because he spit at a Boise State player after what was an interception on the side or on the field. I got overturned. Regardless, though, Darius Curry's been suspended. He's out for a game. He's out for the season, essentially. He's a freshman quarterback who I can assume is going to be the starting quarterback next year at Colorado State, but maybe this is the type of thing that says, he's just going to leave. And they're going to mutually part ways, and Colorado State's going to go back to Jackson Brosau. But I don't think so. I don't think they've been too impressed with Brosau. Hell, I haven't been too impressed with Brosau. And watching Darius Curry, he's good. He makes some mistakes with the football, sure, but he's a freshman, and he's very talented for a freshman quarterback. I believe it's going to be Taj Bullock this week. I'm looking at, again, like who they have on roster. They don't have many quarterbacks. They have a couple freshmen, and they have Brosau who's a sophomore, and they've got Darius Curry, obviously who's suspended, and he got Taj Bullock who's a senior. I think they're going to start Taj Bullock. What I know at Taj Bullock, watching him play at Akron, not a very good thrower of the football. And they bring Taj Bullock in some still for just, Colorado State does, for just, pure running. I think they're going to do that, but I think he's going to get the start. Like, they'll bring Taj Bullock in for a 4th and short, and you need a quarterback blast. All right, Taj Bullock comes in. Again, that's what he did last year for Akron, last 2 seasons for Akron, obviously, was backing up, DJ Irons back in 2023, last season backing up as well for Ben Finley, started at VTech a while ago. I think he's going to get to start at senior night, which makes me want to take Air Force even more. Nothing against Taj Bullock, he doesn't throw the football well. He's not a very good thrower of the ball. Air Force has a better version of Taj Bullock. His name is Liam Zarka, and Liam Zarka can throw the football. Again, he is 80 yards away, 78 yards away from 1,000 year, similar to what Blake Horvath did last year for Air Force. That would have been huge, obviously. That would be huge for the Air Force Falcons. Liam Zarka, though, is out. I'm pretty sure he's out this week. I did not play last week for Air Force. I don't think he's playing this week, so that sucks. I don't think Zarka's back. I don't think he is. I'm not seeing anything, but I don't think he's back yet. So Air Force instead last week started Josh Johnson, who was the starting quarterback at the beginning of the season. They still use Johnson in some, running situations. I'd assume he's going to play this week. Honestly, Zarka's better, but Johnson, honestly, is not. There's not much of a decrease in skill here. Johnson's a very capable player. They should beat Colorado State, okay? Colorado State, they don't even know who their quarterback's going to be. Give me Air Force here on the road with Josh Johnson to cover 2.5 points. Next up, we move on to a big one in Atlanta, as we've got the Georgia Tech, Jackets, Yellow Jackets, taking on the Georgia Bulldogs. Give me Georgia by absolute decimation. I know, last year it was close. They had Carson Beck in trouble last year. Haynes King played his ass off. They did. Georgia Tech season's over. Don't get me wrong. If they win this game, they can still make the playoffs. And I would argue you have to put them in the playoffs if they win this game. But there's a chance they get squeezed out. They're not winning this game, though, guys. There's no way they beat Georgia. After what the hell this team did last week to Pittsburgh, there's no way they beat the Georgia Bulldogs. No way, no how. It is in Atlanta, which, Georgia Tech's in Atlanta. It's at the Falcons Stadium. There's going to be at least double the amount of Georgia fans as there's going to be Georgia Tech fans. I don't know why Georgia Tech agreed to play this game here instead of just on campus. I guess because Georgia Tech doesn't field as many people or doesn't sit as many people. But 2 years ago when they played this game, it was at Tech, and Georgia was ranked number 1 in the country. They only won the game by 8 points. Yes, there were some garbage time scores from Georgia Tech right there, or in that game with Haynes King. But they're playing. I don't know why they agree to this. Not on campus. I think it's stupid. I think it's really dumb. I'll tell you that. I think it's a dumb move that they're playing this game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They're gonna get dog walked here, guys. They are gonna get straight dog walked in this football game. And I get it. Kirby hasn't covered in a while. Or at least in games I think where he's a double-digit favorite, he doesn't cover. I think that's a stat. I don't really care. They're gonna dominate Georgia Tech. Absolutely. It's simple as watch Georgia Tech play. Yeah, they almost came back in that game against Pittsburgh. And what do? As soon as they almost came back in that game, they shot themselves immediately in the foot and threw a pick six, 100 yards. You had no reason to lose that football game. That crowd was amped. Win that game, you're in the ACC title game. Then the Georgia game really doesn't matter. Then you're playing for an at-large this week, but you're in the ACC title game, you win the ACC, you're in the playoffs. And they found a way to lose to Pitt at home. And Georgia Tech can't even get in the ACC title game. Well, they can, but they need a lot of help. I'll tell you, the ACC title game, guys, it's SMU versus Virginia. I believe the tiebreakers goes as follows. Miami 1, Pitt 2, Duke 3, Tech 4. So Tech would need SMU or Virginia to lose, and then Miami, Pitt, and Duke to all lose. They're done. They are out. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable stuff. I'm taking Georgia by 50 points. Not actually, but I'm taking Georgia to dominate. It's more than just, oh, there's more skilled players in Georgia. They are the highly skilled, higher skilled team. They've got more players, obviously, with higher stars. It's that too, 100%. But it's also momentum. Yeah, Tech can get inspired for this game by saying, well, we win, we're in still. Maybe, but the bubble's tough right now. I don't know if they can get in with this victory. Truth be told, like, honestly, they're not going to jump Notre Dame. I'll say that, right? They're not going to jump Notre Dame if they win. And there are teams that can actually pick up bigger wins, in my opinion, this week over them, who are on the outside looking in, right? And we'll talk about that a little bit. I think you know what game I'm talking about. I don't know. I think you know what the game I'm talking about. Tech doesn't stand a chance. They don't. Defensively, they let Pitt destroy them. Offensively, it took a while for them to get going. You're playing in this Georgia defense. Danger, danger, danger. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs here in Atlanta, and it's neutral site now. Oh, it's technically closer to Tech. I don't care. Bulldogs fans are going to run that place up. Bulldogs in Atlanta, minus 13.5. And you couldn't have asked for a more negative last 2 weeks for Tech than they've gotten. They have it. On to the Pop-Tart Bowl you go. Have fun with that. Next up, we move on to a Mountain West matchup. And let me get my tiebreakers in line here for the Mountain West. But the way it is, San Diego State is in the game with the win. With a loss, it gets tricky, but I do believe they're still in with the loss too, as long as one of Boise and UNLV lose, I think. I believe San Diego State's in. I think they have the tiebreaker on pretty much everyone. They would need a lot of things to not go their way. This is for New Mexico basically playing their way in to the Mountain West Championship game. I'm going to get the exact tiebreakers in a second, but it's a huge game in Albuquerque, and I'm going with New Mexico, guys. The way New Mexico's been playing, why wouldn't I pick them to beat SDSU? SDSU's fraudulent. Nobody's telling me otherwise. They are very fraudulent. Oh, they beat San Jose State. San Jose State sucks, okay? San Jose State is atrocious. It's a bad football team over in San Jose, California. San Diego State doesn't throw the ball. They are a straight run offense they play really good defense. I'll give you that, right? They have last 2 games, they've held Boise and San Jose State to a combined 10 points in 8 quarters. That's huge. But I mean, this is not a very explosive offense, obviously. Not at all. It's not an explosive offense. Defensively, they're great, but I mean, like, if you watch the team offensively, they are just a power running team. It is Lucky Sutton, get the ball and run as much as you can. Because Jaden Denical, I think SDSU, they obviously replaced Danny O'Neal, who was their starting quarterback last year. They got Denical. I think they have to go portal. I think they have to. Maybe they try to stick out Denical. I think he's going to be senior next year, if I'm not mistaken. I don't like it. The exact tiebreaker, I have the whole list of tiebreakers pulled up right now. So if they only need to win one. Okay, so I believe SDSU's in the game. Okay, that's official. SDSU's in the game. They could go on the road if they lose to UNLV here, though. But if UNLV wins, I think, are they in? No, they need. Wait, I'm trying to get this entire thing right. They win one game. They need Boise to lose. Yeah. They have it over UNLV, I think, right? Yeah, they have it over UNLV. Because they beat UNLV. They need Boise to lose this week. I'll get to that later. I will tell you, I think it's going to look, I think New Mexico's in a great spot. If they win this game, then I think they host it next week. Yeah. So New Mexico wins, and you get the same exact spot next week in Albuquerque for the Mountain West Championship game. I like how New Mexico's been playing. I can't say enough good things about Jack Lane and what he's done this season for the Lobos. Lobos are coming off of a big victory on the road at Air Force. You win 20-3, a win is a win. They've beaten every team put in front of them so far in the Mountain West after they lost their first 2. Lost to San Jose State, lost to Boise. They've won out. Nevada, Utah State, UNLV, Colorado State, Air Force. They keep on winning. They are going to be tested this week. I think they beat SDSU. They bottled that Air Force run game last week. A little bit different with SDSU. I'm not scared at all of SDSU throwing the ball on you. And sure, their defense is good. I think we see a very defensive game here. I think New Mexico gets the most of it. I think they win. It's at home. Crowd should be going. I'm taking the Lobos to win in Albuquerque. What a turnaround. You lose Devin Dampier and you do this? Bronco Mendenhall leaves for Utah State and you do this? Crazy stuff, man. Bronco Mendenhall is going to have to watch this team go play in the Mountain West title game. And wait, he can help this team play in the Mountain West title game? Hold on that thought, because real quick, this is wedged in there. Okay, Boise State, Utah State's right up after this. So hold on. We will get back to the Mountain West. Stay in the Mountain West mindset for 4 minutes here. Temple, North Texas. North Texas should dominate Temple. So all North Texas needs to do to get in the American Championship game is win. They beat Temple. They are in the American Championship game. They lose. They're in trouble. They're not losing. Obviously, we talked about it earlier. The team that is on the outside looking in right now is Navy and then South Florida, right? I just don't think it's realistic to say North Texas is going to lose this game. They should blow out Temple. And right now, dare I say North Texas looks like the best G5 team? Because I wasn't too impressed by JMU beating Wazoo. And I'm happy they did. I'm really happy they did, because now we still have discourse and discussion about, okay, who's going to get in the playoffs. It makes the Sun Belt Championship game really meaningful, and we have a lot to talk about later in the video about the Sun Belt West and what's going on right now in the conference and who's going to play, obviously, JMU in the championship game. But North Texas right now looks like the best G5 team, and it's really not even that close. They look by far the best G5 team. They are dominating. Only one loss to USF earlier this year in a shootout. They were on the wrong side of the shootout, obviously losing 63-36. But 5 straight wins. The only thing against them is they haven't been a ranked team yet. The only ranked team that they played, they lost to, and that was USF. But the difference in which how they beat Wazoo and how JMU beats Wazoo is impressive. And I get it. Wazoo really turned around their season second half of the year. They're playing much better ball than they did at the beginning of the year. I completely understand. But still, though, North Texas beats Wazoo by 49 points. JMU beats them by a touchdown. And Drew Mestamaker, oh my goodness. Drew Mestamaker, if I'm at Indiana right now, if I'm Kurt Cignetti, I am putting a blank check with Drew Mestamaker's name on it, sending it to North Texas and telling him, okay, you want to be the quarterback next season of this football team? Go ahead. No, actually, no, we're in the Sam Levitt business. I'm sorry. Actually, I kind of rather have Sam Levitt than Mestamaker. Would I? I don't know. Indiana, IU, Sam Levitt's coming there next year. We're so set. We're going to go from Curtis Rourke to Fernando Mendoza to Sam Levitt and then to Alberto Mendoza. The dynasty in Indiana. Oh my goodness. Bloomington's the new Bama. It's insane. But Drew Mestamaker has been crazy. The run he's on right now is absurd. Mestamaker is playing phenomenal football. Of course, the 600-yard game earlier in the year at Charlotte. But this is a 50-plus point scoring offense every single week for North Texas. They should be able to beat the Temple Owls, who are fighting for their bowl lives here. I'm sorry, they squandered it. You were 5-3. You lost 3 straight games to ECU, Army, and Tulane. You lost a 1-point game to Army. That was your chance. Temple's not beating North Texas on the road. North Texas will dominate. The Owls have fun, high-scoring games at times. We haven't seen it over the last 3 weeks. They put up back-to-back 30-plus scoring performances against Charlotte and Tulsa. And the last 3 weeks, they have struggled to get over 14 points. Hell, they've scored 14, 13, and 13 in the last 3 weeks. It is Evan Simon's final collegiate football game. He played at Rutgers, now at Temple, obviously. It is what it is. I think Temple's losing. I think they're getting blown out to North Texas, who, to me, is the best G5 team currently. Will they get in the playoffs? Will they not? I don't know. Currently, they are minus 120, though, to win the American Conference. It feels pretty good. I think they're going to get it. Anyways, though, give me North Texas to beat Temple. Drew Mestamaker is that guy, and this UNT offense is so difficult to beat. I'm taking North Texas to win and cover the 19.5 points. So, okay, stay in that Mountain West mindset, okay? Hold on, we bookmarked it. Here we go. Utah State versus Boise State. So Bronco Mendenhall can get his old team, the team that he just left, to take a job at Utah State instead. He can get them into the Mountain West Championship game if he beats Boise State. So the way this works, let me get this right again. New Mexico beats San Diego State and Boise loses to Utah State. New Mexico's in. UNLV, I think, needs just New Mexico to lose. That's what it is. So UNLV. Okay, so yeah. So right now, if the season ended today, it would be San Diego State versus UNLV. But that would require SDSU beating New Mexico, and then obviously UNLV winning this week as well. So that's how that works. But what all changes everything, and UNLV is the biggest San Diego State fan this week because they can basically they clinch essentially if SDSU wins. UNLV is not losing at Nevada. We all know that. They're not losing at Nevada, right? So I know, rivalry game, don't care. They're not losing at Nevada. So if they can go into Saturday all just knowing win and in. And sure, you got to go to San Diego, but still, you'd rather be in the dance than out of it. New Mexico can change the equation. And if New Mexico wins, and obviously this is at the same time, they need Utah State to beat Boise. Because if then, I'm trying to get this right now, if Boise beats Utah State, then it is up to, Boise's in over Boise's in over, Boise would just be in over New Mexico, and then I think it's still down to UNLV then. If UNLV beat Nevada, then they'd get in the championship game. I think that's how that works. So UNLV either needs, it would need to go really wrong for UNLV. That's what I will say. Because yes, they would be tied with Boise, but then they'd all have, they'd have 2 losses? Yeah, they'd be tied with Boise, but a 3-way tie between Boise, New Mexico, and UNLV goes to Boise, I believe. No. Yeah, I think it does. Because that's the only way that Boise can get in. I think. This is complicated, but I'm pretty sure that's the equation. Unless they all lose. But if they all lose, then it's UNLV. Okay, I got all that mess out of the way. Again, tiebreakers are tough. Bronco Mendenhall is going to put UNLV, he's going to eliminate UNLV, and he's going to put New Mexico in the Mountain West Championship game. So it's going to happen. Guys, I watched Utah State last week. Came back from behind and beat Fresno State. That's a good Fresno State defense. EJ Warner and the offense leaves a lot to be, it leaves a lot sometimes. It's okay. The grit and the effort out of Bryson Barnes. I picked Fresno to win last week against Utah State. They didn't, and they should have won. Yet, I was still going to take Utah State. I said it last week. I was like, they're still going to go to a bowl game, though, because Boise's going to come into town. They're going to beat Boise. That's exactly what's happening here. Utah State is bowl eligible. They're 6-5. I'm super happy for Bryson Barnes. He's been playing his ass off this year. I think they beat the Boise State Broncos. Yeah, Boise just blew out Colorado State. Don't care. Maddox Madsen's still not back. There's no signs of Maddox Madsen being back yet. It's Max Cutforth. And yes, Cutforth didn't play bad, but he's no Maddox Madsen. Obviously, they're a run-first team, right? Sire Gaines, Dylan Riley, Malik Sherrod. They've got Sherrod. They got 3 backs that they go to all game long. And it's just, constant ground attack. It's a Fresno offense. It's a San Diego State offense. All these top teams in the MWC and the Mountain West is all they do. I don't think they beat Utah State, man. Utah State really dealt in the second half with that Fresno run game. And yes, Fresno opened up the offense way too much. I understand they're trying to get exciting. Kurt Warner's in the house, trying to get exciting for senior night, final home game. It's a whiteout. They gave out cowboy hats to the game. But still, Utah State found a way to manage that run game late. And that's all Boise's going to offer them. Oh, by the way, Boise's coming to them this week. And Bryson Barnes has been on a mission recently. He's playing great football. He's running for over 100 yards every single game. He's playing all right throwing-wise, but really running the football. Bryson Barnes has been so dangerous. He's running the ball 25-plus times a game. I'm taking Utah State to beat Boise. I absolutely believe that they will. I'm not sold on the Broncos right now. I understand, again, your run game's great with Sire Gaines and company, with, obviously, Sherrod, with Dylan Riley, who has 900 yards this season. I'm not sold they beat Utah State on the road. I think the Aggies get it. This is a team playing with more and more confidence. Give me Utah State to win the game outright against Boise State. Keep your 3.5 points plus 130 for the Aggies. Next up, the old Oaken Bucket. I wonder what's going to happen. The Hoosiers are beating Purdue, and they are beating their ass. 28.5 points. This line could say 48.5 points, and I'd still take the Hoosiers. We are 1 week away from Indiana being crowned Big Ten champions in Indianapolis. It's a home game next week for the Hoosiers. Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, bring them all on. Bring them all on. It is the Hoosiers. It's just, oh my goodness, the Hoosiers are going to win the Big Ten. I won't say that yet. They are going to win the old Oaken Bucket, which at one point in time, a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, I was like, oh crap, we got to play Purdue. We're going to get embarrassed on the road in West Lafayette. The difference 2 years makes. I remember 2 years ago when we were going to West Lafayette, I was like, oh, good Lord. It was horrible, right? They lost the game. They were winning and they choked it late in the game. They get to walk in to West Lafayette and do this. I believe it's a blackout in West Lafayette, I think, right? They're all wearing black. You're going to see the cream and crimson everywhere. Oh my goodness. This is phenomenal. And you know what this is, guys? And the best part about this, they're going to run up the score. So now he's going to run up the score because Mendoza's winning the Heisman tonight. I mean, this is great. Everything's coming together. Oh, yeah, they got to play the Big Ten title game. Oh, what if they suck in the Big Ten title game? What? Jeremiah Love's number 2 in the Heisman race now. Jeremiah Love doesn't get a conference championship game. It's over. Mendoza has a good game against Purdue. Julian Sand threw 150 yards last week against Rutgers. It's over. The Hoosiers won the bye week. Mendoza won the bye week. Mendoza's winning the Heisman. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. The Hoosiers, I don't know what to say. Indiana's going to go to the Big Ten title game. They're going to win the Big Ten title game. They're going to go to the playoffs. They're going to win the national championship. And they've got the Heisman and the #1 pick. It's a band of brothers in Bloomington. And it all starts with the Men Dynasty, the Men Heisman, Fernando Mendoza. Purdue, oh my goodness. If you thought last year was bad in Bloomington, in the snow with Curtis Rourke, 66-0, it's going to be 77-0 this year. I'm so pumped. Oh my goodness. They are going to beat the ever-living hell out of the Purdue Boilermakers. 20.5 points is disrespectful. I almost want to go to West Lafayette. It's only $60 to get in. I can't get a flight Thanksgiving week. I should probably schedule the Big Ten title stuff right now if I'm going to do that or not. Anyways, maybe I'll do that. Anyways, Purdue sucks. We know that. They just lost to Washington 49-13 on the road. They hosted Ohio State. Ohio State beat them by 24 points. Oh, wait and see what happens when the Hoosiers get a hold of them. The Hoosiers coming off a bye week. Oh, Purdue's coming off a bye week too. Don't care. Do not care. Fernando Mendoza is going to put up 400 yards. Alberto's going to be throwing touchdowns at the end of the game. This is out in Indiana. We've been hyping up the Fernando Heisman campaign. It's all over Twitter now. They're fully buying into it. He's a -130 favorite to win the Heisman now. He won the bye week. This is a statement game. And after this, it's just win football games from here on out. It's a team effort from here on out. This is about winning Fernando the Heisman, and that's what the Hoosiers are going to do this week. Indiana wins the game by 70 points. You think I'm joking? I'm not. 70-point victory for the Hoosiers. Fernando Mendoza solidifies himself as the Heisman Trophy winner this week. The Hoosiers go to Purdue and completely end the Boilermakers. Indiana, -28.5, is highway robbery. On to the Big Ten title game next week. Can't wait. The Hoosiers. I can't wait for next Saturday night, man. I cannot wait. Okay. Next up, we move on to our next game. Huge one in the SEC. Absolutely massive game in the Southeastern Conference, as we've got the Texas A&M Aggies taking on the Texas Longhorns. I'm going with A&M to win. I know it's in Austin. I get it's a rivalry game, and this would throw a huge wrench into everything. Because if Texas won, you'd probably have to put them in the playoffs, which I just do not want to happen because they're not a top 12 team in the country. A&M, do everybody a solid and just eliminate these guys. Just eliminate them. Arkansas, with a traditional Arkansas game, they put up 37 points in the Longhorns, and they still lose because that's just what Arkansas has done all year long. A&M can officially eliminate this team this week and punch their ticket to the SEC title game in Atlanta, Georgia, and I fully expect them to do just that. Okay, I would be very shocked if A&M does not win this football game. Why? The Texas defense is not ready for this. Also, the Texas offense is not ready for this either. I understand A&M played South Carolina really close. They got their get-right game last week against Samford because it's just what the SEC does, The Big Ten's out here still playing conference games. I witnessed USC have to play Oregon have to play USC last week. And what's happening? Let's check what's going on in the SEC. Oh, all you guys are playing bye games right now. I mean, it's absurd stuff. It's ridiculous. Whatever. What I can tell you that's going to happen though right now is that A&M is going to beat Texas. I believe they will. Fairly confident in it. I like Marcel Reed quite a bit. Marcel Reed's been playing phenomenal football, obviously. You look at the Texas Longhorns. Arch Manning, he had a great game last week. Oh, Arch Manning caught a receiving touchdown. Awesome. Do not care. I do not care. You still took Arkansas to the brink. I get it. Arkansas plays everybody tough. Arkansas played A&M really tight too. I get that. A&M did go to Fayetteville though and played them tough. Arkansas played them tough. A&M's the better roster. They have the better talent. I don't think Arch is ready for a game like this. It's at home. There's a lot of pressure in the spot. You're at home in Austin. Rivalry game. If you win, you're probably in the playoffs. I think the question is who gets bumped out. We'll get to that later. I just don't think I don't think Texas wins. I think A&M's too good defensively. I think offensively with Marcel Reed and company, they're too good for Texas at the same time. I just think the Longhorns have a lot of trouble beating this squad. And A&M has proven all year long they're the best team in the SEC. And I get it. They have not played the strength of schedule some of these other SEC squads have, but none of these SEC schools went to Notre Dame and won. That's exactly what Marcel Reed and A&M have done. That I cannot say it enough how big of a victory that is. Their only other ranked wins are LSU and Missouri, but all their big wins have been on the road this year. They have not won a big game yet at Kyle Field. Well, they've been afforded a big game at Kyle Field. And I understand they found themselves down 30 to nothing to South Carolina. That sucked. What did Marcel Reed do, though, in response? He throws for 440 yards and wins the football game. He's not the Heisman. He's not, okay? I don't even know if he's going to get invited to New York. If I had to guess, the guys who get invited to New York are Mendoza, Sayin, Love, and Diego Pavia's propaganda is going to get him in. We'll talk about that later. Loki getting sick of Pavia right now. But I think Marcel Reed's one hell of a talent, and I think A&M puts it on the Texas Longhorns. I just don't think Arch is ready for this spot. I don't think the defense is going to be able to stop what A&M's got coming back at them. I get it's in Austin, but I got to go with the Aggies here. Texas A&M gets it done here on the road. Give me A&M minus 135 to beat the Texas Longhorns. On now to our next game. We go to the final game of Friday. We'll get to the Saturday slate in a second, but late night spot on Friday, even money game, exactly even money, minus 110 on both sides. Arizona Wildcats going to Tempe, Arizona to take on the Arizona State Sun Devils. I'm taking Arizona State. ASU is ranked again, at least in the AP poll. See where they're at in the college football playoff poll. Obviously, I'm recording this video on late Sunday night, early Monday morning. I don't have access to the college football poll yet, but ASU in the AP is ranked at 25th again. I'm fine with it. Arizona State's playing great football. You know, a lot of talk right now about ASU is what Sam Levin and what his future holds. Obviously, he's out for the season, but for the rest of the year, it is Jeff Sims. Jeff Sims is going to find himself on a practice squad next year. I can almost guarantee you that because of this late run. Sims is playing really good football, and I'd always wondered again about his passing ability, and I still do. He's not a very good passer of the ball. Threw for less than a 50% completion rate last week against the Colorado Buffaloes, yet Arizona State wins. And really, Sims didn't even do much damage on the ground. It was not him. It was Raleek Brown who had a huge day rushing. Raleek Brown had 22 carries for 255 yards against the Colorado Buffaloes. And I get it. Colorado, unfortunately, bottom of the barrel. No other way to say, no other way to put it right now for Colorado. They are a bottom of the barrel football team. But Arizona State does what you need to do against the bottom of the barrel team, and you blow them out. It was competitive early, but obviously ASU ends up dominating and winning 42-17, and it's off that 255-yard performance that Raleek Brown obviously had the 88-yard touchdown that game too. Huge result for the Arizona State Sun Devils. They return home at even money against Arizona because Arizona's playing really good football at the same exact time. The Wildcats have won 4 straight games, talking about blowing out Colorado. Well, Arizona did that too. They beat them 52-17. They beat Kansas. They ended the Cincinnati playoff hopes as they went to Nippert Stadium and beat the Bearcats. Well, obviously BYU officially ended those playoff hopes last week. And then last week for Arizona, dominating and blowing out Baylor on their home field, winning 41-17. Noah Fafita has had a much better junior year after a disappointing sophomore year with Teteroa McMillan. Fafita has had a really good junior year, 25 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. I have to assume he's going to be back at Arizona next year for his senior year. And I think Arizona can be a very viable contender next year in the Big 12. However, I have to go with Arizona State here. The way Arizona State's been playing, who has more talent, in my opinion, it's Arizona State. Who's playing better right now? They're both playing really well. Slightly, I'm going to go with ASU because a lot of what, post Sam Levitt injury was with Sims and the, ironing out those struggles early was, again, it's a new quarterback. We're so used to Levitt. Levitt took us to the playoffs last year, and Sims kind of, you can throw Sims in a Levitt type system, but obviously Sims cannot throw the ball like Levitt can. He can run it actually better than Levitt can, I would say. But they've kind of figured it out. Kenny Dillingham has figured it out. He's been very high on his praise of Jeff Sims recently. He's saying it now. Again, I have 2 NFL quarterbacks. I have 2 Sunday quarterbacks on this roster. Now, it seems like both those Sunday quarterbacks will be back next year. Obviously, Sims is going to have to graduate, and I believe Sam Levitt's going to go to Indiana next year. I really think so. If not Indiana, I think he's going to go somewhere in the Big Ten or the SEC. Some big school's going to call for him next year. If not, I think, if not Indiana, I think Lane Kiffin's going to immediately try to get him to come to LSU. He's going to end up at a Big Ten program next year, and it's not going to be ASU. But for now, I think Arizona State's going to win this game. Again, I know it's no Levitt right now, it's Sims, but the defense is playing well, and how about Raleek Brown? The way Raleek Brown's running the football is absurd. Arizona's got backs too, but nothing, close to what Raleek Brown does. Oh, by the way, too, games at ASU. I'm sure we can expect a lot of Arizona fans to be there too. I can count on that, obviously. But game is in Tempe. It's going to be a majority Arizona State crowd. And I think that the Wildcats lose. I think I'm going to go with the Sun Devils here. I like this run-heavy attack. They looked good last week against Colorado, and I think they're going to look good this week against the Wildcats. So give me Arizona State here at home to beat the Arizona Wildcats, minus 110 for Jeff Sims, Kenny Dillingham, and the Sun Devils. On now to Saturday, and here we go. The game, I am taking Michigan. I've been saying this for a while. If you've been watching, you know I've been very, very much leaning towards the Michigan Wolverines. Couldn't beat them. I mean, if Ohio State couldn't beat this team last year in Columbus at the shoe with that team, who ended up winning the national championship game, you're not beating them this year. It's as simple as that. You're not beating them this year. And I get it. Michigan looks horrible this week, or right now. Bryce Underwood does not look good. The offense looks atrocious. They looked better last week against Maryland, I will say that. But they don't look that great. I completely understand. Last year, Michigan was awful before they played Ohio State. Guys, Michigan couldn't move the ball before the Ohio State game last year. They had Davis Warren at quarterback. Yeah, Underwood's not great. He's better than Davis Warren is. There's a reason Warren's a third-string quarterback right now. I think Michigan looked good enough in the Maryland game. They're running the ball well. Again, you know what they can do in the run game. It's Bryson Kuzdal now in the run game because of the Jordan Marshall injury. It is what it is. No, Jordan Marshall's not hurt. No, Jordan Marshall is injured. Yeah, he is. It's fine. It's Bryson Kuzdal now, junior out of Grand Rapids. First ever real action this season. Okay, that's fine. Really, guys, with the Michigan-Ohio State game, you can throw every little metric out the window because of how this game has been played the last few years. Again, last year, Michigan was nowhere close to Ohio State in talent, and they still found a way to win 13-10. Year before, they beat them. Michigan dominated that, obviously, in 23, and that was obviously the J.J. McCarthy junior year. But 2022, they beat them as well. I mean, and I get it. Michigan was, they were at their peak then. Ohio State has not, Cade McNamara beat Ohio State in 21. The Buckeyes have not beat the Wolverines since, 19? 2019 was the last time Ohio State beat Michigan. Shea Patterson was starting for the Wolverines that season. Come on now. Guys, come on. They're not getting him this year. Michigan's still got all this talent. Defense is still great. And honestly, guys, it doesn't matter who's playing on Ohio State. The same thing happens every year. Ryan Day cannot beat Michigan. And if they couldn't do it last year at the shoe, how are they going to do it this year at the Big House? The answer to that question is they won't. Michigan is going to do it again. And Michigan here, guys, if they beat Ohio State, how can you not put them in the playoffs? I'll get into it a little bit right now. They're going to screw BYU out of the postseason. That's what it's going to be. And that's going to be a lot of discussion of the Big 12 and the ACC only getting one team in. That's what's going to happen, though, if Michigan wins this football game. How do they win it? They're going to run the ball down Ohio State's throat, and Ohio State's offense is going to disappear. And this is why also Fernando Mendoza's already won the Heisman. I know for a fact Julian Sand's not showing up in this game. I know for a damn fact Julian Sand, who threw for 150 yards last week against Rutgers, I'm telling you, he's not the best player on his team. That's why he can't win the Heisman. He's not the best player. How healthy is your receiving corps, too? I assume any means necessary those guys are going to play. I'm talking, obviously, Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, both of which did not play last week, and that shows, again, what happens when those guys aren't playing, because those are the best players in Ohio State, not Julian Sand. What happens if they don't play the Michigan game? I'm sure, again, they'll give it a go. That doesn't mean they're 100%. Because this game, some would argue this means more than the national championship does. I'm sure some people in Ohio and Michigan, it does. Those guys are going to play this football game. But at what percent are they going to be at? And we know Michigan's good defensively. What is Julian Sand going to be without his top two receivers? At least at their best. It's trouble is what it is, guys. It's trouble. Ohio State's going to revert into a run-first offense like they did last week with Bo Jackson, and it's not going to work out. They're going to have to beat Michigan in their own game, in this defensive struggle. What happened last year when they played this type of game against the Wolverines? They lost 13-10. It was the same team that won the national championship game. They ran through the playoffs, but they got Michigan, and they lost at the shoe. Now you have to play them at their game in Ann Arbor? Nope. Probably, I would recommend you take the points, because let's make it easier on ourselves. But also, sprinkle the money line too. Michigan beats Ohio State. I'll get into how that changes my playoff picture at the end of the video. Obviously, Ohio State's already in the playoffs, but it'd be a catastrophic loss. Again, Ohio State will lose for the 5th consecutive time to Michigan. 4th. They didn't play in 2020. Give me the Buckeyes to do it again and lose again. Wolverines. The Wolverines do it at home. Plus 315, plus 10.5. Next up, Texas Tech's going to dominate West Virginia. I mean, we just got done talking about the biggest college football game of the regular season every single year to this. I will say this about WVU. Okay, WVU is playing a lot better than they did at the beginning of the year. Obviously, Scotty Fox has kind of turned things around. The starting quarterback was Nico Marshall at the beginning of the year. Marshall has gotten a year back, but now, a question needs to be asked. The way Scotty Fox has been playing recently, the way he played at ASU, has Scotty Fox earned the starting role next year? Maybe. Because I don't know what Marshall is going to be coming off an injury. He's going to get a redshirt year, obviously, from this. But Scotty Fox has played really well as a freshman. It's been a learning curve, but he's been playing really well recently. Threw for 350 yards in the Arizona State game, which, oh, by the way, West Virginia lost by 2 points. And now they play Texas Tech here. They are at home. It's in Morgantown. I don't think it's going to go well. Guys, I've been saying this about Tech, and I still feel the same way about Tech. They are one of the best teams in the country. Undoubtedly, they're one of the best teams in the country. They should be ranked in the top 4. They should be ranked exactly number 4 right now. It should be Indiana, Ohio State, A&M, Tech. If I had to rank my top 4 teams, that's what it is. It's a damn shame Tech in the AP poll is ranked below Oregon and Ole Miss. Are we serious? Are we serious about that? No shot. Watch Texas Tech play football. They went down after their bye week last week. Watch them play, and sure, again, the Jacob Rodriguez Heisman propaganda is not working. He's not even in the top 10 in the odds. Pavia's propaganda is working more, which is ridiculous, but whatever. This is an insane defense, a great offense, obviously, with Brendan Morton at the helm, with Cameron Dickey running the football, and it's what happens when you go out there and you spend money in the transfer portal, because it's exactly what Texas Tech did. You got a lot of guys who, again, some of these guys are, Tech players through and through, like Jacob Rodriguez, like a Brendan Morton, but everyone else is new to this team. And it worked. You go spend money, you win. That's how college football is these days. So good on Tech. They spent a lot of money, and they created the team that they got. Brendan Morton is yet to lose a game this season. The team's lost. Brendan Morton was out that game. It was Will Hammond at quarterback, the game that they lost, obviously, earlier in the season, in a disappointing one to the Arizona State Sun Devils on the road. But again, that's just what happens, right? Ranked teams go to die over in Tempe, Arizona. Tech's been great recently. They've won 4 in a row. Obviously, since Morton's been back, they're 3 for 3. They went to K-State and won. They beat Brigham Young, biggest game of the year. They beat BYU by 22 points. And they beat UCF 48-9 2 weeks ago. I wonder what they're going to do to West Virginia. Yeah, I know WVU's been playing more inspiring football. Scotty Fox is keeping this team together. He's throwing for big yards. How are you going to fare against this defense? One of the best defenses in the country. By far the best team in the Big 12. And how are you going to fare against this offense that can move the ball and score 40 on you on any given night? It is an uphill climb for West Virginia. They are at home in Morgantown. It's senior night. But I definitely am going to go with the Texas Tech Red Raiders to win the game. And I'm taking Texas Tech to cover. They've already clinched their spot in the Big 12 championship game. They will be in, and they will see. We'll get to the team that they're going to play. But they're going to be in the playoffs is what I'm getting to. This will clinch, honestly, their spot in the postseason with a victory over West Virginia. That's what they're playing for this week, and they will get it. Give me the Red Raiders. On to our next game as we go to an ACC matchup, a game that means a little bit. Okay, it doesn't mean a lot, but it means a little bit, okay? If one of SMU, actually, it means more than I'm putting on. If SMU or Virginia loses this week, the winner of this game will be in the ACC title game, I think. I think there's some other tiebreaker, though. If Miami wins, I think Georgia Tech wins. I think Miami's out. No, Georgia Tech's already, I don't know the tiebreaker. Again, regardless, the easiest way is, I believe, win and you're in. I think there's some other tiebreaker thing that needs to happen too. But it is a third place game essentially in the ACC. Pitt coming off a huge victory last week. Pat Narduzzi goes from telling his guys, your game against obviously the Notre Dame Fighting Irish doesn't matter. Focus on the ACC games. I thought that was all just show. Nope. He was speaking the exact truth and what he wanted out of his team. Is that a losing mindset and a loser's mindset? It is, but it worked, I guess, as Pittsburgh last week dominates the first half against the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and they come in the second half, force a big pick 6, and win the football game ultimately 42-28 against an overachieving Georgia Tech team the entire year. Frauds, they are. Frauds. Anyways, though, Miami versus Pittsburgh, again, these teams need help. They need SMU to lose. Nothing can happen for either of these teams unless they can't get in unless SMU loses. SMU goes to Cal. Yeah, it's their one cross-country trip. We'll see. We'll get into that at the very end of the video. Obviously, that game's at 5 o'clock Pacific. So we'll get into SMU and Cal in about 2.5 hours here. Anyways, though, I'm taking Miami to beat up on Pittsburgh. I am. Miami's a 6.5 point favorite in this game. Game is at Pitt. Who's got more talent, guys? It's Miami. So that's the thing about Georgia Tech. They've been winning and they've been ranked really high. And again, I guess I fell into it last week. I took Georgia Tech to beat Pittsburgh, and I was very confident that they would. And this is coming from a guy who has said that they're massive overachievers the entire year. They're super overrated. But I was like, okay, after the way Pitt looked against Notre Dame, I have to take Tech. Unfortunately, that did not go our way. But my point with all this being is, Pittsburgh beat Georgia Tech, okay? And Georgia Tech, roster-wise, and, you just look at, skill-wise, they're not on the level of a Miami. They're not on the level of an SMU. These teams who have recruited a lot better and gotten better guys in the transfer portal. Or even a Clemson on paper, they're not better than them. But yet they overachieved and found ways to win games that they weren't supposed to win on paper. Eventually, it caught up to them. They played a competitive game against Boston College. They lost to NC State, and they lost to Pittsburgh, thus basically eliminating Georgia Tech from the postseason. Now Miami gets Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh beat up on a team that, again, skill-wise wasn't the best, and now you take on a team that has ultimately underachieved this year in the Miami Hurricanes. They were a top 3 team basically at the beginning of the season because they beat Notre Dame. I thought this team was going to go to the Final Four. I thought they were going to definitely make the playoffs. They need a lot of help, and I've talked about it before. It is absurd that they're not going to get in the playoffs, or that Notre Dame is going to get in the playoffs over them, even though they have the same amount of losses and Miami's beaten Notre Dame. The committee has said, well, we really take into account your losses. Well, why do you play the games then? Why is Miami actually playing Notre Dame if their week 1 game doesn't matter anymore? It's stupid, it's ridiculous, but Miami's not making the playoffs. They're going to beat Pittsburgh. There's way more talent in Miami. Miami's playing a much better football after losing the game on the road in Dallas to SMU. They've been really good. Carson Beck's really found some confidence. He's not throwing as bad of balls anymore. Miami's playing good football. They're just going to get screwed in this entire equation. If we're being fair, they should be in over Notre Dame. They're not, though, because who makes more money? The Fighting Irish. Anyways, though, I'm taking Notre Dame, so I'm taking Miami to beat Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, came through in the Georgia Tech game. I think they put their entire season into that one. I think they're going to not come out as hot in this one against Miami. And skill-wise, again, who is better? It's the Hurricanes. So give me Miami to beat Pittsburgh here on the road. Hurricanes win and they cover 6.5. Would I bet the 6.5? No. Miami's going out there with one thing and one thing only in mind, and that's to just win. I wouldn't think they're too concerned, obviously, about the points. Next up, let's move on to a Big 12 game between the Houston Cougars and the Baylor Bears. Houston on the road, yes, thank you. Give me Houston plus 2.5 and on the money line. I understand Houston had a disastrous loss last week to the Arizona Wildcats. Not Arizona Wildcats, to the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. Arizona, obviously, that was Baylor's last game. Really weird spot for Houston, right? TCU scores 14 points very early in that game, and Houston ultimately can't get back into it. I mean, they tied up at 14-14. They miss a field goal late in the game, and they end up losing. But again, it's those 14 points they give up early to Josh Hoover, which ultimately loses them the football game. They had a chance to tie it at the end of the game. Obviously, they missed, but I have to say that first quarter in the game, the way that game started, is why you lose. You can't give up 14 points early, and in a game like that was going to be defensively minded, if you can't put up those amount of points too, ball game. I have given a lot of praise and a lot of credit to how Connor Wagman's played this season, and that won't stop. I think Connor Wagman's played a phenomenal year this year after getting thrown out of A&M, and for good reasons, obviously, because Marcel Reed's the guy over there. Obviously, I don't think, from what I've seen, Wagman never got really along with anybody over there, but he's done a phenomenal job reviving his career. He has showed, okay, he's a Power 4 quarterback. He can play at the Big 12 level, and he's done a great job at the Big 12 level this year. I think they beat Baylor. And I know, again, they lost last week. Look what happened last time they lost a home game. They lost to WVU, and then I was more than confident they were going to go to Orlando and win on Space Night at UCF, and they did exactly that. They won a competitive game, sure, where they had to win via a game-clinching interception, but Houston found a way to get that one. I think they're going to beat Baylor. Kind of a different stylistical matchup, obviously, than UCF, because, UCF with Taven Jackson and, whatever the hell they're doing offensively, they're not the most, potent offense. I get it. The Bears have lost 4 of 5. Are we not going to talk about that? Baylor is playing for their bowl lives here. Houston's obviously already in. We said they're probably going to get the Alamo Bowl, I think, against Utah. But anyways, Baylor's lost 4 of 5. Only victory is Central Florida. We're sure they beat them by 27 points. But look at the losses for Baylor. You go to TCU, lose 42-36. You lose to Cincinnati, 41-20. You beat UCF, and then you get blown out against Utah at your own home field in Waco. And then you go to Arizona, lose 41-17. I think Houston gets them. I've been very unimpressed second half of the year with the Baylor offense. It is all Sawyer Robertson, get up there and chuck the football, pal. It's what Baylor's been. Bryson Washington's done a decent job. Last game, it was not Bryson Washington, though. It was Caden Knighton, who is getting the majority of the handoffs. He got 17 carries. Freshman running back, obviously, who's gotten a heavy workload at times. But I don't like Baylor that much in this spot. I don't like him at all. I think Houston's going to get him here, guys. I firmly believe that. I think Houston's going to have a bounce-back performance here. I think we can't forget about the fact that Baylor's not played good football in a while. They haven't. I mean, their best win all year long is who? I guess SMU. Other than SMU, they don't have a good win this year. And yeah, they're playing to get bowl eligible. Sawyer Robertson, again, has the potential to throw over 400-yard games. I get it. That's what Sawyer Robertson can do at his best. But I'm going with the Cougs here. I'm going with Houston. I'm taking Connor Wagman in Houston. Bad performance last week. I think they come back. I think they score a lot more, and ultimately, again, that's going to push them over the top. The last time we saw this team lose a bad game at home, it was West Virginia, a disappointing loss that eliminated them from the playoffs in Big 12 contention. After this bad loss at home against Texas Christian, I think they come through at Baylor. Give me the Houston Cougars, whose defense, again, played a bad first half, but really regrouped in the second half. They'll be fine here on the road at Baylor. Again, interstate matchup in Texas. Give me the Houston Cougars to win the game outright, plus 115 for Connor Wagman and the Cougs. On to our next game, we go to a Kentucky matchup. We've got the SEC's Kentucky Wildcats taking on the ACC's Louisville Cardinals. On the ACC network, to be exact, give me Louisville minus 3.5. I'd so stay away from this game, though. Do not bet it at all. Okay, I can list you legitimately 50 games I'd rather bet on than this. Absolutely not would I like to bet on this game. And I think Louisville wins. I'll say that. I think Louisville wins. I think they cover. But look at the way Louisville's been playing and look at the way Kentucky's been playing. Neither of them are playing good football. I mean, Kentucky, I guess they beat Auburn in Florida, but they went to Vandy and they got destroyed. I don't think Vandy's not that good. I mean, you got Diego Pavia doing the Heisman pose now after throwing a swing pass. You've got his mom doing the Heisman pose in the crowd too. Oh, it's horrible. I'm actually getting sick of the Pavia theater right now, man. I'm getting sick of it. Oh my goodness. And this Heisman campaign thing, man. I mean, Pavia was trying to go back in the game in a 40-point blowout. Oh, the stat padding's absurd. Anyways, though, Kentucky got blown out at Vandy. They're giving the Pavia Heisman thing. Oh my goodness. They're really fueling the Heisman campaign out of Diego Pavia, who, nobody is saying that they're the Heisman more than Diego Pavia. You don't really see Sayin talking about it. Every single other player who's in the Heisman race has really they've brushed off the Heisman. Jeremiah Smith and Julian Sand have both said it should be the other player. Fernando Mendoza, obviously the school's pushing it now, but Mendoza says he doesn't even realize, he doesn't really look at it at all. So then he told him to not even worry about it. Jacob Rodriguez is getting pushed about him, but that's his coaching. Coaches are pushing and the media is kind of pushing Jacob Rodriguez. Marcel Reed is just Johnny Manziel's pushing him, and Ty Simpson's campaign obviously died a couple weeks ago. Diego Pavia is the only player who's actively campaigning for himself. It's such an industry plant. Is this messed up? It's an industry plant Heisman campaign. It is. Diego Pavia is a winner. He does win football games. I will say that. But I don't know. This isn't even about Diego Pavia. I need to stop. Vandy's later in the video. Kentucky, Louisville. Again, this is I don't want to talk about this game. This game sucks, okay? Louisville was in the playoff race, and they lost 3 in a row. Cal and Clemson on their own home field, and they went to Southern Methodist, and they got destroyed. I've got to assume SMU is going to be ranked this week. I think so. SMU is going to be ranked. They're going to be ranked under North Texas, Tulane, and JMU. Actually, maybe not, because they're not going to rank that North Texas. Whatever. SMU is going to be ranked, and they're going to obviously control their own destiny in the postseason. But Louisville, man, played such a bad game in Dallas. And yeah, SMU is really good. I've been saying for a while, I think this team's probably going to win the ACC. I didn't think Tech was going to lose, so that's why I kind of had to backtrack that statement. But now with Tech's loss, yeah, I think SMU is going to win the ACC. I think they're going to go to the playoffs, again, for the second straight year, which didn't seem likely for many points in this year. But Louisville gets decimated in that game. They should have won the Clemson game, but Miller Moss took some bad sacks. Cal game you lose in overtime. I think they beat Kentucky. I think they are better than the Wildcats with Cutter Boley and the guys over there. But am I confident at all in Louisville to win a football game right now? Absolutely not. No chance in hell am I confident in the Cardinals. Definitely not. The way that they played the last 3 weeks after going to Miami and winning, being on top of the world, now falling down to this. You're a bowl team, sure. Kentucky is playing to get into the Birmingham Bowl right now. But I don't think they do it. I think Louisville wins it here. Kentucky, again, has put together some wins to get back to this point. They won 3 in a row against Auburn, Florida, and Tech to get to those 5 wins. Again, Cutter Boley's playing all right, depending on the game. Not many weapons around him, though, I will say that. Don't love the skills in Kentucky. Skill positions, obviously. I'm going to go with Louisville to win the game and cover 3.5 points. Absolutely, though, I will tell you this, do not bet on the football game. There are so many better things you could A, do with your U.S. currency, or B, just bet on it instead. Do not bet on that game. Next up, we go to another ACC versus SEC matchup at the same exact time. This time, this one is on the SEC network, as we've got the Clemson Tigers taking on the South Carolina Gamecocks. I'm going with Clemson. I'm a little surprised they're underdogs here. No, I am really surprised. Clemson is an underdog in this spot. Plus 110 for the Tigers on the road. Are we watching how Clemson's been playing? And have we watched South Carolina football this year? Sure, South Carolina kind of proved me wrong in the Coastal game. I thought the Chanticleers were going to be a little bit more competitive than that, but I did forget again how good Lenora Sellers is. Okay, Lenora Sellers can be that good when they really unleash him. And against a bad team too, Sellers is great. Okay, I don't think he should stay at South Carolina, but if he does, he's going to be great. If he leaves, he'll be even better. I'll say that. Anyways, though, South Carolina is taking on Clemson. I think Clemson wins it. I think they do. South Carolina went 1-7 this year in the SEC. The only victory, they're the aforementioned Kentucky Wildcats, but they have struggled to win big games all year long. Have they been competitive in some of these games? Sure. A&M, but I mean, you blew a 30-point lead. The Bama game, you lose by 7 points eventually, right? They've been in competitive spots. They have not looked great, though, in these competitive spots. The Clemson Tigers, regardless of what you want to say about Dabo Swinney and the way they started the year, they were, 3-5 to start the season. They found a way to win 3 games in a row. They became bowl eligible with the victory that we knew they were going to get last week against Furman. They beat Louisville. That's the game that really punched their ticket, obviously, because we knew they were going to get the Furman game. And Clemson, they will be on to the Pinstripe Bowl or the Fenway Bowl, one of the two. They're going to have to go to the Northeast probably and play a bowl game, or the Belk Bowl, or whatever the hell it is now, right? Good on them. They got in. Is that Birmingham? No. Belk Bowl, something else now. That's the Duke's Mayo Bowl. They're not going to get in that. Anyways, good on Clemson. They've made a bowl game. Probably actually Outback might be them. That might be Clemson in the Outback Bowl. Good on them. They've gotten to the spot. And here's the thing. They're a dangerous team right now because they've actually picked up momentum. They should have won the Duke game if it wasn't for a bad pass interference call. Then they beat Florida State. They go to Louisville and win. And then they beat Furman. We've been pretty good on Clemson recently. They struggled early in the year, yes, but they're coming through right now. It's the Clemson mindset. We don't use the transfer portal. Our players get better as the season goes on. So that's the thing with Clemson, too. They're always going to struggle at the beginning of the year. They did last year. They ended up making the playoffs regardless of that. But you've got all this talent who you still need to develop. You don't get, ready now players like you can get out the portal. And that's just Dabo's mindset, which I don't love, but it is what it is. It's how Dabo approaches college football. Tries to get guys to buy into a program. Okay, well, this run has helped. And Dabo said it before and after the Louisville game. You may look at our record and say, oh, okay, we're not obviously a conference championship team. We're not a bowl team. But don't say it to the guys in the roster. These guys want to win, and these guys are fighting and playing for another game at the end of the year to celebrate that. And that's a bowl game, obviously. They've already gotten that, but now it's a big rivalry matchup against South Carolina on the road, obviously interstate game. I'm taking Clemson. I'm taking the Tigers. Cade Klubnik's been playing better. The run game's established now, and the defense is playing really well, too. I mean, you got multiple first-round draft picks on this Clemson defense right now. South Carolina, yeah, they beat Coastal, but I don't love what they've done all year long, and we've said this all the time this year about South Carolina and the problems that they have. They're a one-horse team. It's Lenora Sellers, and that's it. They have one player that's really good. It's Lenora Sellers. And we have spoken about, he needs help. They don't have that help for him. That's why he should leave. It's a problem. So, other than Lenora Sellers, I don't like South Carolina at all. I think Clemson gets it done on the road. Sure, again, there might not be as big of a want to win right now for Clemson because they're already bowl eligible, but still, rivalry game on the road against an SEC school, yeah. It can be Clemson to win it outright, plus 110 for the Tigers on the road to beat the Gamecocks. On now to our next one, we move to a Big 12 matchup. Oh, the Colorado Buffaloes. It's sad, man. It is. Now, good on Shedeur. I'm sure Dion, I'm be honest with you, I'm sure Dion does not give a single damn about this football game. He's coaching, obviously. I don't think he gave a single damn last night about his game, or 2 nights ago with this game against Arizona State either, though. He knew where he was going right after that game. He was going to Vegas for Shedeur's first start against the Las Vegas Raiders. And shout out to Shedeur Sanders. It is perfect timing. Colorado Buffaloes aren't great. Shedeur Sanders is, though. Sanders 1-0 as the Browns starter. Yes, sir. Greedo plays clips for more. Anyways, though, you got to think about this from a mindset, though, Colorado, okay? Deion does not give a single damn anymore. Yes, I guess he's still trying to get Juju Lewis ready for next season. Sure. I don't know. Like, he looked okay in the Arizona State game, but didn't look great. Yeah, you've benched Stab, obviously. He's done. Salter gone and done the season. It's all Juju Lewis, obviously, from here on out. You have one more game, but you go on the road, take on Kansas State, who just scored 47 points in a football game. Did they win? No. Should show how good that Utah is. K-State, though, for as bad as this year's been, they're going to salvage a bowl game. They're going to beat Colorado, and they're going to end up in the Texas Bowl or in the Arizona Bowl. Good for those guys. Or the LA Bowl. I don't know. They played a good game last week, and unfortunately, they had to give the ball back to Utah, and Devin Dampier, that 60-yard run at the end of the game, and obviously then he punched it in right after, and that's why, again, I said with Utah, like, it's going to be difficult for them to give up on Dampier and just go to Ficklin, and obviously Ficklin's your future, but the way Dampier's been playing and what he's given this team this year in this playoff race, like, I just don't know if you can move on from him. Regardless, though, K-State plays a really good offensive football game. Sure, they could not get a stop, but we know how dangerous that Utah offense can be. I mean, it wasn't really an Avery Johnson effort, obviously, it was that ground game. What a running day for Joe Jackson. 24 carries for 293 yards. Avery Johnson was not big in the pass game, but again, that rushing attack was dominant for the K-State Wildcats. They ran the ball up and down the field. They played field positioning well, played a really great game. They're up 47-35 with 7 minutes to go. And obviously, Utah got the 2 points, the defensive 2-point. They score, they get the ball back, they win. Oh, man. Sums up the K-State season. But you know what? If you're Kansas State, you can all make it worth it with a victory here. Well, you want to go to the playoffs, but still. You can somewhat salvage your year right now by winning a home game against the Colorado Buffaloes to send yourself into another bowl game. Not where you wanted to be at the beginning of the season, right? Going to the, Las Vegas Bowl wasn't your initial goal, but at least you're going to get something. And again, it's dependent on the team. Like, do teams really care about being bowl eligible? Do they really want to get into bowl games? How much do these games actually matter to them? I don't know, but I can tell you it matters something to the seniors. It matters to the guys who aren't going to the National Football League and guys who are just giving it one more ride at home for their senior night. Oh, by the way, there's the incentive of if we win, we get one more. They will do that against a struggling Colorado team. I don't know how Colorado's going to have an answer for this run game because, again, right, if Joe Jackson's running for 300 yards against Utah, who's got a good D-line and a good front line and a good defense, what the hell is he going to do against Colorado, who Raleek Brown just ran for 255 yards on last week? Think about that. Colorado's not even close to the defense Utah is. How the hell are they going to stop Joe Jackson after what he just did last week? Yeah, Colorado's in trouble. And again, I do wonder, like, I don't know what the hell's going on with that coaching staff, with Warren Sapp, with Marshall Falk, with Deion. I don't know, man. I like the program Deion's running. I just question how committed to the game is Deion right now. And obviously, they just need, if Deion's going to stay next year, they need to get back in the portal, and they need to get back at, recruiting high-level guys. They need to find their next, I mean, it's going to sound crazy, but they need to find their next version of Shedeur and Travis Hunter. Juju Lewis is the Shedeur. They need to find their next Travis Hunter. I'm taking K-State to dominate here. Yes, I'm going to take Kansas State to cover the spread. This team is really motivated to get into a bowl game, you would think, after that disappointing loss last week, an emotional loss last week. I'm taking Kansas State to win and cover against the Colorado Buffaloes, minus 17.5 for the Wildcats. On to our next one, we go to another Big 12 game. Oklahoma State hosts Iowa State. By far the worst team in the Big 12, obviously, is the Oklahoma State Cowboys. This team is abysmal. They are horrible. 1-10 this season. They are playing slightly more competitive games recently, but you know who's playing better than they have in a while? The Iowa State Cyclones. Oklahoma State trying to win one game. It is their senior night. Again, we talk about salvaging a season in the form for Kansas State of a bowl game. Oklahoma State's version of salvaging a season is winning one game in conference or winning a game against another FBS program. Because obviously they won their first game of the year against UT Martin, and they have not won since. It has been 10 consecutive losses since winning in week one to UT Martin. Can they salvage it with the victory here against Iowa State? The answer is no. They're going to get blown out. 13.5, sign me up on the Cyclones. I get it. OK State only lost by 8 points to K-State. They only lost by 3 points last week on the road at UCF. Oh, they're playing more competitive now. Good on them. Iowa State's actually figured it out as of late. The last couple games for the Cyclones, they are figuring it out offensively. And it's really just that run game with Carson Hansen. But how about Rocco Becht having a better game? Had a better game last week against Kansas. It was his senior night at home. Rocco Becht played a lot better than he had. So Rocco Becht's a junior still. Damn, that dude's been around for a while. I keep forgetting. He's still a junior. Regardless, Rocco Becht plays a good game last week against Kansas. We're building towards next year, I guess. And Iowa State's got their 7 wins. They're going bowling. They can pick up an 8th win. And for as bad, again, we talk about them and K-State, for the struggles that they have had, the 2 teams had to go to Dublin at the beginning of the season and have now set a trend of no team's going to want to go to Dublin from here on out. They both are going to find ways into bowl games. And for Iowa State, again, for as bad as it looks and as bad as it's been, you're going to take 8 wins. Yeah, you wanted to be in the playoffs after that K-State victory. You were ranked in the top 10, undeservedly so early. You lost 4 games in a row, but you're still going to find a way to 8 victories. And taking on Oklahoma State, again, it's just a mess what's going on there. Zane Flores, obviously, last couple weeks has just solidified himself as QB1. I feel for the guy. I really do. Was not supposed to be in this spot at all. True freshman quarterback. He's thrown 3 touchdowns to 6 picks all year long. They're starting a true freshman at running back now, or a redshirt freshman at running back now, and Rodney Fields, who has kind of been playing most of the year, but he's officially the starter now. I feel for Oklahoma State. Obviously your quarterback goes out week 1, you just dig yourself into a hole, and they're playing more competitive ball, but it's not because of the offense. The offense has still been, honestly, as abysmal as it's been all year long. It's been the defense that's actually shown up in the last couple weeks, right? K-State game, you hold K-State to 14 points. You hold UCF to 17, yet your offense can't back that up. Offense scores 6 points against Kansas State. Offense scores 14 points against Central Florida. Iowa State at their best can play really good defense, Holding Jalen Daniels in Kansas to 14 points, that's big time. Holding Texas Christian and Josh Hoover, we know what they can do at times. 17 points for them. Arizona State, 24 points. I can't even get close to picking Oklahoma State. Yeah, the game's in Stillwater. I don't think the game's close. The fact that Iowa State found their scoring last game and put up 38 points on Kansas, I know, again, beating Kansas is not is not the highest level, I understand, but a win is a win in the fashion in which they did so. I gotta have confidence in Iowa State here, guys. I'm taking the Cyclones to not just beat Oklahoma State, but cover the spread as well and dominate the spread. Iowa State's playing towards something here. Oklahoma State's obviously playing for pride, but I think Iowa State completely dominates here. Give me Rocco Becht and the Cyclones to win and cover 13.5 points on the road in Stillwater against the Oklahoma State Cowboys. On to our next game, and we move now to the G5. We've got 3 G5 games before we get back to another Power 4 game. I will warn you again, there are a lot of fair share of G5 games this week that honestly have no implications at all, and I'm talking like not even bowl implications, and this is one of them. We have stuff to talk about, obviously, because I talk about every single game, but we got the 4-7 Florida Atlantic Owls taking on the 7-4 East Carolina Pirates. Games in Boca Raton, Florida. ECU's already clinched their bowl game. FAU is out. I'll say this. I expect a lot of points. I expect a lot of points in this game. That's what I will say. Both teams coming off pretty high-scoring games last week. ECU losing to UTSA 58-24. Florida Atlantic playing UConn and losing 48-45, right? Really high-scoring game. Florida Atlantic just doesn't get the most of, or just doesn't get the victory out of, obviously. Caden Vet Camp is, we've talked about all year long with Florida Atlantic and Vet Camp. It is launch it and, throw it up all game long. It is a, high-scoring, it's a high-scoring gunslinging attack out of Caden Vet Camp. They say, all right, go throw the ball 50-plus times per game. We'll see what we can get out of it. And that's what Velkamp does. You saw the UConn game again. Velkamp throws the ball 55 times against the UConn Huskies. Ultimately, right, the Huskies win 48-45, but Velkamp throws it 55 times, 42 for 55 passing, 2 touchdowns. Okay. You can expect a lot of points here because you're looking at a team of East Carolina who has a quarterback who they really like too. Obviously, they have a lot of trust in Caden Hauser, and they launch it all game long too. Now, they have more of a run game than FAU does, because FAU has literally 0 run game. ECU has got London Montgomery, their sophomore back, who runs the ball quite a bit. But last week, what a disappointing outing from East Carolina. I told you UTSA was going to win. I told you it was a good spot for the Roadrunners. At home, they're different. It's the truth. At home, Owen McCown, and that team is different. Now, Robert Henry's taking a step back. It is fully Will Henderson now as the lead back. And Owen McCown, obviously, their lefty's slinging it too. But I told you, UTSA at home, different animal. They're going to be a really fun team during bowl season. They're going to be severely undervalued during bowl season. You're going to see 7-5 UTSA. Oh my gosh, we're hammering UTSA come bowl season. I cannot wait for them to get into the Cure Bowl or whatever the hell they're going to get into. I can't wait for them to get into the, oh goodness, what other bowl games do we have? The Hawaii Bowl. I can't wait for you to hammer UTSA. It's going to be great. East Carolina loses that game, though, and that's just what happens when you take on an explosive offense on the road. And that's all UTSA will do to you. But Kaden Hauser is more than capable. It'll be Kaden Hauser's final regular season college football game. Obviously, he's going to get one more in terms of a bowl game, but the senior quarterback who, like Noah Kim, played at Michigan State. Kim went to Coastal. Kaden Hauser went to ECU, obviously. Kim found his spot and found his end spot, obviously, in college football at EMU. But Kaden Hauser found it at ECU, and he's been great at East Carolina. He had an even better senior year than he did his junior season. And East Carolina's had some really fun games this year and a lot of high-scoring games. They beat Memphis a couple weeks ago. And yeah, they went to UTSA and lost, but that's not surprising in the slightest. I don't think FAU's going to be able to be too competitive with them here. I can expect a lot of points, obviously, but the difference maker here, guys, is Veltkamp throws too many picks. And again, the offense, the coaching staff, the staff in general has given him full confidence. They tell him, all right, go ahead. We don't care. You can throw the ball as many times as you want. Keep slinging it. We don't run the ball. It's just not what we do. So go out there and keep slinging it all game long. He's going to make a mistake before Hauser makes multiple mistakes. Or here also says, Veltkamp's going to make multiple mistakes before Hauser makes multiple mistakes. That's why I'm going to be going with ECU to win the football game. I think ECU gets it. I think they cover in Boca Raton. Should be great weather, so should be sunny, should be hot. I think ECU will win this one. Going to 8-5, 8-4 in the season. All around good year for Kaden Hauser, man. Great year. You know, you would have liked the UTSA win. It is what it is. But ultimately, their losses this year are going to be NC State on the road in Raleigh, BYU, Tulane on the road, who might be in the playoffs, and UTSA. That's a good year. Give me ECU on the road, minus 6.5 points against the Florida Atlantic Owls. Last time we were talking about Florida Atlantic this year, too. Next up, we move on to the MAC. Actually, a meaningful game in the Mid-American Conference. So, again, let me get this right. Miami of Ohio, it's win and you are in. Toledo, it is win and you are in. Toledo needs a loss. Let me clarify this. Okay, Western Michigan is in. Miami of Ohio is win and you are in. We're going to get to them. Are they next? They are not. They're later in the video. We'll talk about them. Actually, no, they are next. So, okay, we can just talk straight MAC for the next 8 minutes. Great. Okay. Toledo, win and Miami of Ohio loses and you are in. Central Michigan, win and Miami of Ohio loses and you are in. I don't know how Ohio gets in the playoffs then. How does Ohio get in? Oh, I think if WMU loses, no, they need the big tiebreaker. They need WMU to lose. They need Miami of Ohio to win, and they need Central Michigan to win. And they need to win too. That's what Ohio needs. They need a lot of random stuff. They're out. Okay. Because they need the big tie, and then 2 teams obviously get selected out of the 2 lost squads or 3 lost squads. Regardless of all that, no, 2 lost squads. Regardless, big game because obviously the Miami of Ohio game versus Ball State's gonna be being played at the same exact time. Now you can probably think Toledo and Central Michigan have really they have no confidence, you would say, in Miami of Ohio potentially losing that football game. Nor do I either. Regardless of all this, though. You win and you get help and you are in. It's a meaningful game. I think Toledo is going to get it. I do think Central Michigan covers the points, though, just because CMU plays that, ugly style of football game. And I say that a lot, but it's the truth. Like, that's the best way I can describe a Central Michigan Chippewas football game. It's just ugly. It's just ugly. It's not that fun, but they find ways to do it. They've won back-to-back games against Buffalo and Kent State. Joe Lavis at quarterback. They don't have, a remarkable skilled player, really. They don't, I'll be honest. But they just win gritty football games. The defense comes through. They've won 4 of 5. Their only loss was a game in Kalamazoo to the West Michigan Broncos. Toledo, though, is much better, and the run that Toledo's been on the last 3 weeks has been huge. They've held all 3 of their opponents in the last 3 weeks to under 10 points. They beat Northern Illinois 42-3. They beat Miami of Ohio 24-3, and they beat Ball State 38-9. And Tucker Gleason is playing much better, and I'd say right now, Tucker Gleason is playing. Can I say he's playing the best quarterback in the conference? I think it's got to be Brock Lowry. I know Lowry's stats aren't great, but Lowry's been winning, and the damage he's been doing on the ground, I would say it has to be Brock Lowry, surprisingly, is the best quarterback in the conference. Probably. I mean, Drew DeShields is playing really well, but I don't think I can say Kent quarterback's the best quarterback. It's Navarro, too, but I mean, it's Brock Lowry. Brock Lowry's the best quarterback in the MAC right now, just because of the way his team's been playing. Gleason, though, is very good, obviously. Senior quarterback. He, at one point in time, backed up to Quan Finn. This is the final run for him. Obviously, Toledo is going bowling. Central Michigan is going bowling, too. The game is being played over in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. It's at CMU. However, Toledo's much better than Central Michigan. And really, if Toledo didn't slip on a banana peel early in the season by losing at Bowling Green, they'd be in this spot. Yeah, they lost the first game of the year that they played in MAC play at Western Michigan. That's fine. But, I mean, this is a team that played Kentucky really close. They blew out Western Kentucky. They, sure went to Pullman and got beat up, but if they didn't lose that game at Bowling Green, they'd be fine. Bowling Green, guys, has 1 win all year long in the conference. It's Toledo. And that's the game that's going to come back to bite them in the ass. They're so much better than Central Michigan. They move the ball a lot better than this team. Will they cover? No, but they're going to win. And unfortunately for them, they're not getting in the MAC championship game. Why? Because it's going to be Miami of Ohio. The Red Hawks are in. Somehow, some way, Miami of Ohio, I don't know how. I guess they got the tiebreakers. They got it. This does not feel like the second best team in the MAC. It really doesn't. And you're going to have people who think the two best teams in the Mid-American Conference aren't even in the game itself. You're going to think, there's going to be belief that Ohio and Toledo are the best two teams this year in the MAC Conference. They did not get to play each other in the regular season. Toledo beat Miami of Ohio, lost to West Michigan. Ohio lost to West Michigan. So I think there's really no debate about West Michigan being the best team. It's just, teams 2 and 3, Ohio and Toledo, probably Toledo 2, Ohio 3, are going to miss the game into the number 4 team in Miami of Ohio because they don't have tiebreakers. Ohio beat Miami of Ohio this year. Toledo beat Miami of Ohio this year. And yet Miami of Ohio has the tiebreaker because it's going to be a 4-way tie because Ohio, this is what can happen. If Ohio loses to Buffalo, then it goes to Toledo as well. That's what it is. But in a 4-way tie, because if Ohio wins, Central and the 3-way tie. I don't know how the 3-way tie goes to Miami of Ohio because they've lost to both these teams. But they're going to get in. That's crazy to me, man. I don't know how the hell that's a thing, but they are going to get in the MAC championship game after losing to Ohio and Toledo in back-to-back weeks. That's my thing. Like, how is this team going to get in? I don't know what tiebreaker we're looking at, but yeah, that's like they control their own path. There's a reason they have the second highest odds to win the MAC right now. They're plus 195 compared to Toledo's plus 350 and Ohio's minus 10,000. Winning, you are in, and it's absurd. I don't know how that's the case, but it is. They have the tiebreaker, even though they could be in a 3-way tie with these two teams. They lost to both of them, and yet they'd still be the team in. And it doesn't feel like this team is the second best team in the MAC. They looked really good last game against Buffalo in the second half. And Thomas Gutowski got to play. Did not make the start. It was still Henry Hessen. They said they were going to start Hessen. Final senior, one of his last games as a senior, obviously. DeQuan Finn leaves the team. Huge transfer they got from Toledo, went to Baylor, then obviously on to Miami of Ohio. DeQuan Finn leaves the team to go prepare for the NFL draft. Again, I said it last week. I'll say it again. I don't know what NFL team is going to be dying to get their hands all over DeQuan Finn and make him a quarterback next year in their system. With all due respect, I don't think DeQuan Finn has played well enough to warrant that. To me, though, is there a chance? There's a very good chance that this was just, a soft benching. They wanted the freshman in Gutowski, who they believe is the future of their program, and he looked like every little bit of their future in that last game against Buffalo. Gutowski makes some big throws in that football game, and Miami of Ohio looks good. They had some big runs in that game, not from Gutowski, but by their starting running back in Jordan Brunson. Really good win for the Red Hawks, man. Buffalo looked like crap, sure, but a good win for Miami of Ohio getting it done. I think they're going to win this game easily against a Ball State team that doesn't throw the football. I'm not joking when I say that. Ball State does not throw the ball. It's a team that's led by Khalil Kelly, obviously, at quarterback. They're not a throw-first team. They're like a throw-zero team. They run the ball all day long with Khalil Kelly. They've been using Jalen Bonds quite a bit recently. Kua Ashley's been the lead back for most of the season. They're just a run-first team. Miami of Ohio, I saw, a running attack out of Buffalo that they really stuffed last week. Yeah, Miami of Ohio is fine here. They do, and the reason, is this why they're getting against strength of schedule? Because they beat WMU. They're Western Michigan's only loss in the MAC. That has to be it, right? Interesting. Yeah, Miami of Ohio is going to get the rematch against Western Michigan. Probably not the most intriguing matchup, I'll be honest with you, but I think with Gutowski in the fold, yeah, it makes it a little, a little more intriguing. I will say that. I think Gutowski's pretty good. What I've seen out of him so far, he's only played in that game against Buffalo, and he did look really impressive in that victory. But this game, exactly, yes. Miami of Ohio is going to dominate Ball State. Ball State has nothing to offer offensively. Defensively, they're not that great either. This is an easy victory, in my opinion, for the Miami of Ohio Redhawks, as they will be on a flight to Detroit, Michigan, or probably on a bus to Detroit, Michigan, to play the West Michigan Broncos in the MAC championship game next week. Next up, we move on to a Big 12 matchup at the 10 o'clock hour. We finally finished the 9 o'clock hour. Guys, there's still a lot of college football left. We're not even halfway done with the video just yet. Oh, my goodness. It's okay. Brigham Young at home against Central Florida to take on the UCF Knights. Gimme BYU. Now, I've been saying it. I think they're going to get screwed out of the playoffs. Why? Michigan. I've been waiting to say that, but that's what it is. BYU can be 11-1 in the regular season. lose to Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, be their only 2 losses, and that's going to send them out the playoffs. Instead, it's going to put in Michigan. That's what I believe. Because how can you kind of hold Michigan out? But then I think it's going to be between them and BYU who gets that last at large. I think the committee is going to give it to a 2-loss Michigan over a 2-loss Brigham Young because the strength of schedule is better for Michigan and they beat Ohio State. Now, if they don't beat Ohio State, obviously it looks like Brigham Young will get in, even despite a loss in the Big 12 title game. But they could give it to Vanderbilt. We'll get to that later. Anyways, BYU is going to dominate UCF. They need to win this game to, again, punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game to get their rematch against Texas Tech. Unfortunately for them, again, that game's in Texas. It sucks, but you're going to have to go to Tech. Not to Tech, but you have to go to Texas and play this team. It's just a rough spot. It's like how Georgia, when they're in the SEC title game, which they usually are, they essentially get a home game in the SEC title game because, the game's in Atlanta. Oh, who's that running down the tracks, right? I mean, it is what it is. Mean Machine, the red and black. Brigham Young's going to have to go to Texas and play this team. But this week they'll beat UCF. I don't know what the hell UCF's doing. They barely got by Oklahoma State last week. They've been a disappointment all year long. Taven Jackson's still starting at quarterback. Credit to him, former Indiana Hoosier. This will be Taven Jackson's, I think, last game as a UCF Knight. I don't think they're going to want to bring him back for his senior year. I think he'll be looking for a job next year. And if I'm Taven Jackson, if I'm advising Taven Jackson, I'm telling you right now, go to the American Athletic Conference. Look at all these quarterbacks from the Big Ten who are seeing success and from Power 4 schools who go to the American Conference and dominate. Look at a Caden Hauser. Look at a Jake Retzlaff. Look at a Brandon Lewis who actually played in the Mountain West. These guys come to the American and they play well. Taven Jackson, go to Memphis. I don't know if Memphis is interested. I don't know if they're interested. If I'm Taven Jackson, that is school number 1 I want to go to next year, the Memphis Tigers. Brandon Lewis is a senior. He was a mediocre quarterback in Nevada. He dominated at Memphis this season. If I'm Taven Jackson, that's 100% where I want to go. Tulane, potentially. I think that's Aiden Childs' job next season, though. I'm telling you, the American Conference is going to continue to get these Power 4 washouts, and that's fine. It's going to be a very good conference of starting quarterbacks. The American's going to be good for a very long time. Anyways, Brigham Young's going to dominate UCF. UCF has no offensive identity. Miles Montgomery obviously leads the ground game. I don't like this UCF team. I've watched them, many times this season. They don't impress you. Offense is not great. Defense is okay, but I take on Brigham Young. Oh, by the way, in their environment, you're taking a team from sunny Orlando, Florida, to the cold of Provo, Utah. Oh, I'm sure that's going to go well. I'm so sure that's going to go well for UCF. Playing this game in that environment? Oh, hell no. I mean, we can check. Is it going to snow this Saturday? If it snows, it's 34. As I speak right now, it's 34 degrees. Oh, yes. There's one day this week where it's going to snow. It is Saturday. Snow showers, games at what? 1 noon Mountain Time? Snow showers at noon. It's going to be 31 degrees. Yeah, good luck with that. A team from Florida's got to play in the snow? Oh, yikes. Oh, my goodness. Have fun with that. Bear Bachmeier and the Brigham Young Cougars will win, and all their attention goes to Tech. Do I think they can beat Tech? Possibly. But I think they would need to beat them in their environment in Provo. Can they beat them in a dome in Dallas? We'll get to that next week. I just don't think so. It's going to be such a tough game for Brigham Young, and I'm cheering for Brigham Young. By the way, how about LJ Martin last week? 222 yards against the Bearcats? My goodness. Brigham Young's good. Their run game's great. Can they get by Tech is the question. We shall find out next week. Give me them to blow out UCF. 18F is not enough. They're going to blow out UCF at home. Give me Brigham Young. Next up, we go back to the G5. Ooh, yeah. We've got a lot of G5 ball. Oh, my goodness. We've got like 6 G5 games in a row. Oh, great. Delaware takes on UTEP. Give me Delaware here, -5.5. Delaware is such a confusing squad. They can become bowl eligible. I don't know, though. I don't know, because the transition period, are they going to allow Delaware to play? So, okay, it's only the first year where you can't make a bowl game. So, Delaware is not eligible to be a bowl. They can't make a bowl game this year, even though, Delaware. Oh, okay, so Delaware and Missouri State, though, they're in that James Madison tier, though. If there's not enough bowl eligible teams, Delaware and Missouri State could just sneak into a game because they need extra teams. I don't think there's going to be extra spots. from what I believe. I don't think there's going to be extra spots. So I think Delaware's probably not going to get a bowl game. They're not going to, sneak their way into a bowl game that, there's either going to be them or a 5-win squad in. So Delaware, though, playing for a 500 season. They lost last week and got blown out against Wake Forest. I mean, that was expected. They were competitive early, don't get me wrong, right? Kind of competitive. They cut the lead to 15-7 at one point. Big touchdown pass from Nick Minchiucci. Eventually, though, the team loses 52-14 over in Wake Forest. And Wake Forest quietly has put together an 8-win season, maybe a 9-win season after this week. Shout out to the Demon Deacons, man. Honestly, they are not getting talked about for what they're doing this season. A really great year for Robbie Ashford and those guys over there. Anyways, though, Delaware is going to be hosting UTEP. I think they beat UTEP. What a disgusting effort last week out of the UTEP Miners. Absolutely horrible, man. That was... I don't know what to say. That was so horrible. They lost that game last week to New Mexico State. You lost a football game to New Mexico. Logan Fife's been benched. It's Adam DeMonte who started, sophomore quarterback out of Gilbert, Arizona. Second-year man who played at Northern Arizona last year, started as a freshman, wasn't very good at Northern Arizona. Threw 6 touchdowns and 9 picks last year at NAU, or 2 years ago at NAU. Gets his first start since being at the FCS level with the Lumberjacks, and he beats UTEP. What? UTEP's so bad, man. I don't know what the future holds for Malachi Nelson. He does not play anymore, obviously, at Skylar Locklear's team. They got a big rushing game out of Ashton Emery, who ran for 181 yards for the Miners that game. Again, he's a freshman, played very well in their last game against New Mexico State. But you lost at home in the Sun Belt, in the Sun Bowl, to New Mexico State. It was 3-7 New Mexico versus 1-9 UTEP. And you were favorites to win the football game, and you found a way to lose. Unbelievable stuff. Competitive game, don't get me wrong. Very competitive game, right? New Mexico State wins it. TK King, who I talked about a couple weeks ago, did I not say how good TK King was? TK King had the game-winning catch with 20 seconds to go. That dude, they need to feature him so much more. TK King's a very good player. He's going to find himself on a Power 4 roster next year. But UTEP is just an absolute disappointment. They're a joke. They're a laughing stock. That's what they are. I think Delaware dominates the football game. I know Delaware is a very up-and-down team, and I know they lost a couple weeks ago to Sam Houston. Don't look now. Sam Houston's playing decent football. I know, again, they did not win last week, and we'll get to them in a little bit. I think they're actually up next, are they? They are up next. So hold on to that Sam Houston thought. But I think Delaware dominates the football game. I really believe so. They are much better, in my opinion, than the UTEP Miners, and Nick Minchiucci and those guys should see quite a bit of success. So I'm going to go with the Delaware Blue Hens to win the football game and cover the 5.5 points. I don't have much to say about this. I just don't. Delaware's got an explosive offense. It's fun to watch sometimes. Anyways, Sam Houston, FIU. I'm going to take Sam Houston to cover 10.5. I told you last week there's a chance they could win this football game. I'm not going to go as far as saying that now after what the hell happened last week for Florida International. And, honestly, I don't know what the hell goes on in the CUSA sometimes. So you're telling me, and we're going to get to them in a couple minutes, you tell me Jacksonville State runs through everybody, they go and beat Kennesaw, and they walk into Pitbull Stadium, and sure, they could not hold on to the football. Cam Cook, Heisman Cam Cook fumbles twice when it matters in plus territory and loses Jack State the football game. Are we serious? Are we serious about Jacksonville State? Oh my goodness. So Jacksonville State went to FIU and lost. FIU is bowl eligible. This weird team is going to find a way in a bowl game. Now, they are so much better with Joe Pisinski at quarterback. The broadcast team was telling me, it was trying to say that Keon Jenkins is still the starting quarterback. It's just, they're giving Penske a shot right now. No, it's Penske's team. He is levels better than Jenkins. Obviously, Penske's not, young by any stretch of the imagination. He's been around college football for a while. He's a senior. Jenkins is a junior. They got to end the year with Penske, though, who, again, was a quarterback at Holy Cross for 4 years. He's the way better talent, and it's not even close. Jenkins, you can't rely on that guy's arm. I'm sorry. Not a very good arm talent. So FIU last week beats Caden Creel and Cam Cook and Jack State. And again, as a game Jack State, they had. They had it in the bag, and they completely choked it. Back-to-back fumbles for Cam Cook in plus territory. Unbelievable stuff. Just a disgusting-ass loss, man. I think FIU wins this week against Sam Houston, but the Bearcats are showing signs of life. They were good early against Middle Tennessee. They were really good early. They were up 10-0 against Middle Tennessee, and I was thinking, okay, my spread bet's fine at plus 6.5. No. Middle Tennessee came storming back and won the game 31-17. They were up 31-10 at one point in that football game. So way to go, Bearcats, right? Way to go, guys. I still think they're capable. A team that's played much better football in the second half of the season. You see how they played against Oregon State. They went to Corvallis and won. Sure, they had like 0 offensive yards and they won the football game, but way to go, Beavs. They beat Delaware at home. There's that. The offense is looking slightly better. They moved on from Hunter Watson. Instead, they went to Landon Locke, and Locke's playing pretty well. Locke's playing, I don't know if he's playing better than Hunter Watson is, but they just needed a change of pace. They needed a new quarterback under the helm, and that was Landon Locke. Right place, right time, I guess. Sam Houston's at home. There's going to be no crowd. FIU's used to no crowd. And guys, FIU, maybe they thought they were going to be they were going to win the Jack State game, but that was their, senior night. Huge game for them. They know they're going bowling now. They're going to the Boca Raton Bowl probably. They're going to the Myrtle Beach Bowl. Good on them. They put everything they had into winning that football game. What are they going to, this game doesn't mean anything to them. Sure, they're going to try to win. 7 wins is better than 6 wins. And you can guarantee a winning season. And I think they do win. But Sam Houston should be able to cover and take advantage of the fact that, FIU is coming off the highs of winning that game. These guys this team plays in Miami. You don't think the entire team and coaching staff are partying up in Miami after that game? We're popping the bottles. We're going crazy. It's not a bottle popping motion. You know what I mean. Whatever. This team was partying last week. I have no way to confirm that, obviously. I'm making that up. But I think Sam Houston can cover 10.5 points. You're at home. FIU's accomplished their season goal, and that was going bowling. I think Sam Houston can cover the spot. Next up, we move on to another matchup in the G5, but now we're doing a random stop here between Georgia Southern and Marshall, obviously in the Sun Belt. There is a lot to talk about the Sun Belt. Well, the top of the Sun Belt. And that's between the Sun Belt West Championship game this weekend that we've been hyping up for quite a bit. Not because of the reasons that we got to. I was thinking we were going to get the Sun Belt West Championship game between two juggernauts of really great. I thought we were going to get 6-1 Southern Miss versus 5-2 Troy. Instead, we did not end up with that. But we'll get to that in a second. I thought we were going to get 7-0 Southern Miss versus 6-1 Troy. Instead, we're getting 5-2 Southern Miss versus 5-2 Troy. That's later in the video. That's actually a very big matchup, obviously, in the Sun Belt Conference. It's at 12:30. If you were wondering, we are currently on the 10:30 game. Here's a Sun Belt matchup, though, between two teams trying to become bowl eligible. So this game means a lot for both squads. Marshall's at home. They're taking on Georgia Southern. I will say this now. The better team is the Marshall Thundering Herd. Marshall came out on the wrong end of that result last week against Appalachian State. If you've been watching, I'm very high on starting quarterback for the Thundering Herd, Carlos Del Rio Wilson. Again, they had their entire team basically scrapped because they all went to Southern Miss. Braylon Braxton and the guys followed their coach, and I have some stuff to say about Southern Miss and their performance last week. But Marshall has really rebuilt this thing. Again, it's like New Mexico-esque, obviously not to the same degree, because Marshall won the CUSA championship game last season, and they are struggling to become bowl eligible this year. But Carlos Del Rio Wilson has done everything in his power to get this team back. They're running the ball all right, and yes, they fell short last week against Appalachian State, who made the move back to a starting quarterback who is way better than AJ Swan. That's JJ Cole, obviously. JJ Cole is the best quarterback on that roster, and they've gone back to him, and oh shocker, they're winning now. But anyways. Marshall and Georgia Southern, this determines who makes a bowl game. Georgia Southern is a 5-6 team. J.C. French at the helm playing quarterback. They won back-to-back against App State on the road and Coastal. I'll give them that. They can score points. Marshall can score points too. And I just want to say, I think last week was just a bad week for these guys. They had been putting up points every single week, and they just fell flat against Appalachian. And sure, they've lost 3 of 4, but they're at home here. And when I compare rosters and watch these two teams play, again, this goes beyond just watching the games itself. This is, it's beyond just looking at the rosters, like doing the eye test and whatnot. I believe Marshall is the better team. I like J.C. French. I think Carlos Del Rio Wilson is actually better. I know I've been hyping up, CDRW quite a bit. I don't know if he has that nickname or not, but I've been hyping him up quite a bit. Obviously, former Syracuse quarterback who would be starting at Syracuse right now if he was still there. But I think Marshall wins this football game. You're at home against Georgia Southern. Two teams, again, trying to get into a bowl game. It's going to mean a lot, obviously, but Marshall is a favorite in the spot. The Thundering Herd are -6.5. The Georgia Southern Eagles, running-wise, they've gone again all year long to their lead back in O.J. Arnold. Did not have a big game last week against ODU. Ran the ball 3 times for 1 yard. They just could not run the ball at all in that game. Well, they didn't really try to because, again, last week against Old Dominion, Georgia Southern lost 45-10. They went down that big early. Obviously, then, okay, we're just throwing the ball game long. But they put in less than 200 yards of offense in that game. J.C. French had 140 yards passing in a game where they had to get throw heavy because they fell behind so early. If Marshall can just put it on this team early, they can start to bury the Eagles, in my opinion. You just start scoring early in this game and force the team to play from behind. It's not really what Georgia Southern's meant for. They are a front-running team. We saw it like that game against Fresno. Fresno took a lead against them, early in the second half, and Georgia Southern crumbles. If you can put points on this team early, they are going to fall apart. I think that's exactly what Marshall can do. They're at home in Huntington, West Virginia, and I believe exactly, again, Marshall's going to win the football game, and they will go bowling. Give me the Marshall Thundering Herd to, go to the Boca Raton Bowl or the Myrtle Beach Bowl. Give me the Thundering Herd at home to beat Georgia Southern, getting their 6th win. On to our next game, huge matchup in the CUSA, and the CUSA makes no sense. Jacksonville State has already clinched a spot in the CUSA championship game. They have clinched. Is Kennesaw still alive is the question, though. Kennesaw is alive. Oh, no, Jackson is not clinched. Oh, yeah, because they lost last week. Oh, yeah, no, oh, my goodness. Because I forgot they lost to FIU. So we were going into last week saying, okay, you beat FIU, you're in the championship game. And we were like, oh, it's a given they're going to get in. And the game they're going to play against Western Kentucky may no longer matter. Now it does. So let's just break this down. There's 3 teams in the CUSA who are all 6-1. Kennesaw State will be playing, or has already played, we'll be playing Liberty, Later in the video, we'll talk about them. But Kennesaw, Jacks, and Western Kentucky are all 6-1. Okay. Jacks and Western Kentucky play this week. The winner of that game is in the CUSA championship game. The loser is out unless Kennesaw goes to Liberty and loses, which I just don't find that likely. So Kennesaw is probably in the CUSA championship game. They're going to find a way to do it. However, if I'm not mistaken, they're going on the road regardless. I believe they're going to go on the road regardless. Like, they will be the road team in the CUSA championship game no matter what happens. But still, they are in with a win. If they lose, it is automatically WKU and Jacksonville State. But obviously, these games are being played, I believe, they're kind of the same time. And then between this WKU and Jack State game, then, if Kennesaw wins, you have to win to get in the game. And that's the spot Jack State put themselves into. They basically just revived the Kennesaw State season. Because Kennesaw was thinking, okay, we're going to be on the outside looking in. It's going to be Jack State and Western Kentucky, regardless of what happens this week. Unless Jack State won, Kennesaw would have been out. But you would expect, Jack State probably not play their guys. They got to play them next week anyway. It was the same thing that happened last year, kind of a different scenario because Jack State was much better with Tyler Huff. Instead, WKU now is playing Jack State this week. We'll get to Kennesaw later. They'll probably beat Liberty. We'll talk about that, obviously. But this is a massive matchup. Guys, last week, WKU went to Death Valley. We told you they're going to cover. I told you there's a chance that they were going to win and make the playoffs. They didn't win, but they went to Louisiana State and only lost by 3 points. Yes, there was a scoop and score touchdown at the very end of the game that was really odd. As soon as they started talking about Brian Kelly, of course it happened. It was hilarious. But Western Kentucky still would have lost by 10. They ended up losing by 3, actually, because of that late score against the LSU Tigers. So great on them, man. Absolutely awesome for the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. Now they go into a matchup here at Jack State. I know they didn't win last week, but that is a huge momentum booster. Absolutely huge momentum booster for the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. They now take on Jack State, a team that has shown they're so one-dimensional, man. We know what they are, and I was shocked they beat Kennesaw. But now here they go. I was like, okay, they beat Kennesaw. I thought you had to beat FIU. That team's horrible. And they didn't. Again, we talked about them earlier. You know what they are. It's Caden Creel, Cam Cook. It's run, and run some more. WKU's seen that. They're not big favorites, but they're favorites in this game. They're big favorites to win this USA right now at plus 105. But they're minus 130 to win this exact game, and I believe they're going to do exactly that. Minus 130 on the road. I get it. Last season, they went to Jack State and did not see success. If you remember that equation at the end of the year last year, WKU needed to win the last game of the season. Jack State needed to win the last game of the season. No, sorry, it's WKU, excuse me. WKU needed to win the last game of the season at home against Jack State to make this USA championship game. Jack State was already in. WKU did win, but Tyler Huff, starting quarterback at Jack State, did not play. They played again in the USA championship game at Jack State with Caden Veltkamp at quarterback, obviously, for the Hilltoppers, and they got blown out. Now they get to right those wrongs at Jack State to get in and potentially eliminate the Gamecocks. I'm telling you, that loss last week for Jack State was that bad, it's going to completely ruin their momentum. They are done. I am taking Western Kentucky to go to Jacksonville, Alabama, and win the game outright and go to this USA title game, minus 130 for the Toppers on the road. They will topple Jack State. Give me WKU. Next up. We go on to another game in the CUSA. Of course, this is La Tech taking on Missouri State. What a win for La Tech, man. What a victory. Down 21 points in that game last week to Liberty. You're trying to become bowl eligible. You're down 21 in your own home field, and you come back and you score 28 unanswered points to win the football game. Now, we will get to Liberty in a little bit. Ethan Vasco, man. I mean, had guys wide open, and he just puts the ball in a line, throws it back shoulder. He's got it. I mean, I watched Ethan Vasco just float balls the entire game. I mean, those are just up in the air for forever. La Tech good on their DBs and secondary, man. They attacked the football, obviously. Highest point of contact. They picked off Vasco 3 times in that game. But again, La Tech scores 28 unanswered. They go into overtime. They pick off Vasco again in overtime, and first play, La Tech wins it. Now, Louisiana Tech's kind of like Ball State, just better. They run the ball all the time. They really have no passing ability. Kind of. Trey Kuchik, or sorry, as the commentators, I thought it was Kuchich. Maybe it's Q Coach. Or as the commentators for the last game was saying, Q Cock. I don't think K-U-K says Q Cock. But that's what the commentators were saying. Trey Q Cock. I'm pretty sure it's Kuchich or Q Coach. But I think it's Kuchich. They were saying Q Cock though, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyways, he's a starting quarterback. He can kind of throw, but they're a run first team. Again, it's a lot of Q-Kitch in the run game, Q Cock, and they run a wildcat where Andrew Burnett, who's just a running back, senior running back, just lines up at quarterback, and they just do a whole wildcat thing. They send a guy in motion, and he usually keeps. Burnett ends up winning the game he ends up having the game-winning touchdown, and wildcat obviously at the end of the game. It works. And they haven't gone at, they really started the wildcat thing last week against Liberty, which is great. Obviously, teams are now going to see it, and Missouri State this week has seen it, and they're going to be preparing for it, obviously. I think La Tech wins this game. They're dogs this week. I like it. Missouri State last week went to Kennesaw. They went to Kennesaw and lost. And we know what they can do offensively, right? Jacob Clark, they are kind of an opposite of La Tech. They do not run the ball that much. They just let Jacob Clark, their 6'5" senior quarterback, go out there and throw the football. Jacob Clark, by the way, has been in college since 2019. What? Played at Minnesota in 2019. We dead ass. Anyways, though, they're an exact opposite, honestly, of what La Tech does, so it's a clash of styles. But if La Tech can get Missouri State to kind of play this game of, okay, we're gonna run a clock out, so now you have to score on every drive. Because once we get the ball, we're going to get 4 yards of carry. We're going to run the ball with their quarterback in Q-Cock. We're going to run our wildcat. We're going to hand it off to our just primary backs as well, and we're going to run this clock out on our defense. We've got ball hawks. We're prepared for it. Obviously, Jacob Clark is much better than Ethan Vasco, and Jacob Clark is not going to hang balls up all game long. Definitely. I mean, he does throw some picks, but he's much better than Vasco is. But I mean, that La Tech secondary came up in a big way last week, and they forced Liberty to throw the ball too, because they were getting nothing in the run game. And that's what I've always said about La Tech all year long. The defense is great. Defensively, it's an amazing team. It's the offense that has really struggled, but I think they found an identity now. Okay, well, we're gonna run wildcat. We're gonna run our quarterback the entire game. I like it, man. I think La Tech's found something. They are going bowling. They're probably gonna end up in the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl or the Salute to Veterans Bowl, but good on them. I think they're going to win this game and go to 7-5 with a big victory over Missouri State, who has won 7 games this year, but unfortunately they are ineligible for a bowl game because it's their first year in Division I football. It is the dumbest rule ever, but anyways, give me La Tech to win the football game. We can take the points to it plus 3.5, but give me La Tech to win in Springfield, Missouri against Missouri State. On now to our next game, and it is a banger in the the Sun Belt Conference. Old Dominion takes on Georgia State. Thankfully, we do not have to talk about Georgia State for the rest of the year after this. I'm so uninterested in Georgia State football, I will tell you that. What a mess of a season it has been. What an absolute mess of a year it has been. You didn't think it could get any crazier for this team? Yeah, Christian Velix has won the starting job back. What? Velix opened the year as a starting quarterback. He was the starting quarterback last year. For Georgia State, they also, who else do they have? Oh my goodness. It was Zach Gibson they had as well, who's now at FAU back in a Velt camp. But Velix was the guy last year. Senior quarterback now out of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. But he was the guy last year. He's supposed to be the guy this season. Plays one game, gets benched after week 1 if they lose to Ole Miss. So he said, all right, TJ Finley, you may have stole a truck when you were at Tulane, but we don't care. Come on in. Starting quarterback after like 2 weeks. They start TJ Finley. Finley wins one game, their only game of the year, against Murray State. He is not a very great quarterback, so they go to the freshman in Cameron Brown, who I think is going to be good. Junior Cameron Brown. I thought he was younger. My goodness, he's a junior. I thought he was a sophomore. I thought he was a freshman. I thought he was a sophomore. Oh my goodness, I thought he was an underclassman. He's a junior. Oh, this team's screwed. I guess he'll be back next year. But anyways, Cameron Brown plays way better than the other two. He's a starting quarterback. They officially named him the starter, and then boom, he gets injured playing Coastal Carolina. So, oh great. Welcome back, TJ Finley. They start TJ Finley against Coastal and Marshall. Their coach just said every week it's an open competition and practice between him and Velix. Velix wins it out before the Troy game. Velix does throw over 300 yards against Troy. They lose 31-19 on the road. I assume it's another open competition this week. I think Velix will win. He was the starter going into last week. I think they're just going to ride it out with him yet again. There's a chance they play both guys maybe. TJ Finley did get the senior night start though. Whatever. That was two starts ago against Marshall where they lost. It doesn't matter. They're horrible. And whoever plays quarterback this week's going out there to get slaughtered. Step on up, Christian Velix, former Penn State and Pitt quarterback. Have fun playing Old Dominion. An Old Dominion team, by the way, guys, who has not allowed more than 10 points in a month. Yeah, 3 games ago against UL Monroe, we get it. Aiden Armetta and the Warhawks are not good at all, but a 31-6 victory over Louisiana Monroe. A 33-0 victory over the Troy Trojans. Yeah, the same Troy Trojans who are playing for a spot in the Sun Belt Championship game this week. And I get their quarterback, Tucker Kilcrease, got hurt in that game, but yikes. And then they went out last week and completely dominated as well. I don't know how Georgia State is even competitive. They beat Georgia Southern 45-10. Yeah, this is bad, guys. This is bad. ODU at one point this year was talked about for a playoff spot. Colton Joseph is 101 yards away from a 1,000 rushing yard season. Dual threat guy who obviously had some big moments in Bloomington in week number 1. He ran for 189 yards last week at Georgia Southern. They're now at home against Georgia State. It's their senior night. Colton Joseph has put together a great career so far at Old Dominion, and he's only a sophomore. Some team's going to call for him next season. I don't know if he's going to be back at ODU, but he's been playing phenomenally this year, and it all started again with week 1 in Bloomington. They are going to beat the living crap out of Georgia State. Who's even the Georgia State quarterback? I think it's Velix. Holy crap, they have nothing going on for them except for Ted Hurst, who's been a really good receiver for them all year long. He's got 928 yards this year. But yeah, this is a mess, guys. This is an absolute mess of a team. I'm going with ODU. The Old Dominion minus 27.5 points, 26.5 points. It's a lot, but they're at home, and Georgia State's shown me nothing of being a competitive/competent team all season long. Next up, we stick in the Sun Belt. Did I skip a game? No, I did not. Okay. No, I forgot. There's an 11:30 game. App State takes on Arkansas State. I'm taking Appalachian State to win and to become bowl eligible. So like the Marshall game earlier against Georgia Southern, by way of App State beating Marshall last week, they've created now a win and you are in bowl scenario game. And it's between, again, the Appalachian State Mountaineers and the Arkansas State Red Wolves. I actually believe Arkansas State's a little bit better than Appalachian State, but I do believe the difference maker in this game is the game being in Boone, North Carolina, and being at App State. Both teams have lost quite a bit recently. Appalachian State finally got back in the win column after dropping 4 straight games to Coastal, ODU, Georgia Southern, and James Madison. They again won that nail-biter against Carlos Del Rio Wilson and the Marshall Thundering Herd. They're a 2-5 team in the conference, and yet they find themselves 1 game away from bowl eligibility if they can just beat Jalen Rayner and the Arkansas State Red Wolves. Jalen Rayner's trying, man. Jalen Rayner is giving it his damn all in his junior year. I think he's going to transfer out because he's better than this team. Corey Rucker's going out with the bang right now. Their senior receiver's been massive this season. Rucker's had a very long college career that started at Arkansas State, then went to South Carolina, ended up back and finishing at Arkansas State. But I like Appalachian State because they're at home here. And Appalachian State has way more momentum than Arkansas State does. Arkansas State put everything into the last couple of games, man. That Louisiana game, that first half is a crazy shootout between the Raging Cajuns and the Red Wolves. Games in Jonesboro, Arkansas, by the way. Ark State is favored to win the game, and it's back and forth in the first half. They go into halftime. Ark State does up 27-24. What happens? 10 unanswered to start the second half for the Raging Cajuns. Too little, too late for Arkansas State to close the game. The Louisiana Raging Cajuns win the game 34-30, and it's also created for the Raging Cajuns to have an opportunity this week to become bowl eligible with the victory. Shout out to Lunch Winfield and those guys. They're probably going to get it. They take on UL Monroe. We're going to talk about them in a little bit. Anyways, though, this spot between Arkansas State and Appalachian State, I think is really difficult for Arkansas. You just got into that shootout last week. You almost got the victory, and Raynor's been playing really good football. But you fell short. And now you got to go on the road against an Appalachian State team that has found confidence again. Why? They went back to their better quarterback. They started a year with A.J. Swan, bench him for J.J. Cole. J.J. Cole loses a couple games. Go back to A.J. Swan. No! They put back in J.J. Cole. He wins last week. Huge victory for the Appalachian State Mountaineers. I believe that they're going to win this football game. Again, it wasn't really all J.J. Cole. It was a big rushing game out of Jakari Lewis. Lewis had 175 yards in that game on 33 carries and 2 touchdowns. Massive game for the freshman running back. If the App State running game gets going, I think it's real danger for Arkansas State. Again, my biggest thing here is Arkansas State has had great offensive games back-to-back, and they've just fallen short. They back-to-back home games, too. I mean, they had a game against Southern Miss, and I get it. Southern Miss at their best is really good. We'll get to them in a little bit. I'm very frustrated with the Golden Eagles. But you score, your offense puts on 450 total yards in that game, and you still lose. Next game, you put up 500 total yards, and you still lose. And both of those games were at home. And now you got to get the motivation to go on the road and try to win one when you felt like you should have became bowl eligible with both of those games. I think it's difficult for this team, man. I'm going with the home team here. Give me the Appalachian State Mountaineers to win the game, -125. There's momentum with this team off of last week and J.J. Cole's reemergence as winning as the starting quarterback. Appalachian State will get it done. Give me the Mountaineers -125 at home to beat the Arkansas State Red Wolves. Let's move on to another Group of 5 game actually, hold on. This is actually a Power 4 game. It feels like a Group of 5 game, though. Syracuse from the JMA Wireless Dome takes on Boston College. Oh, wow. Cheapest ticket, $3 for this game. It should be free. You know how many people can fit in that damn stadium? BC has not won a game since week 1, since they beat the Fordham Rams. Syracuse has not won a game since week 4, since starting quarterback Steve Angeli was still playing and they beat Clemson. So it's 7 straight losses versus 10 straight losses. Something's gotta give. But who's actually been playing way better and it's coming off a bye week? It's BC. Gotta go Boston College. They almost beat Georgia Tech at home randomly on their senior night. I don't think they're losing to Syracuse, guys. Syracuse, and sure, Notre Dame makes a lot of teams look bad. Syracuse has no quarterback. They're trying both. Well, they tried Ricky Collins. It did not work. They went back to Joseph Filardi last week. Did not work. Notre Dame was up 21-0 before their offense even touched the football last game. Whew. It's just as bad as it can get, man. Filardi, 14 for 26 passing for 3 interceptions. He was overwhelmed by the moment, and it's understandable he was overwhelmed by the moment in South Bend, in the cold. Yikes, man. Freshman quarterback. Oh, my goodness. Someone in my TikTok comment section once told me they played lacrosse with Filardi. I don't remember the comment if they liked him or not, but this is a lacrosse player who's now starting at a Big Ten school as a true freshman at 18 years of age. It's a really difficult spot, man, and Syracuse was trending back in the right direction after a good last year with Kyle McCord at quarterback. They were trending in the right direction again with Steve Angeli. Notre Dame transfer. Angeli will get his year back. He's going to be a junior again next year, and if he's back at Syracuse, Syracuse will be fine. You can't win if you don't have a quarterback. And there's a reason Angeli easily beat out Ricky Collins in the offseason for the job. Now look at what Syracuse is at. For Boston College, they have not won a game since week number 1. They've just been outmatched by the Big 12. ACC. Oh my goodness, I'm losing my mind. They've been outmatched by the ACC this season. However, their games have been a lot more competitive and a lot more inspiring than Syracuse has had. Lost a 2-point game in East Lansing to Michigan State. 10-point game at Stanford. 4-point game against Cal. Lost a 15-point game to Notre Dame, a 14-point game to Louisville, a 2-point game at home to Georgia Tech that you should have had. They've alternated. It was started with Dylan Lonergan at quarterback, and they went kind of to Grayson James again, who started last year after Thomas Castellanos left the team. They're back on Lonergan again. Obviously, Turbo Richard is their main playmaker. He's their main running back. He's a sophomore. I assume he's going to leave. There's going to be better ventures for him elsewhere, I believe. But regardless, Boston College looking to somewhat salvage the year and win one game. The thing is, they are not even close to them. And guys, not all 1-10 teams are built the same. Okay, Boston College is not very good, but they are levels better than a 1-10 team we talked about earlier, obviously in the form of the Oklahoma State Cowboys. So again, just like put that in perspective, like the differences between these god-awful football teams. BC will win though. They will go to Syracuse and win, guys. The Orange have no sense of how to play offense right now. Defense is not really cutting it either. I knew they were doomed when they let Belichick walk into their place on Halloween and dominate them. And I knew it was a problem when they couldn't complete a pass in that game. They still can't complete a pass. They're a run-heavy team in a pass-first offense. Fran Brown's trying, doesn't have the personnel, but yeah, Syracuse. They've always done is, with Fran Brown at least, the run game gets set up because they throw the ball 50 times, and you catch teams off guard because you're in the spread all game long. And okay, we've thrown the ball 8 straight times. Here comes inside zone trouble. That's how I'd run an offense. I think it's great. Throw the ball all the time, and then that's when you catch teams on the ground. Now you can start ripping off 8 yards of carry. You can't do that just right off the bat with this team, though. That's just not how the offense is wired. But unfortunately for them, they don't have a quarterback who can throw the ball. Maybe they have some hidden senior I don't know about who they're going to start this week. Do they have a senior on the roster who has not played all year long? They don't. It's all underclassmen except for Angeli. Wow, they don't even have like a veteran guy who came in from the FCS. Danger, man. I'm going to go Boston College to win and cover quite easily. I know BC's not played well, but they sense an opportunity where they can win, and they're going to absolutely take advantage of it. Give me Boston College. Next up, oh goodness, the CUSA. Middle Tennessee takes on New Mexico State. Absolutely zero bowl implications in this football game as New Mexico State goes on the road to take on Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee goes on the road to take on New Mexico State. New Mexico State finally made a quarterback change. Guys, give it up. It was about time. There's a chance Logan Fife plays this week. I don't think Logan Fife is hurt. I'll be honest with you. If you're keeping up with New Mexico State football like that, I'll give you credit. But I have not seen anything that Fife is injured. All I have seen is that Fife is he's been benched essentially. Senior quarterback who obviously started at Fresno State, went to Montana last year. He definitely should have stayed at Montana. He was a starter at Montana. Went to New Mexico State this season, and he has been horrible. They did not play him last week, and in a victory, they started Adam DeMonte, and they won with the sophomore quarterback in DeMonte, who again did not even have a good year at Northern Arizona last year, but he looked good 2 years ago at Northern Arizona. He looked good last game for New Mexico State against another pitiful team, don't get me wrong, in the UTEP Miners, but the Aggies. I'm losing my mind right now. The Aggies went on the road and did cover against UTEP and won, so good victory. They get Middle Tennessee, who looked bad early against Sam Houston, bounced back and won. We talked about them a couple weeks ago. Really rough spot, man. They've benched Nicholas Vallado, who did not even get to start his senior night against Sam Houston, a team that was very beatable. They benched him for a true freshman, redshirt freshman in Roman Gagliano. That sucks, man. I get it, he's your future, but man, Vallado's been your quarterback for 5 years. Vallado's been starting since 2021. And he gets sat down for a redshirt freshman in his final 2 games of his career. You knew you weren't going anywhere this year anyways. Damn, man. Vallado has not played well this year, but honestly, I can't say all of the losses have been on him. Damn. I think, he was injured 2 weeks ago, but I believe he's back now. He's just the backup, right? Because he was supposed to be back last week, and he did not play. And I'm pretty sure that's how that's worked. Because he was listed as questionable for the WKU game, didn't end up playing, and then I'm pretty sure he was back for the Sam Houston game, and he didn't play. Maybe he's still hurt. I don't know, but I think they've won now. They're going to go with Gagliano. I don't know. Maybe it's a soft benching. I don't know. In his final games. Maybe. I don't know. There's a chance Vallado tries to play this week. Anyways, I'm going to take New Mexico State. I don't know if I should buy into DeMonte. I don't think I should, because we've seen him at the FCS level and not really succeed at the FCS level. He threw 6 touchdowns to 9 interceptions at Northern Arizona. Did not have a good year there. And came, I believe, last year he transferred into New Mexico State, was a backup quarterback, sat the entire year, I believe, redshirted the year. And now here he is playing and starting at the end of the year. Logan Fife has been benched, another senior quarterback. I think they can win, but I wouldn't be confident in it, guys. I wouldn't. I don't know what Middle Tennessee State team we're gonna get. Will it be Roman? Will it be Vallado finally getting that last start? I don't know. They've been heavy with the run game all year long with Jakyle Middlebrook, who has had nowhere to run the ball all year long. Finally had his first 100-yard game last week against Sam Houston. Games in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I think the Aggies win. Am I confident in the Aggies winning? Absolutely not. We shall see, man. I'm going to go Middle Tennessee on the road to get it done, -4.5 for the Blue Raiders. Next up, we move on to a matchup in the Fun Belt, Sun Belt, as we have the Louisiana Raging Cajuns taking on the UL Monroe Warhawks. I believe, I'm not mistaken, well, it's the last week of the year, it has to be. It's a rivalry game they don't play in the Cajun Domes basketball, at Cajun Field in Lafayette, Louisiana. The Louisiana Raging Cajuns are playing for more than just a rivalry game this week. They are playing to become bowl eligible. And I have to give all the credit in the world to Lunch Winfield, a third-string quarterback to start the season. He was third-string behind Walker Howard, who was the starting quarterback from Ole Miss, most known for dating Landry Kiffin. Had to leave, obviously. Maybe Walker Howard will just go to LSU next year. He'll join Weeks' alma mater, and he can get back in with the family because Lane's going to be there. Now, Walker Howard, who, by the way, started at LSU. Oh, my goodness. Wait, he was teammates with Weeks, was he not? Yeah, whatever. I mean, I guess, right? Damn. Who cares, I guess. I don't know. No, actually, no, Weeks. No, Weeks transferred in, didn't he? Regardless, he was not teammates with Weeks. Anyways, Walker Howard was the starter to start the season. Got injured, still not back. I think he's out for the year. He's a junior, probably going to get his junior year back. Daniel Beal took over. Beal was not very good as a true freshman, and now since they went, obviously, to Lunch Winfield. Winfield has changed this team. Sophomore quarterback who's been at UL Monroe this entire time. He's been good, man. Dual threat guy, Lunch Winfield. It's forced the Raging Cajuns to really just switch up the offense and changing the mindset. They let Lunch Winfield run quite a bit. And sure, he has just straight pass plays where he just takes off and scrambles because that's where he feels most comfortable at times. But this is a good quarterback who is still finding his own, obviously, with the Raging Cajuns. I would assume he's going to be the starter next season. I think Walker Howard's definitely going to have to find another place to play. I think he should go play UL Monroe. I'm serious. UL Monroe, I mean, Walker Howard's not great. He's good enough to play UL Monroe and start at UL Monroe because this team is awful. The UL Monroe Warhawks have not won a game since week 4 where they beat Arkansas State. So if you felt bad for Arkansas State, maybe they should have beaten the worst team in college football in the UL Monroe Warhawks. They would have been bowl eligible, regardless of their game this week. It has been 7 consecutive losses for UL Monroe. Aiden Armetta, or regardless whoever's played quarterback, it is Armetta most of the time. Armetta started every single game except for one. They've not had a quarterback, though, for over 200 yards passing all year long. And they've only had 2 games all year long where you've had a running back over 100 yards. You may ask, where does the offense come from? Hold on, they don't have one. Legitimately, maybe the most frustrating college football team to watch. Not like I'm a fan of UL Monroe, but I will turn on UL Monroe games just because I'm interested. Like, I'm not joking. I will have this, realization from a week-to-week basis. I'll be sitting there watching college football and be like, you know what? What's UL Monroe up to right now? And it's the same thing. Handoff, third down throw. It is such bad football, man. And, Armetta doesn't throw the ball over 5 yards. Sure, again, that's why his completion rate's pretty good, but Armetta does not ever throw the ball downfield. It's all short passing. It's hand the ball off to Zach Palmer-Smith. Hand it off to Braylon McReynolds. Handoff. It is such a rough watch, man. They're getting blown out this week. Yeah, it's a rivalry game, but the Raging Cajuns have way more to play for than just this game now, right? They got one last week against Arkansas State on the road in a shootout where they were dogs in. They've won 3 in a row. This was a 2-6 team. They can win 4 consecutive games to go bowling. Lunch Winfield, you deserve it, man. What an end of the season for him. I'm happy it's going to all yet, you're going to get it all, win 4 games in a row, and you're going to get to celebrate it with a trip to, I don't know, Idaho to play in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. I know the Sun Belt doesn't go to that game, but you know what I mean. That's Midwest versus MAC, is it not? Not Midwest. Mountain West versus MAC, I think. Anyways, Raging Cajuns winning, they cover. Good on Lunch Winfield, man. Legitimately. Good stuff for him. He's been phenomenal. Next up, we go to another Sun Belt game as we have got the Texas State Bobcats, who, by the way, just beat UL Monroe last week. They are put in another position where it's win and you are into a bowl. There's a lot of Sun Belt teams that are 5-6. Georgia Southern, Marshall, Raging Cajuns, Ark State, Tech State. All 5-6, all looking for a chance to become bowl eligible. South Alabama last week. I don't understand the group of 5 sometimes. They beat Southern Miss. What? How? I don't know. It didn't make any sense. I watched the game and I'm like, second half looked like Southern Miss. The fourth quarter looked like Southern Miss. The first half was the most incompetent team I've ever seen, and I know how good the Golden Eagles are. I know how good Braylon Braxton is. They sucked in the first half. I will get to the Golden Eagles in full. Somehow, South Alabama looked way better than they have all year long. Bishop Davenport is not throwing incompletions. He goes 20 for 23 passing. Kentrell Bullock is running all over the place. Southern Miss doesn't have a solution. He runs for 3 touchdowns and 187 yards. The backup running back, Keenan Phillips, gets 18 carries as well. And Southern Miss had 0 answers. That's not the Southern Miss team I watched last year at Marshall. That sounds weird to say, but it's not the team I watched last year at Marshall. And it's not the same team we've seen all year long at the Golden Eagles. They looked worse than they did against La Tech. They looked really bad in the La Tech game, and I said that was the worst they were going to look, was the Louisiana Tech game. That was their floor all year long. They found a way to look even worse against South Alabama. And so I guess, where did this come from? The Jags have been awful this season. They have won back-to-back. We beat UL Monroe and Southern Miss and Georgia State and Morgan State. Those are their only wins, are the bottom of the barrel in college football. And yet they found a way to beat Southern Mississippi. I'm so shocked at the result, man. It was unbelievable. Again, I watched that full game. I was so surprised. Texas State, though, is going to become bowl eligible. Shout out to Brad Jackson. Talked about Brad Jackson at the beginning of the season. Again, one of these G5 quarterbacks I really like. They lost 5 games in a row in the middle of the year. Does not matter. They're going to find themselves bowling. They pulled off an improbable comeback. They started the year 0-5 in the Sun Belt. Like we were talking about earlier with the Raging Cajuns. They are going to win 3 straight games to go bowling. Unlikely victory at Southern Miss in a blowout win against the backup quarterback, in all fairness. A win last week against UL Monroe, and now against South Alabama, I expect Brad Jackson and this team to win. Brad Jackson, I don't know if he's going to come back to Texas State next year, but there are going to be places he can play next year in the Mountain West. Oh, wait, Texas State's in the Pac-12, Pac-10. He's 100% coming back. I forgot they're going to the Pac-10. Yeah, they need this victory for momentum's sakes, too. Like, they are going to the Pac-10 next year, Pac-10, Pac-12, whatever the hell they're going to call it, Pac-8, I don't know. It should be the Pac-10. And Brad Jackson's going to be leading the charge in his sophomore year. Brad Jackson, dual threat guy, very fun to watch. Played a great game at Arizona State, okay game at Arizona State. Kenny Dillingham was very complimentary of the Brad Jackson play style. He said said great things about Brad Jackson. And Texas State's found a way to win back-to-back games. This is their final Sun Belt game against South Alabama, and they should win it quite easily, in my opinion. They're at home. South Alabama looked great last week. I don't know if that was just, it's senior night. Southern Miss, there were some weird things going on at Southern Miss, play calling-wise, play style-wise. We'll get to that in a second, later in the video. I don't think South Alabama replicates that. I think Texas State's going to win, and I think that Texas State's going to put it on them. Going to be Brad Jackson and the Texas State Bobcats to win the football game and go bowl eligible. Good for those guys, man. On to New Mexico you go for the New Mexico Bowl. Give me the Texas State Bobcats to win the football game and cover the 7.5 points. On to our next one, and we go to, oh my goodness, I am 2.5 hours into a 4.5 hour video, and we're talking about UAB and Tulsa. If you've gotten to this point of the video, I just want to say thank you, legitimately. Like, I'm going to use the time of the Tulsa game. We'll talk about it, but obviously, I want to say thank you guys for watching. If you are sitting here in week 14 watching UAB and Tulsa, legitimately, this not to sound corny, you are the type of person I make videos for. Legitimately. Like, that's absurd. If you sat here and, I don't know how many people watching this video, obviously, you're going to skip right past this, which makes sense. I mean, if I was a viewer, I probably wouldn't be trying to see pics on UAB Tulsa, but if you got to this point in the video, legitimately, thank you very much. I appreciate you for watching these, and if you're 2.5 in and you're not skipping to the 12:30 slate with, Oklahoma, LSU, and Washington, Oregon, and you're watching this right before, I appreciate it so much. Anyways, UAB Tulsa. Who's going to lose? I don't know, the fans? Give me Tulsa. Now, Tulsa's been playing better. They are. They won back-to-back games. Too little, too late. They won that game against Oregon State at home. They were even money in that game. We picked them to win, and they did. And they just went to Army last week and won, which, again, really concerns me for Army playing Navy. I get those games are always tight, but Navy's so much better than Army this year. And Army will get a chance to become bowl eligible, obviously, this week. We'll talk about them in a little bit. But that was Army's chance to go bowling. They had Tulsa at home, and they lost. Tulsa's offense, though, has quietly figured it out. I mean, look at the 2 games they put together in back-to-back weeks. I mean, Dominic Richardson's run the ball really well. We've talked about him quite a bit, and I've been very, high on him. I know he's been playing college football since 2020, started at OK State, then went to Baylor, but Dominic Richardson's really good, and Baylor Hayes has been playing a lot better towards the end of the season. Again, freshman quarterback at Tennessee. Eastern Tennessee, played last season. He's been pretty good. Obviously, was not the starter to start the season, but Tulsa, it was Kirk Francis to start the season. They benched Francis for Hayes. Hayes has been really good. I think they're going to beat up on UAB. UAB fired Trent Dilfer, and maybe was that for the better? I don't know. They did have a player arrested for stabbing 2 teammates. That's absurd. Team's not going great. I believe the guy, the stabber, was not a, like, I'd never heard of him. It was a redshirt. It was a guy who was not playing. It's Daniel Mincy. I'll be honest, I don't know all the linemen by name, but I don't believe Daniel Mincy's been playing. He's a Kentucky transfer. Regardless, though, the 2 players that got stabbed are going to be fine. They're going to live. But I mean, unbelievable stuff, man. I mean, just what the hell? A couple players didn't play last week because of the stab. Really? They boycotted the game? What, did they not kick the guy off the team? They had to have. This is absurd, man. I mean, UAB, they honestly, like, I know, again, the Dilfer era wasn't really working. I don't know why they did it, I'll be honest with you. Like, when they fired Dilfer, they said, okay, we're going to bench Kitna. We're going to go to this new quarterback, Ryder Burton, who's a sophomore from WVU. We're going to start him instead, and they didn't win with him, so they had to go back to Jalen Kitna. Kitna is much better. Again, they won 3 games all year long. One of them is Memphis, which is still odd. It is. But the theme all year long for UAB is that they don't play defense, and the same thing can still be said. They don't play defense. Tulsa has actually found an offensive identity with Hayes, with Dominic Richardson. That's going to continue this week. So I'm going to be taking the Tulsa Golden Hurricane to win the game and cover the points as well. 8.5. Yeah, Tulsa's got momentum. UAB's got negative momentum. They got guys who didn't even play last week because of the stabbing. That's brutal, man. I mean, this is a team that already lost this is a program that already lost their football team once. They're not going to do it again, obviously. They're back for real. But yeah, UAB football right now is at a legitimate low point. And I'm talking about a program that's lost their program in the past too. Yeah. Give me Tulsa. Next up, we go to the Pacific Northwest. Big Pacific Northwest football game as the Washington Huskies take on the Oregon Ducks. It's a game that is a 100% trap for the Ducks. The Huskies have nothing to play for other than this game, and to eliminate Oregon, obviously a rivalry game. We saw these two in the final of our Pac-12 championship game with Bo Nix and Michael Penix. They played twice that season. Washington won both. It's a massive game, man, because this means a lot more to Washington than you think it does. Obviously, they lost that game to Wisconsin a couple weeks ago, but they look good in back-to-back weeks, blowing out Purdue and UCLA. They're going to cover, and they're going to make it really tight, really close. Do they win it? I can't confidently tell you that. I think Oregon still probably walks away with the victory, but I do think the Huskies can keep this one really tight. They've been without their star running back, Jonah Coleman. He's out for the year, if I'm not mistaken, so it's been Adam Mohammed, who's been their lead back, sophomore running back out of Glendale, Arizona. It's his second year with the Huskies. He's not bad. Again, he's no, obviously, Jonah Coleman, but he's solid. Damon Williams is doing his thing. I think Washington fans thought he was going to be, in that Heisman conversation this season. Obviously, he hasn't been in that. But Damon Williams, obviously playing good football, still very young too. He's a redshirt freshman. He's going to be fine. Obviously, we kind of knew this was going to be somewhat of a rebuilding year for UW. And if 8-4 is a rebuilding year, and an 8-4 year, and a trip to, I don't know, the Pop-Tart Bowl, does the Big Ten get that? No, they don't. And a trip to the Alamo Bowl, if they get that, that's not a bad year. Honestly, that's not a bad year at all. Like, if that's what your rebuilding spot is, last year was kind of a rebuilding year too with Will Rogers. But regardless, UW now 8-3 and a chance to ruin Oregon's season. Oregon, though, is playing a lot better since their mishaps in that weird game at home against Wisconsin. Obviously, the competitive game where they should have lost to Iowa, but they found a way to get it. And again, all the credit to Dante Moore for that. But back-to-back very impressive wins on a Friday night game at home against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. And then I don't want to say dominant win, but a very good victory in a high-scoring affair against the USC Trojans last week over in Eugene, Oregon. Teams playing good football. They should be a playoff team. Again, they probably will not find their way in the Big Ten title game. Actually, no, they will. I forgot. Ohio State loses. Oregon's playing for a lot more. They're playing for a rematch with Indiana if they beat Washington. If Washington wins, the Michigan Wolverines find themselves in the Big Ten title game. So yeah, there is actually a lot to play for Oregon this week, other than the fact that, yeah, you got to win to get in the playoffs. But if they win and Michigan wins like we think they're going to, potential playoffs. for the Oregon Ducks, which is crazy. They will beat Washington, guys. Dante Moore is playing a lot better after that 2-week cold spell, let's say. Noah Whittington, obviously one of the better backs in the country. And the way he's playing right now, Whittington's been great. Shout out to WKU, man. Western Kentucky's always had talent. That's where Whittington came from. I think Washington, though, will cover. I think it's going to be a competitive game. This is a game that's going to be won by a field goal, right? Going on the road to that environment, you know how loud it gets in Seattle with their, weirdly designed, stadium, that trap sound in like Lumen Field does with the Seattle Seahawks. It's going to be a tough environment for Oregon to play. Last time they were here, they lost to UW. They missed a game time. It was a game time or game-winning field goal at the end of the game in 23. Electric game. It was a game-tying field goal that they missed. It was a team that had Bo Nix, Bucky Irving, Troy Franklin, Tez Johnson on it, and UW obviously was loaded that year too, but UW beat them at home. It's a tough place to play, don't get me wrong. I know Dan Lanning remembers that game. I'm going to go with Oregon to win, but Washington to cover. I would not bet Oregon winning at all. This is a competitive football game, man, and I'm telling you, the pathway for the Wolverines to get in the Big Ten title game is not that far-fetched as you may think it is. UW covers, Oregon wins. Next up, we go to the Southeastern Conference for 3 straight games, as we've got the Oklahoma Sooners at home against the LSU Tigers. Isn't it crazy LSU is going to be in a bowl game? Like, how negative everything's been around this team, how bad this football team has played, and yet, oh yeah, they've won 7 games this year. They're not going to beat Oklahoma. They're going to be a 7-5 team that's probably going to find themselves, I'm serious, in the Texas Bowl, I think. They're probably going to match up with a Big 12 school in the Texas Bowl, which I don't know what Big 12 team that would be. Probably Iowa State. They're probably going to match Iowa State up with LSU in the Texas Bowl, or they try to get a Texas team in that game. Houston's probably too good for that game. We'll see. Anyways, LSU's probably going to be in the Texas Bowl. We've seen them in that before. I think 2 years ago they were in the Texas Bowl. I think it was 23 they were. that was the ReliQuest Bowl. Was it last year, the Texas Bowl? It was, against Baylor. Probably going to end up right back there. Probably so. They have won back-to-back games to become bowl eligible. They beat Arkansas and they beat WKU, barely. Nussmeier, I think the report is he's injured. It feels like a soft benching to me, but Nussmeier's injured still, so Michael Van Buren will likely be getting the start this week. They're going to get destroyed. We all know it. They're at Oklahoma. The Sooners, I don't think they're that good. I'll say this. I think when the Sooners get in the postseason, I'm going to go over my bracket at the very end of the video. It's not going to be a long segment. I'm going to talk about it for like 5 minutes. I'm going to go over my bracket because it's going to change next week when we talk about it as well. I think this is a very beatable team once they get in the playoffs. I don't think anyone's going into the postseason saying, oh boy, we got to play Oklahoma. I'm just going to be honest. Yeah, they beat Bama. That's how they got there. But I'll go over the matchups I have for them later. And I don't think they win in the first round. I'll say that. They're going to get a home game. I think they'll be the first team to lose a home game in the playoffs. I will say that. Mateer's playing all right. Obviously was Heisman candidate early in the season. Has not played too well to close the year, obviously, and sure had the hand injury, and I assume Mateer is going to be even better his senior year. He will definitely be better his senior season. But Oklahoma has kind of hobbled through the rest of the year, but they're winning, though. I mean, it's just weird. They don't feel like a dominant team at all. They lost to Ole Miss, they lost to Texas, and yet they're 9-2. The thing is, they don't have they do have good ones. They beat Tennessee, they beat Bama. Back-to-back road wins. That's just crazy, man, because you watch them play Missouri, and they don't look that great against Mizzou. They win, but it's not all that impressive. And I'm telling you, the Mizzou game is exactly how this game's going to look. It's going to be, I'm not joking, the final score is going to be 20 to 7. Be the final score for Oklahoma. It's not going to be that amazing of a game. It's going to be kind of a boring one where Oklahoma just does enough. Mateer is going to do enough. He's going to run the ball in spots. Defense is going to play well. We know LSU can't score, and that's another thing. We know Louisiana State can't score. But it's going to be really odd, guys, and I talked about this earlier, when Lane Kiffin leaves Ole Miss. And what are they going to do? They're going to let Lane Kiffin keep coaching the playoffs, even though he's going to go to LSU, unless he stays at Ole Miss, which I don't think he's going to. He's going to go to Louisiana State, abandon the team for the playoffs, and yet he'll be sitting there at the Texas Bowl, up in the broadcast booth on New Year's Eve, talking to the commentators about how excited he is for the future of Louisiana State football, as he's sitting there watching them play Iowa State in the Texas Bowl. Crazy. Why? If I'm him, I am staying at Ole Miss. Build the program. Get the statue. Do what Cignetti's doing at Indiana. Oh my goodness. You think of Ole Miss football, you think of Lane Kiffin. Nope, he's going to go to Louisiana State. You're doomed to fail at LSU. Ask Brian Kelly how that went. Whatever, man. I think LSU loses to Oklahoma. Their defense is good. We know it is. Their offense scored 13 points against WKU. Yikes. I saw Florida International score more points than Western Kentucky than LSU did this season, guys. And that's unbelievable. Oklahoma wins and covers because one team, the Louisiana State Tigers, can't score. Give me Oklahoma. Next up, oh man. Rocky Top, we need you. Good old Rocky Top, we need you. You may be out of the playoffs, Tennessee. You may be on a, straight path to the Outback Bowl. Or actually, no, probably the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And you want to get there, so win this game to get into it. Actually, no, Pop-Tarts ACC Big 12, isn't it? Whatever. You're on a straight path to the Outback Bowl, whatever the hell bowl game they're going to end up in. Citrus Bowl. Thank you. We need you to end this Vanderbilt crap. I cannot watch Vandy in the playoffs. They will get blown out in the playoffs. Their best win is Missouri. Oh my goodness, this team's not close to being a playoff team, and yet they are ranked 14th. You got Pavia doing the Heisman after throwing swing passes. You got the mom doing the Heisman in the stands. Where's Theo Vaughn? I don't know. And you got Pavia trying to go back into 40-point games. What are we doing? This Pavia Heisman thing has gone too far. You're also like 24 too, which whatever. I'm not gonna go after the guy for the JUCO years thing, but because everyone's gonna get it. But are we serious about this? Oh my goodness! And now they might put Vandy in the playoffs. They might do it. Vandy might get it over BYU. Tennessee, please. And the thing about Tennessee is too, if they made that kick against Georgia, they'd be in. Lost to Bama and Oklahoma, they'd be a two-loss SEC team in right now. They would be. They'd be ranked higher than Georgia's. I'll tell you that. I know Georgia beat Bama, but Tennessee would be ranked above Georgia in my opinion still. I think so. Or at least they'd be really close. They'd have to put both of them in. Obviously that spirals, and now here you go. Tennessee's playing Vandy to just prevent Vandy from going to the playoffs. And Joey Aguilar I could be wrong. Is Joey Aguilar the quarterback who joined the was it Joey Aguilar that joined the lawsuit with Pavia? Wait, is Pavia trying to get another year after this? He might be. Aguilar's trying to do the same thing though. Aguilar's saying he has another year because he played JUCO ball at Diablo Valley over in California, same spot where Jurion Dickey is actually now, former Oregon player. He actually played at San Francisco City too, did Aguilar. Interesting. Because I knew he was an Antioch guy. Yeah, played at Freedom High School. But anyways, Aguilar's trying to get another year, whatever. These are the two unks playing, I guess, in college football. They're both like 24 and 25. Tennessee's winning. Tennessee's winning this football game. I think that Vandy's completely overrated, and now you got to put them. It's a 3:30 start time, but it's a primetime evening spot at Rocky Top. That place is going to be booming. Good old Rocky Top playing all the time. Rocky Top, Tennessee. You ain't going in this, Tennessee matchup. You're not beating the Volunteers on the road. And when's the last time Vandy's beaten Tennessee? It's been a while, to my knowledge. I'll look it up right now. It's been a very long time since Vanderbilt has beaten Tennessee in football. It was 2018, last time Tennessee's beaten the squad. Yeah, this new era of, Tennessee football with the Hendon Hookers of the world, the Joe Miltons, the Joey Aguilars now. Vandy doesn't beat them anymore. Come on now. Tennessee's actually a competent program again, and the Volunteers are not losing to Vanderbilt, guys. No chance. The Tennessee offense is going to put belt to ass this week, and I think Pavia is going to be in hell, okay? I firmly believe Pavia is going to be in hell all game long. I think that defense for Tennessee, I know they've given up points all year long in spots. I just don't think Vandy's that level of offense like a Georgia, like a Alabama that have scored against Tennessee. But I think the difference maker, though, is Joey Aguilar will be able to outduel Diego Pavia, and Joey Aguilar will be able to outscore Diego Pavia in this game, too. So I'm going to be going with the home team, Tennessee. And by the way, again, I don't think Vandy can go on the road and beat this squad. The fact it's only minus 145 on the money line is a joke, and it's a complete discount of a line, so take it while you can. Give me Tennessee at home, minus 145 to win at Rocky Top against the Vanderbilt Commodores, ending the Heisman and playoff run for Vandy and Pavia, please. Okay. This SEC game. Guys, Arkansas's got to win one, right? Right? That's what we're doing here. Arkansas plus 125. They have not won a game since week 2 when they played Arkansas State in that weird neutral site game at the War Memorial Stadium. Taylor Green has been doing nothing but losing, unfortunately, right now for the Arkansas Razorbacks to close out his collegiate career. They've just been so close every single week, but they just can't get over the hump. I mean, their season was doomed when, they lost the Memphis game and Taylor Green fumbled. 41-35 loss to Ole Miss, 32-31 loss against Memphis, blowout against Notre Dame, 3-point loss to Tennessee, 3-point loss to A&M, 9-point loss to Auburn, 3-point loss to Mississippi State, 1-point loss to LSU, 15-point loss at Texas. Wow. It's just nothing but heartbreak every single game for them, and it sucks. I mean, again, you'd think Taylor Green would have to win one, but Taylor Green and, KJ Jackson's playing now too, by the way. KJ Jackson plays a good amount against the Texas Longhorns. Again, Jackson, freshman quarterback. We shall see. But Taylor Green, if I'm not mistaken, got benched in the Texas game due to performance reasons. And now here you are. Yikes. I don't know. I mean, I think they can win, because I think Missouri's really bad, and that's ultimately my talking point on this. Missouri's lost 3 of 4. I don't know how they're even ranked in the first place. Who did they beat? Legitimately, who did Missouri beat to warrant them being ranked ever? Every ranked game they got this year, they lost. They went 0-4 against ranked teams. What, because they beat South Carolina before we realized South Carolina sucked? They beat Auburn on the road? Ooh, why is Missouri even close to the rankings? That makes no, why were they still ranked 22nd last week? How? I don't get that. It makes absolutely no sense. Missouri's horrible at football. They're such a bad team. And yes, again, that is partially their quarterback situation. But Prabula was back last week, and they still sucked. Prabula came back, threw for 230 yards. I thought he was out for the year. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was done. Because when he got carted off, the initial report was it's bad. His ankle snapped, his leg snapped in half. He's done. All of a sudden, oh, yeah, I see you during the week. Bro Prabula is questionable to play against Oklahoma. What? So good on Prabula. He's going to get the ReliaQuest Bowl or whatnot. He'll get a bowl game. Good for him. We know what Missouri is. It's Ahmad Hardy, and that's it. They did have to throw the ball quite a bit last week because Oklahoma just stuffed the box and said, okay, you're not running on us. And Prabula did okay, but he's obviously better than the backup in Matt Zollers. But, yeah, Missouri's a mess, man. I think Arkansas beats them. If Arkansas just stuffs the box against Mizzou, you beat them. Easier said than done with a defense that gives up, a million points every single week. But I'm going to take Arkansas to get this one done. I'm going to take the Razorbacks here. I think they can win this football game. Would I be all that confident in it? No, okay? Arkansas is a 2-win team. But at some point, they got to win one of these, right? And Missouri, to me, again, Arkansas every week, they just get into shootouts. Missouri is not capable of winning games like this, in my opinion. They're not prepared. They're not ready to win games like this. So I am going to be going with the home team in Fayetteville. The cheapest ticket, $6. Arkansas Razorbacks win at home against the Missouri Tigers. Next up, we go to the Big Ten. We go to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Pretty even odds here, close to even odds for the Minnesota Golden Gophers and the Wisconsin Badgers. Give me Minnesota at home. Minnesota is bowl eligible. They have won 6 games this season. Good on them. Somehow, some way. I remember last week I was talking about Minnesota like they weren't bowl eligible and needed to still win one, and I realized, wait, this team's won 6 games. What bowl game they will get into? Probably they'll take on, I think, a MAC team in either the Games Above Sports Bowl or the Detroit Bowl. So likely we're going to see Minnesota, I'm not joking, play Central Michigan in a bowl game. Or probably Toledo in a bowl game. I think will be Minnesota's spot this year. Or, no, probably the loser MAC. Probably Miami of Ohio will probably get to play Minnesota. Wonder how that's going to go. Anyways, though, the Golden Gophers have lost back-to-back games. They played at Wrigley last week against Northwestern. Northwestern with another big kick to win it. 57 seconds to go. Northwestern hits a 33-yard field goal to win the football game. And now Minnesota's 6-5. They come back for a home game before their bowl game, obviously against the Wisconsin Badgers, who are playing a lot better. Wisconsin, wins at home at Camp Randall in Madison. They win their last home game against the Illinois Fighting Illini, who are ranked. Now I can no longer make my talking point every single week about Illinois, about they only lost to Indiana, Ohio State, and UW on the road. They went to Wisconsin and lost. So unfortunately, I can't hype up the Fighting Illini like I once did. However, good victory for Wisconsin, man. Really happy for that team. We saw, and again, the Indiana game being that close in the first half. Hey, Wisconsin's putting together the pieces. Carter Smith plays most of the game. Hunter Simmons gets some run too. Both of which are seniors. Smith's a senior, right? Or is he? Oh wait, no, I'm blanking on names. Carter Smith's their freshman. Yeah, I'm tripping. My goodness. Again, this is what 3 hours of college football does to you. You forget about random freshman quarterback on Wisconsin. Anyways, though, because they've started 4 guys this season, so hard to keep track of. Danny O'Neal, Billy Edwards, Hunter Simmons, Carter Smith's playing too. Anyways, Wisconsin ran the ball really well last week against Illinois. Minnesota, I assume they're just going to load the box because Wisconsin, again, had a game earlier this season where their punter was their leading passer. Again, I don't watch many Wisconsin games live. The only one I've watched all year live is the Indiana game. Have I watched another Wisconsin game live? Oh, the Miami of Ohio game. I've not watched much Wisconsin football live this season. It's just running the football game long, though. Again, what I've seen, and obviously I watch the highlights of every single game, it's pure rushing all game long out of the Badgers, man. They're taking on the Golden Gophers, who like to run the ball as well, don't get me wrong, but they let Drake Lindsey, they can't run the ball as well, so they just go straight Drake Lindsey most of the game. They're a weird team. They're somewhat of a balanced offense. Lindsey, though, I like as a freshman. Again, got to sit behind Max Brosmer last season, who's now in the Minnesota Vikings. And Lindsey's going to be the guy for a pretty long time for Minnesota. Legitimately, I believe, Tanner Morgan-esque, future for this guy. They started him early as a freshman. Morgan obviously had a very long career for the Golden Gophers. I think Drake Lindsey's going to have, I don't know about the same success, but that same type of run here with the Golden Gophers. I think Minnesota beats Wisconsin. They're at home, senior night. Maybe they start. No, they're not. They won't bench their freshman. I was gonna say they do have. Goodness, who's their senior on roster? That's not who I was thinking of. I thought they had an older senior on roster. They don't. The Minnesota senior quarterback is Emmett Moorhead from Woodside, California. Did he go to Woodside College? Wait, no way. I'd play against this guy. Anyways, yeah. I didn't play Wisconsin. Whatever. I think Minnesota wins. Okay, that's all I got to say. This is a 4-7 versus a 5-6 game. Okay, whatever. Give me Minnesota to win the football game. I'm gonna take the Golden Gophers -120 to beat the Badgers. Not a big game, because again, Minnesota's already in a bowl game. They're not playing for anything here. Wisconsin's at 4-7. Not a big game. Next up, let's go to a game that actually does matter. It matters quite a bit. Penn State is trying to group together momentum to get their interim head coach hired as their permanent head coach. Obviously, James Franklin's already been pronounced the head coach of the Virginia Tech Hokies, and that was a big thing. The players seem to want Terry Smith to become the head coach. We shall see if that happens. I'm telling you, that's going to go a long way if Penn State beats Rutgers and they get bowl eligible. Starting 3-6, you fire again Franklin. You obviously expectedly lose to Iowa, Ohio State, and Indiana. But if you can find a way to close on 3 straight victories against Michigan State, Nebraska, and Rutgers, and you make a crappy bowl game like the Detroit Bowl or something, still, that means something for the program that you're able to regroup and find a way back to 500. That's what Penn State is tasked with this week, taking on Rutgers. They haven't looked like the Penn State and the top 4, top 3, top 2 team they're supposed to be at the beginning of the season recently, but they've looked really good. And eventually, right, you felt like all this talent on Penn State was eventually going to come through. And all of these 5-star players, and obviously they're losing a lot of their commits, some of which are going to Indiana, so how about that? But you assume that all of these high-level players and guys who came here to win a national championship, obviously, and the guys who were on the team last year, Katron Allen and company, Drew Aller obviously got injured, but Singleton, Allen, who went to the Orange Bowl and lost in the semifinals of the college football playoffs last year to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. There's an expectation of winning here, and that's obviously why James Franklin was let go so quickly. I've always had my doubts about Penn State, don't get me wrong. I don't know, they never beat anybody, and they never beat anybody, and they're always in the top 5. It makes no sense. It's just purely on, look how good the roster is. Again, they've got talent. I'm not going to deny that. They just don't win big games. This is not that big of a game. You're going to New Jersey to take on Rutgers. The Scarlet Knights are 5-6, so you will get a bowl team out of this game. I'll be damned if it's Rutgers, though. The way Penn State's playing, how they're so dominant on the ground right now, the way the defense is completely stifling offenses. I mean, 3 straight. You held Indiana to 27 points. That's the best offense in the country. 10 points to Michigan State, 10 points to Nebraska. I like how, by the way, I get to, for the first time ever, I get to talk about Penn State they're just beneath me as an Indiana guy now. It's so great, is it not? Like, I just can casually drop in. Yeah, Indiana's the best offense in the country, and Indiana only scored 27 points in their win over Penn State at Beaver Stadium. It's phenomenal stuff. Rutgers, though, again, looking for that 6th win this year. Maybe you shouldn't have lost to Minnesota earlier in the season. I don't know. On the road, it was a very winnable game, but whatever. Maybe, actually, yeah, that was probably the most winnable game. Ethan Kalamankis, obviously, senior course. It's coming. It's got to be a senior, right? Yeah, senior quarterback Ethan Kalamankis. You know what they do again? Common guy last year was the focal point of the offense for the last 2 seasons prior to this year. It's Antoine Raymond's role now. Raymond gets the ball quite a bit. Had over 1,000 yards, or already has over 1,000 yards for the sophomore. Dude is a player, do not get me wrong. I think Penn State dominates, though. You look at the way this defense is playing right now, they've got talent, and they've got future NFL talent on this defense. They've got future NFL talent on the offense as well. This is a dominant team right now, especially against, like, this is what Penn State's supposed to do to the low-level teams, right? This is, I mean, guys, if Penn State season didn't go, horribly, they should really be a 9-3 team. Losing to the 3 best teams in the conference. Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, that's, in the order in which they played them. If things didn't go south from that's really what they should have been. Obviously it didn't, but I mean, I gotta go with Penn State here. They look better the last couple weeks. Gronkmeyer's looked pretty good. Good enough. He's been a game manager, and they've been winning. So I gotta go with Penn State with a victory, and I'm gonna go, I think they can cover 10.5. They should be able to cover 10.5 points. It's gonna be Penn State minus 10.5 here on the road in New Jersey against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. We move on now to our next game, and we go to the Atlantic Coast Conference. As the team I mentioned earlier, watch out, they're actually playing fairly well in the Wake Forest Demon Deacons on the road at Duke to take on the Duke Blue Devils. I am going with Wake Forest to win, not just cover the 2.5 points. I'm taking the Demon Deacons to outright win the football game. I think they will. I think they're going to outright win. 3-game winning streak right now for Wake Forest, beating Virginia, beating North Carolina, beating obviously the Delaware Blue Hens, but it's been nothing but victories recently for Wake Forest. And they get a Duke Blue Devils team that obviously, beat North Carolina last week. A competitive game throughout, but obviously Duke gets it. Back-to-back losses prior to that, though, and really where, Duke lost everyone was their loss at UConn. Their loss against Virginia. But hell, Duke has found a way to get bowl eligible. Who knows what little bowl game they're going to make, but Duke has gotten to a point where that's where they're going to be. I don't think they beat Wake Forest at home. I do not think so. I don't think they beat the Demon Deacons who, are capable. And I said it earlier, like they are putting together a sneaky season right now. The year Robbie Ashford has had, and obviously he's going to give the reins to Deshaun Purdy next year, because they've used both of them at spots this year. But the year that Robbie Ashford's had is really underrated. I know, again, the stats don't look great, but Robbie Ashford has gotten this team to win. Former Auburn quarterback, former South Carolina quarterback, and sure, his final stat line's not going to look pretty. 1,900 yards, 7 picks, 6 touchdowns. It doesn't look pretty. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't. But the guy's been winning football games. And you got to appreciate that. The guy's been winning football games all year long. They've only lost 3. They lost 1 at home to Georgia Tech, which they should have won. They went for 2 at the end of the game at home. Made no sense. They lost to Florida State and got blown out. And they lost to NC State at home, too. 3-game winning streak. Virginia's got 1 loss in the ACC. It's the Demon Deacons. Virginia, we'll talk about them in a little bit later in the video. They're playing VTech. If they win, they're in the ACC title game. Their loss, Wake Forest. How about that defense? How about the Wake Forest defense? Playing a lot better. I'm looking at their opponents this week. Taking on Duke, who I know when they lose, it's usually the shootout variety. I understand. Like they lost to, UConn, scored 34 points. I lost to Virginia 34-17. I don't know. I don't trust them. I don't trust them after the Virginia game. Good on them. They beat North Carolina. We've always known the Belichick-led Tar Heels were, not the hottest team in the world. Darian Mensah, of course, has had a good season. It's just everything around Mensah has not been great. I think Duke's a fraudulent squad defensively. I think they get beat quite a bit with good offenses. Like, again, their offense is good in its own right. I understand. But Robbie Ashford, again, is he the best statistical quarterback? No. But look at the way he's been playing recently. He gets the job done. He runs when he needs to. He can make the throws. I like Wake Forest here, guys. Wake Forest, again, is a sneaky 8-win team. Wake wins this week. They're a 9-win football team in 2025. Are we dead ass? Wake Forest winning 9 games this year. If you tell me that at the beginning of the season, I am shocked. Tell me that at the beginning of the year, I am very surprised. But they've done it, so good on them. I'm gonna go Wake Forest here. I'm gonna go Wake Forest on the road to win and cover 2.5 points. Obviously, if they win, they're gonna cover the 2.5 points. I think they do it. Plus 115 for Wake Forest on the road. I don't think Duke. I think if Wake does what they did last week and score points, I don't think Duke can keep up. I don't think they can, because we've seen that before. Duke cannot keep up in these shootouts. I know it's kind of a hot take to say Wake's going to out-shoot out them. We'll see. But I think Wake's good value on the road here against Duke, especially a Duke team. I mean, this is a 6-win Duke team. Come on now. Next up, let's go to the Big 12. Texas Christian at home on Fox takes on the Cincinnati Bearcats. Oh boy, Cincinnati. Oh boy. I mean, did that suck or what? I mean, holy crap. Cincinnati, last 3 weeks. I mean, guys, Cincinnati was a 7-1 team. They were 5-0 in the Big 12. They completely controlled their own destiny. We were sitting here talking, oh man, I don't know. Look at Brendan Sorbsy. Like, did we expect them to go to Utah and win? No, not at all. But then back-to-back home games against Arizona and BYU. Sure, you're supposed to win the Arizona game. They found a way to lose. But still, if you beat BYU, you go to the Big 12 title game. Lost. Actually, no, it would have been Utah that got in. But regardless, you could have had a chance. Lost. 3 straight L's to close the year. Make it 4 straight L's. They're bowl eligible. They're 7-4. They're going to be 7-5, I think. I think TCU's going to beat them here. They got to go on the road to Texas Christian to play on a TCU team who actually, they will be LSU's opponent in the Texas Bowl. They're going to replace Baylor for LSU this year in the Texas Bowl. It's going to be TCU versus Louisiana State. That makes all the sense in the world. It's going to be them. Anyways, though, TCU's got 7 wins. They're going to get 8 wins. Last week, a big win for Josh Hoover and the guys at Houston. Hoover throws for 293 yards. Again, it was a really big win for the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. Did not think they were going to get it, but got to give them credit again for the win. They are going to beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati's got to go to Texas again. The environment thing doesn't really matter too much. This would matter, obviously, if the game was at Cincinnati in the cold, but now they just go down south to Texas, where, again, I assume I've only been to Texas once, but it gets colder, obviously, and actually I went to Texas in December. But, I mean, it obviously gets colder in Texas in December, but it's like how it gets colder in California, in Florida in December. It's not that horrible. I mean, a little bit colder in Texas than Florida and California, but you know what I mean, right? The environment's not going to play too much of a factor in this game. The atmosphere is not going to play too much of a factor. Regardless of all of that, Texas Christian's playing better football right now. The win over Houston, all right, I was shocked and surprised, but they did win. Cincinnati's been doing nothing but losing. You saw your season go from playoff hopefuls ranked to, we're ending up in the, I can't think of a bad Big 12 bowl game. We're going to end up in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. They're not even going to get into that. Because, guys, Cincy's going to be 7-5. They were 7-1. That's crazy. Like, where does ESPN have Cincinnati projected to go into a bowl game? Cincinnati. The Rate Bowl in Phoenix, the former Cheez-It Bowl against Northwestern. Yeah, you were thinking playoffs, you're going to end up in the Rate Bowl at Chase Field at a baseball stadium. Yeah, not where you wanted to be. Not where you wanted to be at all. They've got Penn State, West Michigan is the projected games above sports bowl. Oh my goodness. Way to just ruin the MAC 45-point blowout. Anyways, I'm going to be going here. I'm going to be going here with Texas Christian to win the football game at home. Cincinnati's just deflated. Brendan Sorbsy played better. He played better in the BYU game than he did against Utah and Arizona. He was horrible in those games, but still, it was a lot to be desired in the Brigham Young game. Out of the team, I thought Sorbsy played all right. I thought the team really, laid an egg, in my opinion, in that game against Brigham Young. But they've been laying eggs for the last 3 weeks. Again, they control their own destiny. They had their future right out there. They could have obviously gone to the playoffs, and now here you are looking at the guaranteed rate bowl. That's disgusting, man. Give me Texas Christian at home -4.5. Next up, we go to the other part of the equation in the CUSA. I don't know why Liberty's only +115. It's probably to the point we were talking about earlier about how, Jack State's been dominant all year long, and Jack State goes to FIU, and they're actually closed as underdogs. Doesn't always make sense in the CUSA. But here you go. Kennesaw, win and you are in. They control their own destiny. They control their own destiny in the playoffs. Or, sorry, not the playoffs. Into the CUSA title game. All they have to do is beat the Liberty Flames, and Kennesaw State will go to their first ever conference championship game at the FBS level. Big stuff, man. Shout out to Kennesaw State, too. They once commented on my TikTok. Shout out to Greedo Plays Clips on TikTok. That was really cool. Anyways, though, Kennesaw winning, you're in. All you got to do is beat the Liberty Flames. I don't see how they don't win this game. Guys, I said it earlier, Liberty has atrocious quarterback play. Nothing against Ethan Vasco. I'm sure he's a great human being. Watch Ethan Vasco play quarterback and watch him straight float balls to receivers. It's abysmal. It's atrocious. Kennesaw last week wins a shootout against Missouri State. We talked about it earlier when we talked about La Tech and Liberty. Liberty was up 21 points in the fourth quarter, or late in the third quarter, and they choked. ESPN's probability had them at a 96% chance to win the football game, and they lost 28-7 with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, and they lost, and they went to overtime, and they threw another pick. Oh my goodness. I can't take Liberty here. I don't care. Oh, Kennesaw's on the road. Guys, Kennesaw's won road games this year. They beat FIU. They beat New Mexico State. I think they easily beat Liberty, guys. Kennesaw's got a good squad, man. Amari Odom's playing great football. Only a sophomore from Inglewood, 6'4". If he wants to play elsewhere, he can. There are places that Amari Odom can play at a higher level than Kennesaw State. But you know what? Kennesaw State is the cream of the crop right now in the Conference USA. And again, Amari Odom is playing phenomenal football. Kennesaw State is playing phenomenal football. I think, personally, they beat up on Liberty. Liberty defensively, and Kennesaw, I'm sure they're going to watch that game. I know Kennesaw, they don't really run the ball that much. They don't. I don't want to say they've abandoned the run game, but early in the year, they really were pounding it with Coleman Bennett, who's a senior. Started at Bucknell, went to Rice, and is now a senior at Kennesaw. They don't run the ball that much anymore. It's just honestly a little weird. They just are very pass heavy now, and they, Dexter Williams and Amari Odom have played all year long, but it's Amari Odom's team, and they've just got really pass heavy the last couple of weeks, and they've been successful, right? They're 6-1 in the conference. They have lucked now back into the CUSA championship game with Jack State's loss last week. And don't get me wrong, do I think they lose to WKU? Yes, Western Kentucky will beat that team. Game's going to be in Bowling Green too. I don't like it, but as for the Liberty game, they should win. The secondary should be ready for a bad quarterback. I'm just going to say it, in Ethan Vasco. I don't know. Again, Kennesaw has not ran the ball much recently, but it's there against Liberty, man. Liberty's run defense is not good. It's a bad run defense. And sure, you can say, oh, well, La Tech's just got a really good run game. They do. But, it's a very predictable run game. They know what, if you watch La Tech, you know what they're doing. It's a good run game. They got a good push up front, but, stack the box. And Liberty once did not make that adjustment, and when they did make the adjustment. When they did, didn't work. They just got bullied around the entire game. I can't take Liberty. I got to go with Kennesaw here, and Kennesaw State will punch their ticket into the Conference USA Championship game, where they will be taking on the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers, man. Yeah, Jack State's going to get squeezed out. Can't defend their title this year. Shouldn't have lost to FIU in Miami. So give me Kennesaw to win. They will go to WKU next week to compete for a CUSA title and the rights to go to the New Orleans Bowl, obviously in the Superdome. On now to our next game, and there's more to be said about potential conference championship games. Now in the Sun Belt. A game that I've been talking about for a while. If you've been watching every single week, I will always drop in Southern Miss Troy, Week 14, Sun Belt West Championship game. Again, I said at the beginning of the video, I thought it was going to be 7-0 Southern Miss versus 6-1 Troy in the Sun Belt, and the winner would get to play JMU in a big spot. Troy has lost 2 games to Ark State and Old Dominion in a game they lost 33-0 to Old Dominion. By the way, Goose Crowder is playing quarterback again, so yeah. And then Southern Miss lost back-to-back games at Texas State and South Alabama. And the game that Southern Miss played last week was one of the worst games I've ever seen. No defense. Let Kentrell Bullock run the ball up and down the field on you. Offensively, I don't know what they were doing. 1-yard runs, and Braylon Braxton's just not finding guys. They're going 3 and out every single possession in the first half. Braylon Braxton was questionable going into the game, didn't play the week prior, but he warmed up and he played. And I was like, I was on the best bets. I said in the video, looks like Braylon Braxton's going to play. If he does, we are absolutely firing on Southern Miss. He did, and then he didn't show up. He ended up throwing for 400 yards, but it was a lackluster 400-yard effort. And I know that sounds crazy to say. They moved the ball up and down the field a lot in the third and fourth quarter. It was too little too late, obviously. You can't lose to South Alabama, but now you're at home taking on Troy. Tucker Kilcrease out, Goose Crowder in. I know Goose Crowder played really well last week against Georgia State, had 4 touchdowns, 360 yards, but I don't think I can rely on Goose Crowder to win a big football game. So again, the winner of this game will be going to JMU next week to play James Madison. And I will get to JMU in a little bit. Obviously, they do play Coastal, and that's actually the very next game, and I'll talk about their playoff future. Obviously, we've already talked about North Texas earlier in the video. Tulane yet to come, obviously, but I believe Southern Miss is going to win. I hate that last game, and it was so bad. The offense looked so out of sync, man. It's like watching that game, if you had not watched Southern Miss all year long, you'd be like, this is a horrible football team. And let alone these guys have played on the same team with each other for the last 3 seasons. It's the same system these guys have ran for the last 3 seasons. Man, it's just a really horrible football game. And a confusing football game that they play too. I don't know. They should beat Troy, man. Tucker Kilcrease is better than Crowder. Crowder's starting this game. Troy's a 7-4 team. Obviously, they're going bowling. Crowder played well in their last outing, but I mean, that's Georgia State. You can put a lot of quarterbacks out there against Georgia State, and you're going to look really good. They only won the game, by the way, against Georgia State by 12 points. Southern Miss's defense was non-existent, but it was because they got the ball ran up and down the field on them. Troy doesn't run the ball. Troy's leading rusher, is it Meadows? It's Tay Meadows, who's got 590 yards. 200 of those came in week 1. He hasn't had a 65-plus yard rushing day all year long since week 1. Junior running back out of Roanoke, Alabama. So, I mean, I guess the pathway to beat this team's defense is to run the ball on them and just play solid defense. I mean, that's how La Tech beat them. But, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't bet it. I'm still very excited for the game because these 2 teams I've been hyping up for a while. Obviously, it's not the hype that I thought it was going to be. Obviously, now it's like, oh, okay, so someone's got to win. Someone's got to go to JMU next week and lose. Ultimately, I do believe it's going to be Southern Miss. Who do I think covers, though? Troy. It's going to be a game that comes down to the wire, I think. And Troy's been playing really good football. They've been playing better football. They played all right football. Again, I think Kilcrease is better than Goose Crowder, but it's neither here or there. Whatever, they're starting Crowder, that's okay. He was their guy at the beginning of the season. I think Troy covers all around. I think they're playing good football. I don't know what to expect out of Southern Miss. I think Miss wins. I think Southern Miss wins because they're at home. Am I confident in it? No. I take plus 6.5 then for the Troy Trojans on the road here. But yes, send Southern Miss to the conference championship game to get brutalized by JMU. We have one more game before we get James Madison. There's another game here at 12:30, and then we get into the 12:45 game, which obviously does feature the James Madison Dukes. First, though, Army has a chance to become bowl eligible. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Army, of course, well, I know this for a fact, and this part I know, Army's game against Navy does not count towards bowl eligibility because the bowl games have already been determined by then. And I don't think the bowl committee, unless they don't have enough teams, if they don't have enough teams, I believe they then go to Army for the next squad. If they don't have enough 6-win teams, they just go to Army because, we don't know if you're going to win that 6th game or not, so we're just going to put you in. But Army Navy does not count towards bowl games at all, and that would not count for the playoffs. Yes, it counts on record, but it's not a playoff eligible or conference eligible game that Army and Navy play. So say Navy made the playoffs, right? They would already get announced for the playoffs prior to that game, and they could lose the Army game, but still obviously they'd be in the postseason and still have the American Championship. Obviously that didn't come to be this year. Actually, Navy can still win the American. They have a very outside shot of doing so, obviously. I guess they could still technically make the playoffs, but no, they would. CUSA winner probably gets in over Navy. I think. I don't know. Maybe not. Or actually, Mountain West winner probably gets in over Navy. That's not going to happen. Navy's not going to get. North Texas and Tulane are not losing. Anyways, though, Army needs to win this game to become officially bowl eligible. I don't think they do it, guys. We've talked about how difficult UTSA is at home, and that's exactly where they are again. So last week, we took UTSA as pretty sizable dogs, right? They closed at plus 115. Okay, they opened around plus 150, and they won. Okay, that's all you need to know, right? I think they're plus 150. I cover a lot of games every single week. But anyways, we took UTSA at dogs at the beginning of the week, and they ended up winning the football game, right? It's really hard to go to the Alamo Dome and win. They're a tough team in San Antonio. UTSA has a very good run game. Owen McCown, their southpaw quarterback, is very effective. Robert Henry and Will Henderson III have been great all year long. Obviously, Will Henderson has really taken over as of late. I don't know if it's just wear and tear with Robert Henry. I don't know if it's injury. I believe it's injury to Robert Henry now. It looks like he's going to fall short of the 1,000 yards unless he plays this week. But it is a senior night, so maybe he does give it a go. Anyways, though, UTSA can really give you trouble because of that pass game, because of what they do on the ground. With now, again, Henderson instead of Henry. They are trouble, and they are high-scoring trouble, too. 58 points against East Carolina, 48 points against Tulane, 61 points against Rice. And sure, they'll have games where they fall flat, Usually those games are on the road, though. Listen to all their totals at home this season. They have lost one game at home all year long, and that's to Texas State, 43-36. The other games at home this season, 48-20 win over Incarnate Word, 61-13 victory over the Rice Owls, 48-26 victory over the Tulane Green Wave, and a 58-24 win over Caden Hauser and the East Carolina Pirates. They score points at home. And for Army, can you keep up with this? No. After a disappointing loss last week where you could have clinched your spot into bowl season to make the, Salute to Veterans Bowl or the Military Bowl, they lost to the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Yikes. Tulsa's playing better football, but just not a game you're expected to lose. Cale Helms, obviously, their quarterback's doing it all for them, but unfortunately, again, we've said it before, Helms is good. He's no Bryson Daly. And Bryson Daly was revolutionary to this team the last couple seasons. Heisman votes he got from Army, Bryson Daly. Unfortunately, Army's nowhere near the team that they were last season. Obviously, last year for Army, they were the American champions. No, they fell short of the American championship. No, they did win the American. Yes, they beat Tulane. Damn, this team won the American, didn't they? Yeah, they did. They beat Tulane. They ended up in the Independence Bowl against a 5-win La Tech team, which was just random. But because Marshall had to pull out, obviously, because they usually do American champion versus Sun Belt champ if they don't make the playoffs. That'll be runner-up this year in the American versus likely. I guess could be. We'll see. JMU. We'll see. We'll get to JMU in a second. I don't want to talk about it. As for this game, though, I'm going with UTSA. We know how difficult this team is at home. They are a damn problem. They can throw it on you. They can run, obviously. And for Army, I just don't think they're ready for this high-scoring game. They haven't put up big points in a while. Their high point total this year is 38 against North Texas. Other than that, it's 31. Yeah, they're not ready for the Alamo Dome. Give me the UTSA Roadrunners to win and cover 6.5 points. Next up here are the aforementioned James Madison Dukes, as here they are in Conway, South Carolina, taking on the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. I will save you the time. Coastal's already bowl eligible, so there's not really much we have to talk about them. Not much to say about them. They got blown out in South Carolina. They've been playing high-scoring shootouts. The problem that they have this week is that they can't keep up in a shootout against JMU. Their defense already sucks. JMU's defense isn't great either, but it's better than Coastal's is, and I know for a fact JMU's offense is better than Coastal Carolina's offense is. Again, credit to what Coastal has done, and they've really regrouped their season. They've worked it out with Tad Hudson at quarterback. They're going bowling. They'll probably get the Myrtle Beach Bowl probably at home. They usually get that spot. If not, they're going to go to the Birmingham Bowl is too good for them. They're going to go to the Gasparilla Bowl or something like that. Or that's a Power 4 bowl. They'll go to the GoDaddy Bowl. Regardless, right? They'll find some bowl game. James Madison, though, is just better at every facet of them. They're going to cover and win by more than 21.5 points. The question is, can James Madison get in the playoffs? I'm starting to think no, guys. I'm starting to think no. Yes, their only loss is 14 points against Louisville. I believe the way the college football playoffs has been ranking these teams, and we'll find out again this week because we will see with the new rankings, they're not going to be ranked higher than the American teams. I don't think odds-wise they have the highest odds out of the three. Obviously, we're talking JMU, North Texas, and Tulane. They have the highest odds because they don't have to play the other two teams. Like North Texas and Tulane, it's a split. If you combine those 2%, and I know that's not entirely how that works. Statistics difficult, right? But the winner of North Texas and Tulane should probably get in the playoffs. I know Tulane's lost 2 games, but I guess the committee likes Tulane more because they beat Duke, they beat Northwestern, and they lost to Ole Miss and UTSA. I believe, again, Tulane's the only one ranked right now. I think North Texas is going to be ranked after this week because they're going to have to drop Missouri or something, right? North Texas' only loss is a shootout loss at USF, but it's at home in a game where they didn't make kids go to class. And again, common denominator, North Texas beat Wazoo by 49. JMU played a better version of Wazoo, but only beat them by 4 points, not 7. They beat them by 4. Personally, if I could have it my way, JMU would be in the playoffs. I think they're deserving of being in the playoffs. I don't think they're going to put them in because, oh, by the way, the winner of North Texas Tulane is going to get a ranked victory. I think they're all going to be ranked this week, but I think it's going to go Tulane's going to be ranked. It's going to be Tulane, North Texas, JMU. I think JMU is going to be 25. I think North Texas is going to be like 24. Tulane's going to be like 21 because I think they should drop Tech from the rankings, I think. They should drop some other teams in the rankings too. We shall see. Like Missouri, Houston should be dropped, and that should allow the group of 5s to get in. I don't know how they jump these teams because a victory over Southern Miss likely or Troy is not going to be nearly as good as a victory that North Texas is going to get over Tulane or Tulane's going to get over North Texas. Yeah, they're the better team. They're the best team out of this group. Do not get me wrong. Alonzo Barnett in the squad is way better than the other 2 teams. If there's a group of 5 playoffs, JMU's winning it. I think they're going to get screwed out, though. due to the committee valuing North Texas and Tulane's victories more. Because ultimately that's what it's going to come down to. Because Tulane's ranked right now, and it's just very telling right now that Tulane is ranked and James Madison is not. When Tulane has 2 losses and JMU's got 1. I will talk about Tulane in a little bit, and we will talk more about this. We have more games to cover. But yes, JMU will win and cover 21.5 points in Conway. They got to put a statement on after a close game last week against Wazoo. I find it very difficult for them to get in the playoffs, though. I think it's just an unfortunate thing they have. Because not like they can cheer for one team to win out of that equation. They're playing each other. And unless one of them loses this week, they need Navy to find a way to win the American. Or South Florida. It's just not going to happen. JMU wins this game, though, minus 21.5 in Myrtle Beach, at Myrtle Beach. Next up, Big Ten matchup, Los Angeles matchup. USC hosts the UCLA Bruins. Give me USC to win and cover 19.5 points. Unfortunately, UCLA has completely fallen back down to earth, right? The Cinderella story is over. It was cool while it lasted. But you know who ended the Cinderella run, guys? The Hoosiers. Indiana ruined it. Indiana ruined it, guys. Indiana ruined the Cinderella story. The feel-good story was ended by the Indiana Hoosiers. And it sucks, but that's just what happens when you play a superior team. Indiana went out there and beat UCLA 56-6, and they have not been the same since. UCLA then plays a competitive game against Nebraska. They were trailing, though, in that game for the most part, and they lose it. They then play Ohio State and lose 40-10 in Columbus. Last week, Washington comes in late night spot in Pasadena. The final game played at home at the Rose Bowl for UCLA. It sucks. I guess it's happening, right? They're going to play at SoFi, I guess. Damn. I never went to a UCLA game at the Rose Bowl. I actually have to go to the Rose Bowl now itself, like the actual Rose Bowl. Regardless, though, which is expensive as hell. But UCLA gets blown out. Completely decimated. And now here you go, final game of the year, taking on USC at the Coliseum. Nico's injured. I don't think Nico's coming back for this game. It's Luke Duncan at quarterback, sophomore quarterback out of Orinda, California. You know, Nico's not the best, but he's much better than Luke Duncan. And I assume both the Amalaviala brothers are staying. Obviously, I'm talking about Madden and Nico. I mean, again, they're both on roster. They've already spent enough money on these guys. They're staying at UCLA for the rest of their careers, which is fine. This is just, again, Luke Duncan having to start a couple games because obviously Nico's out. USC will destroy this football team. I don't know where USC's future lies. I don't know what bowl game it is. ESPN currently has them projected to be in the Alamo Dome. Okay, Alamo Bowl. Okay, Alamo Bowl versus BYU apparently is their projection, which, again, unfortunately, that's where Brigham Young's going to end up. And that will be one of the premier bowl games, right? That will be one of the better bowl games to watch. Don't get me wrong. That'll be a very exciting one. But, hey, for BYU, man, I mean, USC's kind of been out of this equation for a while. And yes, they were a big win away, but never really thought they were going to beat Oregon. Never thought they were going to beat Notre Dame. And that's the game BYU's going to get. Brutal. It's a 9-3 USC team. That sucks, man. BYU's going to get the Big 12 title game. Anyways, though, USC has played good football this season. Again, they have not been on that elite level, I will say that. Like, they've been good. I've never felt like, oh, USC's a serious threat. I've never felt that at any point in the season. Oh, they beat Michigan. Okay. They beat Iowa at home. At no point in the year did I ever think, okay, this is a playoff team. It's the truth. They've always been a good team. I've never thought they were a playoff team. Jaden Mavia has played great. USC made the right decision. Sending Miller Moss's ass to Louisville. And keeping Mavia as a year younger. He's going to be back next season. USC's lost big games this year, though. Doesn't matter. I mean, well, they beat Michigan, but they get UCLA this week. This is not that big of a game. Sure, again, the Los Angeles thing going on. I'll be damned if SC has any troubles with UCLA, guys. I'll be so damned if they have problems in this game. Especially UCLA and a backup quarterback. If Nico's back, I mean, sure. I don't think it really matters too much. UCLA is very defeated. Again, they had their big run where they had the big national media spotlight, right? They got a bunch of attention from Fox and ESPN. They're all hyping up the OC. It was a great day to be a Bruin. And then now you've lost 4 in a row. And I'm telling you, what ended that run was the Indiana blowout. They were at a lot of hype going into Bloomington for that game, and they completely got beat up. It's unfortunate, but this is how it works, man. I'm taking USC to blow them out. USC's got way more talent than UCLA. We've known that. And who's got momentum? I know USC just lost to Oregon. They're in a much better spot than UCLA is. Give me the Trojans to win the game at home. Speaking of rivalry matchups, Battle of Florida. The Florida Gators take on the Florida State Seminoles. This might come as a surprise to some of you. I'm taking Florida to beat Florida State. I was very adamant in the fact that I thought Florida State was going to win this game. I've been saying it for weeks. I thought they were going to go out and beat Florida. Watching last week, no, okay, I can't take them anymore. Maybe they win it, and I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Like, does ESPN even have Florida State projected to be in a bowl game? They do not. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Oh, no, they do. They have them projected to play in the Gasparilla Bowl against UConn. Whew, what a game. I don't think they're going to get in. I don't think so. Watching that NC State game on Friday night was just disastrous, and that was the type of bad quarterback play we have always been concerned about all year long with Thomas Castellanos. That's why I faded Florida State for a while. I know, I get it. There's a lot of talent on this team, but I can't make that argument anymore. Like, the argument I made with NC State and, like, VTech was, okay, yeah, they're not playing well. Castellanos is not, he's not an above-average quarterback. He's a runner who struggles to throw the football, and if you can pressure him and you keep him in the pocket and pressure him, he's not that good. But I've always said, well, okay, but y'all on talent at Florida State's better. So they have to win, like, crappy games like NC State and VTech. I can't say they have more talent than Florida. Can't say it. And for as much as I would want to pick an ACC team to beat an SEC team to prove a point that, I know the Big Ten's not related and I'm a Big Ten guy, but to say, oh, the SEC sucks. See, like a 5-6 ACC team beat them. I can't do it. Florida's been a disaster this season, I understand. DJ Lagway is still starting. I believe DJ Lagway is playing his final game as a Florida Gator this week. I know he's still young, but it's, in this era of football, we have no time to wait. No one's got time to wait. People's jobs are on the line. Obviously, there's going to be a new job here at Florida next year. I don't think a new coach is going to want to, have to rely on DJ Lagway in a junior year after he regressed heavily last season. So I think it's his last start, and this is Lagway's, time to put on for the scouts. Who wants DJ Lagway to be their quarterback next year is legitimately what this is right now. Honestly, off the top of my head, I can't think of a school that's probably on the, that makes sense for Lagway at the Power 4 level. There's going to be teams that are going to be calling. I just don't know who that will be, though. I mean, will Miami give it a chance? Probably not, I don't think. LSU? I don't know if Lane would want that there. I don't know what team. I mean, Florida State? I don't know. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be an ACC. I think it's going to be an ACC that kind of, to me, screams DJ Lagway. Again, specifics, I couldn't tell you. I don't know what school would be chomping at the bit to get him. Boston College could use DJ Lagway. California, if JKS is leaving like it's kind of being rumored right now. Maybe those schools. I don't know. However, I think they beat Florida State. Again, Florida State doesn't have a skill advantage anymore. They have more talent. They don't. Florida's got talent too, and yes, that's not resulted in victories for the Gators this year. They're a 3-8 team. I understand. You still play in the SEC, and again, we'll see how Lagway plays. They've been very bad running the ball all year long with Ball. I understand. They're at home too, though. FSU's got to go to the Swamp, and yeah, Florida State's playing for their season, but I also need this to rationalize my Alabama takes that are going to be coming up in a second. Okay, Bama lost to this 5-win FSU team. Okay, come on now. That's a top 12. That team's better than Brigham Young. Come on now. I'm taking Florida at home. Again, I think talent-wise, they're pretty even. I think legitimately it is dead even. The slight edge to me goes Florida at home. Would I bet it? Probably not. It's a meaningless game. No, it's meaningful for Florida State. Florida's playing for pride. They don't want someone to come into the Swamp and beat them again. But I'm going to go Florida to beat the ACC's Florida State here. Gators win -125. Next up, oh man, it's the Pac-2 championship game. Yes. The final Pac-2 championship game before the Pac-8, Pac-10 comes back next season. Oregon State versus Wazoo from Pullman, Washington at Martin Stadium. The Oregon State Beavers take on the Washington State Cougars. What a game. What a game. They've already played this year. So again, if you remember the first matchup, for the first time all year long, I can say this. If you remember the first matchup, somehow Wazoo lost. I don't know how. It is the only victory Oregon State has all year long over a Division I program because they beat Lafayette, the Leopards, earlier in the season. But it was a win for Oregon State at home against Wazoo. No offense was played. Oregon State found one drive at the end of the game in the fourth quarter to win it, and they won 10-7. One of the worst football games you are ever going to see. Zevi Ekus played horrible for Wazoo, and now Wazoo needs this one. Pac-2, this is the title game. This is the tiebreaker, because you know why it is? Tiebreaker is going to be overall record. That's going to Wazoo. So if Oregon State can't win, they are not the Pac-2 champions. Wazoo will be the Pac-2 champions. They will win. I mean, they're big favorites, obviously, right? Washington State's a -13.5 point favorite in a game, in a matchup in which they lost the first time. You would never know by the look of the odds. Wazoo's a 5-6 team. Now that victory 2 weeks ago against La Tech, very impressive. And if I can say anything about Wazoo this season, they're a tough team to beat in Pullman. They're a 4-1 team in Pullman this year. Only losses to Washington. Beat Idaho at home, 13-10 with Joshua Wood. 36-13 victory over San Diego State that continues to age better and better. 28-7 win over Toledo. 28-3 win over La Tech. Sure, again, these are group of fives they're beating, but arguably Wazoo is just a group of 5 team now. And that's what again, I don't know. We'll see what the Pac 8-10 is next year. It's going to feel like a group of 5, but just a slightly better group of 5, I think. So I don't know how they're going to categorize that. Obviously, the playoffs should expand to 16. That should offer for 2 group of 5 schools to get in. And if that just means, okay, basically an automatic for the Pac 8, Pac 10, and then just keeping out the rest of the group of 5s like they are right now, I don't think anybody's going to have a complaint about it except for the SEC heads who say, oh, we need 6, 7, 8 SEC teams in the playoffs every single year. Whatever. Taking Wazoo to dominate Oregon State. Oregon State, since the Wazoo victory, has not taken advantage of it. They hosted Sam Houston and lost. They went to Tulsa and got destroyed. Sure, they've had a week to prepare for this game. They could have 5 weeks to prepare for this game. I don't think it's going to matter. Not like Wazoo, some juggernaut, I understand. Washington State, though, if you can take anything away from that first game, is that Wazoo held Oregon State defensively. The defense put them in a position to win. They gave up 10 points, and Hankerson again ripped off a couple, legitimately 3 runs in the fourth quarter in that one drive. It was a 4-play drive. 3 of them were big runs from Anthony Hankerson. One of them was a touchdown. They ripped off 3 runs and won the game. But if you're a defense, I mean, you're expecting, okay, we hold a team to 10 points. It's probably good enough to win. Fortunately for Washington State, it was not. So, I'm definitely going here with Wazoo to win the second matchup, though. Honestly, when you look at their losses, not that bad. North Texas, playoff team. Washington, obviously, Big Ten. Game against Ole Miss, playoff team. Virginia, potential playoff team. Oregon State, James Madison, potential playoff team. They've actually lost to, really good squads this year. I know, again, they've not been too impressive with Akkus, who's not, the best skillful quarterback. But they're going to beat this lowly Oregon State team that just cannot figure it out, man. They are beyond horrible. With Jabari Johnson starting now. Oh, no, they benched Jabari Johnson. They're starting Tristan Tia now, freshman out of Livermore, California. Oh, boy. Yeah, no, we're going Wazoo. Wazoo minus 13.5. Next up, huge matchup and one of the biggest games ever played at the University of Virginia. Right? At least in my lifetime. The biggest game played for UVA football in a very long time. Last time UVA was somewhat good was 2019, where they played, where they got into in the Orange Bowl against, was it Florida or Miami? It was Florida, where Bryce Perkins had a monster season. But this team, they won the Coastal Division that year. Lost, obviously, it was Bronco Mendenhall. They lost to Clemson in the ACC title game. Virginia has not won the ACC since 1995, where they ended up winning the Peach Bowl against Georgia. I'm telling you, this might be the biggest game at UVA since 95, man. I mean, they get a chance to go to the playoffs. And sure, are they going to beat SMU? We shall see. SMU is still coming up in a little bit. But in Charlottesville, Virginia versus Virginia Tech, and I am taking UVA. I get it. There's a lot of hype around Virginia Tech right now. James Franklin's here. The future of Virginia Tech football. It's so bright. He's going to get all these Penn State guys to transfer over. Sure. Right now, they're still not very good. It's still the 2025 Virginia Tech Hokies. And let's not forget that. Kyron Drones is still the starting quarterback. And Virginia, and I know last week you can throw that out. You could throw this out the window with Georgia Tech, but there is so much to play for Virginia right now. You win, you're going to North Carolina to take on, likely SMU, for the ACC title and for a shot in the postseason. Chandler Morris is healthy. Chandler Morris won in the game against Duke. They had a game that they were not expecting to win. Full week off. V-Tech at home. Let's go UVA. I'm happy for these guys, man. Do they beat SMU? Probably not. But, I mean, I'm happy for them that they're getting the opportunity. The way Jamari Taylor's been running the football this year, phenomenal stuff for the senior. Jamari Taylor started at, North Carolina Central, now here at Virginia. Big time running year after posting 1,000 yards last year at the FCS, in the FCS. Virginia Tech, They are a 3-8 football team. Only wins are a double overtime win at home against California, and then a win at NC State, and then win over Wofford, okay? They lost to Miami, lost to FSU, lost to Louisville, lost to Tech, Georgia Tech, lost to Wake Forest, lost to ODU, lost to Vandy, lost to South Carolina. Virginia cannot screw this up. But I'm telling you, they're a different team when Chandler Morris plays. If Chandler Morris doesn't get injured against Wake Forest, and I sung Wake Forest's praises earlier in the video. But if Chandler Morris doesn't get hurt against Wake Forest, they probably beat Wake Forest, and we're looking at a 10-1 Virginia team that probably actually has an at-large bid. Obviously, there's no pathway to that anymore. They need to win the ACC, and obviously that's going to be tested next week, and we'll talk about that obviously when we get there, assuming they get there. I may beat Tech, man. If the game was at Tech, I'd be a little concerned. Because, okay, Franklin's here, there's some hype now, I get it. Tech played a home game last week, and they were kind of competitive against Miami in the second half once they were already down by 17 points. You know? I cannot take Virginia Tech here. Yes, the hype, that was a big thing last week. Good on them for getting Franklin. He's going to be big for this program. Again, he'll build a program, and they'll lose the big game every year. But good on them. Like, Virginia Tech will be somewhat of an established name, I believe. As of this season, though, Kyron Jones is still playing quarterback. They struggle to move the ball through the air. They struggle to move the ball in plus territory. Virginia's got Chandler Morris playing this week. Say less. They got Jamari Taylor playing. I like the Cavaliers to win and advance to the ACC title game. Unbelievable stuff out of the Virginia Cavaliers. Virginia wins and covers the 11.5 points. Next up, Michigan State. Can it continue to go any worse for Michigan State? Last week against Iowa, you're thinking, oh my goodness. And again, I went over that story a little bit earlier, but they're finally going to do it. They're finally going to win a game in the Big Ten. Nope. L. What is there to look forward to from Michigan State right now? You're on probation. You can't make a bowl game for the next 5 years. You got your wins vacated for the last 3 years. And this year, well, you don't need any wins vacated. You're 0-8 anyway in the Big Ten. They haven't won a game since the Youngstown game where they only beat Youngstown State by 17 points. 8 straight losses. You started 3-0. You're now 3-8. Can you salvage the year by winning one game against Maryland? I hope so. I'm going to take them. I am. This is a Maryland team that was 4-0. They've lost 7 straight games. I like Malik Washington. I think Washington's going to be a good quarterback. He's going through a struggling end to his freshman season. I get it. It's fine. Maryland can't score touchdowns. They struggle to get in the end zone. They can get in the red zone. They can get into plus territory. They can't punch it in. That is a known thing about Maryland. It happens every single game. They get in the red zone. Field goal. I'll get the 5-yard line. Oh, backed up sack, loss of yards. Field goal. Just what happens to Maryland. Now, if they could break through against anybody, guys, it would be this team. Because Maryland actually has a win this year in the Big Ten. They beat Wisconsin in week number 1 at Camp Randall and Madison. Obviously, Michigan State, it's just them and Purdue are the only 2 teams to not win a Big Ten game this year. Obviously, we know that the Boilermakers are not going to do it against the Hoosiers. Can Michigan State free themselves of the bottom of the barrel this year in the Big Ten? I think they can. Alessio Milikovic is the starting quarterback. Did not play a bad game last week. They did kind of choke it last week against Iowa and very, very well choked it against Iowa. They had that game in the bag. It is what it is. Milikovic, if I can say anything right now, anything positive about Michigan State, is that Alessio Milikovic is way better than Aiden Childs. Aiden Childs is probably the better athlete. Milikovic, I'd say, is the better quarterback right now. And for Aiden Childs, he'll be a senior next year. If I'm Aiden Childs, I suggest go and play in the group of 5 and dominate. You're probably not going to make it to the NFL playing at a Michigan State. Obviously started at Oregon State. Go to the group of 5. Go to the new Pac-12. I thought Tulane maybe is a spot for him. I still believe Tulane is a spot for Aiden Childs. I don't know if Tulane would want Aiden Childs. Go play in the new Pac-10 next year. Go play in the Pac-10. Wazoo's going to need a quarterback. San Diego State is going to need a quarterback, and that team's got a really good defense, and they love running the football. They would take Aiden Childs over Jaden Donegal in an immediate, that'd be an immediate yes for them. That's what I suggest to Aiden Childs. Go to SDSU. Go to Wazoo. Go to Tulane. Dominate, or at least, again, have a dominant type year, and that's how you get drafted, and that's how you get looked at to be an NFL quarterback. Not trying to make it next year at a Big 12 program and trying to make it at UCF. It's not going to work. Go and be better and see players that see a level of play that you know you're better than. Not this at Michigan State or at the power level. He's not cut out for it right now, unfortunately. I think Michigan State beats Maryland. I think they do. I think they win. I'm going to take Malikovic and the guys. It's a neutral site game, but it's in Detroit, so it's really just a home game for Michigan State. You just don't have to sit in the cold this week at East Lansing. It's at Ford Field. I think Michigan State's finally going to get one, man. If anything, I know they lost last week and it was a heartbreaker, but they have been this close, man, to just winning one. Minnesota game in overtime, some bad calls don't go their way, they lose. They're competitive against Penn State at home, but they lose and end up losing by 18, but it's competitive. They go to Iowa, man. You're not supposed to go to Iowa City and play competitive football against that team. You're not supposed to go to Iowa and beat that Iowa team, especially the way Michigan State's been playing this year. Almost won it, lost by 3 points, game-winning field on a bad end of that game for them. They're right there. Pick up the feel-good win going into the offseason. I think Jonathan Smith's job, depends on it, but I saw a theory on Twitter from a Michigan State fan saying, they're not going to fire Jonathan Smith. They can't make a bowl game anyway. They're ineligible for everything anyway. Why really care for the next 3 seasons? You know what? Not a bad idea. You might see the transfers start going up out of Michigan State. Who knows? I'm taking the Spartans, though, to win the game at home, technically, in Detroit. Michigan State wins -3.5. They will cover against the red zone flawed Maryland Terrapins team. Next up, we move on to the USF Bulls. I'm not going to take too long on this. This is the final time we're going to see Rice this season. The Rice Owls they could win. They could go to a bowl game. I'm not expecting it, obviously. Rice was tasked with playing North Texas and South Florida in back-to-back weeks with the bowl opportunity on the line. It's difficult when you're like a Ball State type squad. You don't really throw the ball, and I don't know. I think Chase Jenkins is going to be all right. I think so. But he's not shown I don't know if it's him or just the team. Because honestly, watching Chase Jenkins throw, he just doesn't really get the opportunity. So honestly, I'm not going to blame it on Chase Jenkins. I'm going to blame it on the play calling. I'm going to blame it on the coaching. They don't allow Chase Jenkins to, air it out. They don't allow Chase Jenkins to really, fully get involved with the offense other than just with his legs. And that's just what they do. I understand. I don't know. Rice is a confusing squad. Because sometimes they look really good. They run it up scoring-wise. And that's, obviously kind of far and few in between, I'll say that. But they beat UConn. They beat UConn in overtime. What? I don't think they're beating South Florida. Okay, we know that the Bulls are way better. The Bulls are still, kind of in it for the AAC title game. They need a lot of help, and they're not going to get in. They need North Texas. They need 2 of North Texas, Tulane, and Navy to lose. That's not happening. It's just not. They beat UAB last week, but we know how bad the Blazers are. UAB cannot score. We know that. Can't play defense, and right now they can't score either. Byron Brown's a good quarterback. It's just, they make errors sometimes. Byron Brown is probably going to run for 1,000 yards this year and throw for over 3,000, which is a really great season for him. He's a senior. There'll be some team in the NFL that's going to call for Byron Brown next year, probably on a practice squad type thing. I think Byron Brown's going to get a spot, maybe a late round pick. He's the athletic guy. I don't think he's got the tight end potential like like Felipe Franks type guy, Malik Cunningham type guy, but maybe. I don't know. I think teams are going to use Byron Brown as kind of a gadget guy of sorts. And obviously USF is going to be going bowling after this. I think they beat Rice. It's just they lost games because they couldn't play defense. That's honestly what it comes down to. I mean, sure, they couldn't score in big spots against Memphis and Navy, but I mean, realistically, your offense scores 31, 38 points in those 2 games and you still lose. I mean, you can't blame that on the offensive guys, that they only scored 38 against Navy and ended up losing the football game. Can't blame it on them for that, right? I'm going with South Florida to completely put it on the Rice Owls. They are 27.5 point favorites. It's pretty light work in my opinion. No, it's not. But I think they will dominate Rice. South Florida's defense scares me, but man, it's just like Rice. Okay, here's the thing. This is why they get blown out by so much. They went to UTSA and lost, 61-13. That's what happens to them. They don't have the offense that can get back into games because they don't throw the ball that well. And they don't really they'll get behind, they'll still keep running. So once they, if a team figures out their run game and just stacks the box, then it just, keeps on, going on and on and on. They just keep getting blown out and they just keep getting scored on. Rice can still make a bowl game. They're 5-6. They're not going to get there, guys. They're going to lose this game and go to 5-7. Give them the USF Bulls to win. The 27.5 point favorites. They should win and cover at home at Raymond James in Tampa, Florida. On to our next game, and we go to the Iron Bowl. Yes, I'm taking Auburn. I'm taking Auburn to beat Alabama. Games in Auburn, Alabama, and I'm taking the Tigers here. I am. I don't want to put too much into East Illinois. game for Alabama. I don't want to put too much into the Mercer victory for Auburn, but I will say is that Deuce Knight looked really good. And they have committed now to Deuce Knight being the starting quarterback for the Iron Bowl. His first start against an FBS team will be Bama in the Iron Bowl. No Jackson Arnold. No Ashton Daniels. It is Deuce Knight. Hey, first play, 75-yard touchdown this week. I get it's Mercer. But Deuce Knight, I believe, either a 4 or 5-star commit. Finally now starting as a freshman. Sign me up. Sign me up for I believe the true freshman Deuce Knight, who's going to get the redshirt year here. Gets to play Bama with the chance to win this one for Auburn, send Bama packing, and send Auburn to a bowl game. That's exactly what's going to happen. Guys, Nick Saban, greatest collegiate coach of all time, will tell you nightmare and ghost stories about playing over at Auburn and playing at Jordan-Hare. It's going to happen here, guys. Something about that stadium, something about that field, and it usually takes miraculous efforts out of Alabama to go to Auburn and win. I don't think they're going to do it. Remember last time they played at Auburn? Where Jim Milroe had to throw off his back foot 25 yards backpedaling, and they found the back corner? I mean, remember when Bryce Young played at Auburn? Where they had to come back from behind and win a 4 overtime game against the Tigers? They do not play well here. Mac Jones went to Auburn and lost a 48-45 shootout. It doesn't matter what Auburn is. Jalen Hurts lost that out the same year they won the Natty in 2017. Jalen Hurts went to Auburn and lost. It's every year, man. Auburn just gets them. And you look again on a year-by-year basis, something about that building, man. I just don't know. I'm taking the Auburn Tigers. To me, in a game like this, it's like Ohio State, Michigan. I don't want to talk about previous games. I don't want to talk about how they match up stylistically. I want to talk about the history and the fact that it is such a huge rivalry game. Right? When you think of college football rivalries, as much as I want to say, oh, Old Oak and Bucket, I think of the big game. I think of Ohio State, Michigan, and I think of Auburn, Alabama, and the Iron Bowl. Yeah, there's other big games too. Like, I mean, I grew up going to Stanford Cal games every single year. The Axe game was always big for me, but I mean, nothing compares to these. This is college football. These are the premier games in the sport. I don't think Alabama can get over the hump on the road here. I've seen Alabama this season lose 2 games. If you lose in Tallahassee, I think you lose at Auburn. Ty Simpson has not played the best football last couple weeks. Oh, he's the best product in the draft. Okay. He hasn't looked like it the last couple weeks. He just hasn't. I don't know who the number 1 pick favorite is right now. It is still Ty Simpson by far. I think that's a mistake, but it's fine. I don't want Mendoza going to the worst team in the NFL. I think Auburn wins. I think the emergence of Deuce Knight's going to be absolutely massive. Bama's offense has just looked okay as of late. They lost a home game to Oklahoma. I'm telling you, Bama is not. They have no tape on Deuce Knight against a Division I school. Auburn took Vandy to the brink. They put a competitive game against Kentucky, and that's with Ashton Daniels. Then previous that, they should have beat Georgia if Kirby Smart wasn't clapping. They almost beat Missouri in double overtime with Jackson Arnold. Again, they were right there with Arnold and Daniels. I'm not telling you that Deuce Knight's the guy who takes them over the top and, they're a contender now. It's one game in Auburn in November to kick Bama out of the postseason. It's all that matters for the Tigers, man. It's all that matters. They will do it. Auburn beats Alabama. You can have your points, 5.5, that's big. Plus 175 for the Auburn Tigers. They will beat Alabama and send Bama packing and leave them out the playoffs. Next up, we go on to a Big Ten matchup as Illinois takes on Northwestern. Okay. I'm going to be going with Illinois to win the football game and cover 6.5 points. I wouldn't bet it. I'll say that right now. I would not bet the football game because of what Illinois just did last week. I get it. You're going to Camp Randall, and that can be a tough place to play, but the way Wisconsin has played all year long is sure. Again, we've seen strides of improvement, at least, right, in the Indiana game and whatnot. Sure, but, man, you do not love a loss to the Wisconsin Badgers at this point of the year. Now, Illinois, right, they're going bowling. I can tell you what bowl game that ESPN at least thinks that the Fighting Illini are going to be at. They believe they're going to be in the Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl against Pittsburgh. It's a game I think Illinois could win, but maybe not. I don't know. All right. I think they beat Northwestern. Northwestern is bowl eligible too. Wait, what bowl game is Northwestern going to be projected to go to? I forget they have 6 wins now because they won last week. Northwestern is projected to play in the Rate Bowl. Oh, wait, no, not the Rate Bowl, sorry. The Music City Bowl against Louisiana State. Wow. They have multiple projections, obviously, for multiple games. But yeah, after Northwestern's victory last week at Wrigley Field in Chicago against Minnesota, they are officially bowl eligible. 6 victories for Preston Stone and the guys. A high-scoring affair against Minnesota, right? Different than what the traditional, Midwest Big Ten game usually is. Obviously, like the Iowas and Northwesterns of the world. It's a competitive, high-scoring game against Minnesota, which they win. Both teams in Minnesota and Northwestern now going bowling. Good for Preston Stone, man. 300-plus yards in his final home game. Got benched at SMU for the much better, in all fairness, Kevin Jennings. But good on him, man. He's going to send a team to a bowl game. And now they get Illinois on their last pit stop, obviously, before going bowling. I think it's going to be Illinois winning. I think it's a bounce-back spot. This team's a lot better at home in Urbana-Champaign. They've only lost once all year long at home, and that's against Bama. Their other home victories, West Michigan, that's a MAC title challenger, USC, Rutgers, Maryland. They've only played 4. West Illinois. Yeah. All 5 games they played at home, they have won this season, except for Ohio State. Luke Altmaier is very capable. I understand, again, they played a horrible game last week at Wisconsin. It happens. It happens, man. They could not run the ball, and they got forced, obviously, because they went down early. It was like, oh, crap, we got to start throwing. I mean, Luke Altmaier is their leading rusher with 20 yards. And they could never get it going, obviously, on the ground, but Wisconsin scored early with a 16-play, 80-yard drive. You're just thinking, oh, man. I think they beat Northwestern just because the game's in Illinois. Would I bet on it? Absolutely not. Yeah, they're 6.5-point favorites. Yeah, again, like, if I had to pick a side, sure. I'd probably favor Illinois. I'd probably take Illinois in the 6.5 points. Am I confident in it, though? Absolutely not. No way, no how am I confident in this team to cover that line. I hate it. Because I know what Northwestern's capable of doing with their low-scoring games. I just wouldn't trust it at all. But I do think Altmaier and Northwestern or Altmaier and Illinois cover. I could see, though, that scrappy defensive, dirty game or ugly game that Northwestern plays. But, I mean, last weekend, right, a high-scoring game against Minnesota, so we shall see what happens. I'm going to go Illinois at home. Why is this game on Fox? I guess there's nothing else on. Yeah, wow. I mean, this is getting national television. Interesting. Give me Illinois to win and cover at home. Again, not my favorite game at all to bet on this week. Next up, we go to the American Athletic Conference as the Tulane Green Wave take on the Charlotte 49ers. We have seen what teams have done to Charlotte all year long, and that is nothing but dominate. Charlotte has been a punching bag all year long for obviously better teams. I expect the same exact thing to happen this week. Obviously, Charlotte, I would say, is probably most known this season for being the team that gave up 600 yards to Drew Mestemaker on a Thursday night. They've not won a game against an FBS opponent all year long. Their only victory is over Monmouth, as they've lost literally at every team they play, and they only beat Monmouth by 7 points in a 42-35 shootout. Yeah, Charlotte, again, a former FCS school just a couple years ago, I guess like 8 years ago now, which actually, I guess they've been in Division I football for longer than it feels like. But a team that has really struggled this season with Grayson Loftus at quarterback. They started with Connor Harrell. They've now gone to Loftus, who's a sophomore, who is not great. I don't think the future starting quarterback for Charlotte is currently on the roster. What I can tell you is Tulane is very good. Now, do I feel like Tulane is the best Group of 5 team? No, I think they're third best. I think they're number 3 out of the Group of 5s. I'd go JMU if they all play each other. JMU 1, North Texas 2, Tulane 3. And Tulane's coach, after they got put in the rankings for the first time last week, he was surprised himself that his team was ranked. He said, well, I guess there's a lot of bad football teams right now in the country because we play a lot of bad football ourselves. But I guess we're in the rankings, and it's just that he said this is a shock. Well, Tulane controls their own destiny to the playoffs, and I mentioned it earlier, and I went through it all earlier. I don't think they're going to put James Madison over Tulane because how can you warrant? Like, again, if they wanted to put JMU in, they've already dug themselves into a hole. They have. Because how can you warrant James Madison at this point jumping Tulane? James Madison's not going to play a better team than Tulane for the rest of the year. They're both going to play, obviously, in their conference tournament games, or conference championship games. JMU's going to get to play Southern Miss or Troy, and they're playing Coastal this week. While Tulane, sure, they're only beating Charlotte this week, but that's not going to be enough for, we're going to have JMU jump them because Tulane only beat Charlotte. No. Tulane beat Temple last week. Again, we don't have the rankings from that yet. But then Tulane's going to get to play North Texas, and the winner of that game has to get in. Sure, again, the argument that Tulane's been playing bad football year long, it's kind of fair. The UTSA game was absolutely awful, and it was the game where I said, like, okay, yeah, Tulane's done. I was high on the team early in the year with Retzlaff and whatnot, and they had that weird play, if you've seen at the end of the first half against Temple, where Temple tries to go pitchy woo-woo at the end of the first half, and they lateral it cross field to a lineman at the end of the first half, and the lineman, like, kind of jumps for it. It goes over his head. He's like, oh, crap, I'm not going to get it. So he just, like, trots on over to the football, and a Tulane, I think it was a corner, I believe, jumps to the football, starts running with it, and the running back ends up chasing him down like the 5-yard line, tackles him. But yeah, it's just a really weird game. Regardless, though, Tulane beats Temple 37-13. You know what the Green Wave do, and I guess this is why their coach is very critical about them. They don't really. There's some games where they don't look good. I will say this, they've slightly put it together over the last couple of weeks. They've established a starting running back, at least down the stretch. It's their freshman out of Alabama, Jamari McClure. Jake Retzlaff, obviously starting quarterback, who's only a junior. So I guess, yeah, that does eliminate Aiden Childs to Tulane next season. So San Diego State for him. But Jake Retzlaff will be back next year. Obviously, Retzlaff was the starting quarterback last year at Brigham Young. Obviously, we've talked about it before. Got expelled and suspended and, removed from the campus and from the college because he had premarital sex. So he's having all the premarital sex he'd like now at Tulane. But he's a very capable quarterback. Had BYU at 10-0 last year. Took him to the Alamo Bowl. Here you go. He's got a chance now to right those wrongs from last season and get himself into the playoffs with a victory over Charlotte and, of course, against North Texas after. They will dominate the 49ers. It's a 1-10 team. Tulane's at home. And then Tulane obviously is looking forward to the American Championship game after. We shall see. That should be a tight one. Game, I believe, right now, it's going to be at Tulane, right? No, North Texas is the tiebreaker, I think. Ooh, I have to go to North Texas to play that game. Don't know if I like it for the Green Wave. We shall see, though. On to our next game, and we move to the ACC. It is the final game of year one of Bill Belichick at North Carolina. Chapel Bill. Is it the last? Just a thought. Is it? It might be. I don't know. I mean, they're 4-7, no bowling, obviously. They had to win against Duke and North Carolina State. I was kind of optimistic about Belichick in North Carolina after they beat Stanford. Belichick gave him that big post-game speech where he was oozing with excitement, but they had won back-to-back, and he was like, all right, get ready for Wake Forest. We've got 3 in-state games after, and we got to show, okay, we're the best team in North Carolina. I'm paraphrasing a lot there, but that's ultimately what Bill said. He said it like in 3 words. Regardless, though, they've lost back-to-back games to 2 in-state rivals at Wake Forest and then against Duke at home. Okay. They get NC State here, NC State on the road for North Carolina. I think they can cover. The Tar Heels have been playing better football. Gio Lopez, it took him a little bit, I think, to really get comfortable with ACC football, obviously coming up from the Sun Belt in South Alabama last season, but I think he's slowly getting it. I mean, completion-wise and percentage-wise, like, Lopez has been better, and he's still, again, the guy's, 20 years old? He's a sophomore. I mean, he's got a lot of football left to play. Again, going straight from South Alabama to the ACC in North Carolina, obviously, is a very difficult task. I just don't think they see much success against North Carolina State in terms of winning the game. I think they covered, though. Again, the reason I'm going with NC State here is partially because their victory last week. They became bowl eligible with the win against Florida State. And do I love anything that they do offensively? Not really. They've really, that run game has been shut down the last couple weeks, and CJ Bailey, obviously the starting quarterback, is all right. He's capable, but the NC State offense is not going to blow you away at all. They're just going to do they're just going to do things right. They're going to play fundamental football. They're not going to really turn it over much because it's just not what they do, and they're going to flip the field on you. Now, they had that high-scoring game against Georgia Tech, which was huge. They won 48-36. It's the game of their year, obviously. That gave them momentum to beat Florida State, obviously, as well, but obviously sent Tech down the ranks and ultimately spiraled them out. And that's what happens, again, when you let Bailey throw the football. 340 yards in that game, but there are also other games where CJ Bailey just has such mediocre nights throwing. They don't call anything downfield for him. It's all short pass game, and he ends up with 150 yards. I don't know. I think I gotta go again with North Carolina to cover the spread, but I think North Carolina State wins. Defensively, NC State's playing good football, and they did again what you're supposed to do against Castellanos: send pressure and make them uncomfortable in there, and that's exactly what they did to victory. Now, I understand, again, we will get to the Hurricanes in just we were talking about Miami earlier in the video with Carson Beck, obviously, at the Pitt game, but this is the argument for why Miami should be in the ACC. ACC title game, obviously, they don't have the tiebreakers. Georgia Tech lost to NC State 48-36. Next week, NC State went to Miami and lost 41-7. But I mean, if you're Miami, you can't lose to SMU. Can't lose to Louisville at home. Again, more on SMU in just a few moments. They're coming up in a second here. They are the very next game. But I'm going to be taking North Carolina State to win. I'm taking UNC to cover. We shall see. Again, battle in North Carolina. The game is in Raleigh, though, so it should favor, obviously, the Wolfpack. And we'll see, again, what the future holds for Bill Belichick and Chapel Hill. I just don't know. I don't know. We'll see. The whole girlfriend thing's weird. I don't know if she's posting her media pass on Twitter. It's a weird thing, man. I don't know. Give me North Carolina State to win. UNC to cover. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. That was my Elgato that I don't use right now. Okay, next up, we move on to the ACC Championship qualifying game, we can say, as the Southern Methodist Mustangs go on the road to take on California. SMU's got to go, not cross-country because they play in Texas, but a fair bit of travel from Dallas all the way to Berkeley to take on the Cal Golden Bears. They are 11.5-point favorites on the road, 12.5-point favorites on the road. And again, for SMU, it is as simple as win and you are in. If I'm not mistaken, that's how I've broken that down. Win and you are in. That is what has happened, obviously, with Georgia Tech losing last week to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh does not control their own destiny. I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure they don't. It's SMU who controls their own destiny instead. Which makes all the sense in the world. They've lost one ACC game all year long. It's by 1 point. They lost by 1 point at Wake Forest. If not, SMU would be ranked right now. Sure, would they win over Cal? Honestly, they should be ranked right now. After the Louisville victory, I think the AP poll has them ranked again. I believe so. Do they? AP poll's got them ranked at 25, and they should be. They should be ranked probably higher than Pitt, but it's okay. They're ranked at 25. AP poll's got them ranked. I assume the college football playoff poll is going to have them ranked as well. And obviously, if they win the ACC title game, they're going to jump a bunch of teams. So you're not going to get stuck in the ACC gets no playoff team thing, right? They will jump way up if they beat Virginia, obviously. Or if Virginia wins it, obviously, they're going to be already high in the ACC or in the ranks as well. I think SMU beats Cal. Cal last week, disastrous loss to the Stanford Cardinal. Now, obviously, that game is probably the most viral clip from that game is the fumble recovery touchdown by Jay Green. And then, obviously, right, Andrew Luck's being interviewed on the sidelines, goes from general manager to fan real quickly. It was a pretty cool moment, don't get me wrong. What was not cool was Stanford charging $120 in the box office to go to this football game. Realize what you are. And that's the 4-7 Stanford Cardinal, okay? Make Stanford games affordable again. $100 to go watch Notre Dame? Are we dead ass? I'm all right. I'll watch SMU and Cal. Because seriously, this is a playoff game for SMU. You must win your next two games in the playoffs. This is a great SMU team. Cal, again, last week, see the end of the game thing with Jerron Sagapulete. He was frustrated, obviously. This is a guy who decommitted from Oregon to go to play at Cal, and his team lost their big rivalry game to Stanford, something that Fernando Mendoza did last year. 98 yards with my boys. That's what we did the camping trip. Cal loses it this year, loses the axe at Stanford with the corny-ass students transitioning of the axe thing. That's so corny. Anyways, though, Cal's in trouble. They're talking about firing their coach now, even though they did have a winning season. But for a team like Cal, the 6-6 or bowl season, the 6-6. They did fire Justin Wilcox. I didn't know if they did that yet. They did. Okay. I guess. Did that at 3:00. I don't know why I did not see notification for that. Justin Wilcox has been fired. Okay. He's been there for a while too. Damn. Okay. Fired him out. I guess, yeah, you can't lose to Stanford. They are going bowling. I don't know what ESPN has them projected to be, or a bowl game they have them projected to go to. They're not beating Southern Methodist, though. They're not beating a Southern Methodist team that has an explosive offense right now, and the defense forces turnovers. They're going to make JKS's life a living hell this week. They are going to. This is going to be a difficult game for JKS. Southern Methodist and Kevin Jennings, man, it took a while. I'm not going to lie to you. It took a while for them this season. They lost the two Big 12 games to Baylor, to Texas Christian, but ultimately in ACC play, they've lost one game by 1 point, and they are the best team by far in the ACC. By far, they're favorites to win the conference, and they're going to do exactly that. The win over Miami was massive. They go to BC, blow them out, and they blow out Louisville as well. Yeah, there's no stopping SMU. We are thinking playoffs for the second straight year for the Mustangs. Incredible turnaround for this team. But that's what happens when, hey, cha-ching, cha-ching. We've been saying, in the future, SMU is going to continue to win the ACC. They've found their way again this year. Good on them, man. Give me the Mustangs to win. ACC potential champions coming up. If you were interested, California's projected bowl game is by far, apparently, Hawaii Bowl against Hawaii. Makes sense. JKS versus Mike Alejado. Cha-ching over in Honolulu. On now to our next game, and we go to the Battle of Nevada. Ooh, what a football game. UNLV versus Nevada. So it was like 4 hours ago, we went over the Mountain West scenarios. But if I'm not mistaken, this is pretty much out of UNLV's hands. As long as Utah State, I'm seeing Bronco Mendenhall, go out and beat Boise. So that's the whole equation here. If Boise beats, okay, I'll make sure I got this again, right? If Boise beats Utah State and New Mexico beats San Diego State, all UNLV would have to do is win. The only disaster outcome for them is literally what I just stated. San Diego State loses to New Mexico, and Boise State loses to Utah State. And they're going to know day of. They're going to know. I think that's what's going to happen, which would then eliminate UNLV from winning the Mountain West. Am I going to deny the fact that I think UNLV is playing the best right now out of the Mountain West? 100%. No, they are right now, they look by far the best Mountain West squad. All these Mountain West teams, other than maybe New Mexico right now, and we'll see. Again, they're going to be really tested this week on Friday against San Diego State. The Mountain West teams right now look like crap, dude. All of them. And I'm going to spell them all out for you now. San Diego State, just a defensive team. They can't move the ball. Boise State, same thing. New Mexico, we'll see. Fresno, horrible. They're just bad. Offense sucks. Hawaii, don't play defense. Utah State, their kicker sucks, and they don't play defense that well. There you go. Those are all the elite teams in the Mountain West. UNLV right now is actually complete. Their defense that had destroyed them early in the year, giving up 56 points to Boise, 40 points to New Mexico at home. It has completely come through the last couple weeks. The difference in defense out of UNLV, and watch the Hawaii game. Mike Alejado and that team is talented. Alejado goes 15 for 24 with a pick. And that offense, Anthony Calandra is moving the football. That's what I've been waiting for Anthony Calandra at UNLV, and he's progressively looked better and better and better every week. And honestly, it's never been Calandra's fault. It's just been they can't get stops for Calandra. Calandra needs to score 40 points every single week to win. Calandra's only a junior, by the way. If he wants to leave, I mean, I get it. UNLV is a pretty decent spot to be in, obviously. You're playing in Las Vegas. You got Dan Mullen as your head coach. If Calandra wants to go play, again, I keep throwing Lane Kiffin's name out there. If he wants to go play for Lane Kiffin at LSU next year, that will be available for him. Calandra, I'm telling you, I've been so impressed the last couple weeks with Calandra, especially last week. So it's undoubtable to me, like undeniable. UNLV is playing the best team in the Mountain West currently. By far. They're playing the best team in the conference. I just don't think they're going to get in because I believe New Mexico's going to win and Utah State's going to win. About Nevada, they have won back-to-back games. They beat Wyoming on the road, which is unbelievable stuff. How? What? You retire Josh Allen's number, and, Nevada's been bad. Nope. 13-7 win for the Wolfpack. Huh. Okay, they're still doing the thing where Chuba Purdy comes in with his two gloves. Oh, he can throw, kind of. No, he just runs. Guys, UNLV's defense actually locked down the last couple weeks. They're not. No. They're not playing around with Carter Jones, who can't throw the ball for 5 yards. Chuba Purdy, who's running and catching passes. Trust me, UNLV's going to shut this down 100%. It's going to be in Reno, so there's going to be no one at the game, but yeah. This will not be a competitive football game. I know Nevada's defense will not be able to hold up against this. Yeah, Caden Anderson in Wyoming, their offense looked really bad the last couple weeks. UNLV's offense looks amazing. This looks like a real dominant team right now in the Mountain West. Right now, they are projected to go to the famous Idaho Potato Bowl against Toledo. Damn. I feel like they should probably get a little better than that. It's a damn shame, though. If they did not lose the New Mexico game at home, they'd be in the playoffs right now. We'd be talking about, okay, win and you're in. Nope, 2 losses. That did it to them. UNLV's out, obviously. Give me UNLV to dominate Nevada on the road in Reno. Next up, I keep doing it. That's something that I used to use a long time ago. Anyways, when I used to make gaming videos on the channel. Stanford versus Notre Dame. Notre Dame dominates. The line is 32.5 points. Yes, I actually believe they're going to cover 32.5. I was getting close to saying, you know what, Stanford might cover. They're at home. Stanford's a much better home team this season. They've only lost 1 game at home all year long, and that's the Pitt Panthers, right? They beat Florida State at home. They beat SJSU at home. They beat Boston College at home. They beat Cal at home. Maybe they get Notre Dame. Maybe they can cover, obviously, not win. I can't do it. I can't take Stanford here to cover. Notre Dame is taking pride right now in beating down bad football teams. And it's obvious, I mean, no, it's just their scheduling. But blowing out Navy, blowing out Syracuse. And yes, Syracuse is as bad as a Power 4 team can get currently. I will say that. They are abysmal. They are awful. But a 70-7 victory speaks for itself. Yeah, you're at Stanford this time. Obviously, it's going to be 85% Irish fans instead of Stanford, obviously. We know that. But Jeremiah Love's putting a legitimate, reason, a legitimate case to be the Heisman Trophy winner this season. He's not going to get it. Okay, he's not going to win the Heisman because that is Fernando Mendynasty's award. That's Mendoza's award. We know that, right? But Jeremiah Love is putting a legitimate reasoning that he should win that award. The weeks that he's been having 147 rushing yards against Pitt, 171 against Syracuse. He's been absolutely huge. I mean, guys, CJ Carr throws for 49 yards in that game, but ultimately that's because the offense didn't get the ball until they were up 21-0. Notre Dame's been really good. I can't deny that. And again, that besides my point, unrelated my point about, Miami should be in the playoffs over them. They should, because you play the games for a reason. It doesn't matter. Again, week 1, and this might be, no one probably agrees with me here, but week 1 should matter just as much as week 14 does. In terms of if it's a head-to-head matchup. Miami should still be in over Notre Dame. Just saying. Honestly, they probably should both be in, but we'll go over the bracket. It's kind of hard to put both those teams in. Anyways, Notre Dame should beat up on Stanford. Stanford played a good defensive game last week, really stuffed and stifled Jaron Kiwi Sagapalete. They're starting Elijah Brown now, which is great. I cannot stand watching Ben Gulbranson anymore for the Stanford Cardinal. But they don't match up with Notre Dame, man. They don't match up with Notre Dame. They're not going to have an answer to the run game. And what makes Notre Dame so dangerous and what's going to make them dangerous for the playoffs too, CJ Carr does all the right things. And then you have Jeremiah Love, who again ran the ball 8 times for 171 yards against Syracuse. And here comes Jadarian Price, who's not as good as Jeremiah Love is, but is pretty damn solid as a backup running back. And Jadarian Price will be the starter next year, his senior year, when I assume Jeremiah Love's going to go to the NFL next year. Who, again, Joe Tessitore went on ESPN and said, Jeremiah Love is the best player in college football right now. He may be. I believe it is Fernando Mendoza, but Jeremiah Love should be the first running back picked off the board. Will he? I don't know. I don't know if he's got the intangibles that, teams are looking for out of the number one running back off the board. I don't know. Regardless of all that, though, I'm taking Notre Dame to cover 32.5 points. It's a ridiculous line. They are minus 20,000 favorites. Would I bet on the game? Absolutely not. Whatever you do not bet on this. Jeremiah Love, by the way, is a plus 12,500 to be the number 1 overall pick. Obviously, that will not happen. On to our next game, and we move to our penultimate game of the regular season. It is the Valley Bay Cup. It might just be the Valley Cup. I think they just call it the Valley Cup. Fresno State on the road against San Jose State. So I was at Fresno State last week. What a horrible game they played. Kurt Warner was in the crowd. I did not spot Kurt Warner in the crowd, but he was there. His son gets to start on senior night. We've been calling for E.J. Warner to start over Carson Conklin. He finally gets to start on senior night, throws for a 45-yard touchdown at the end of the first half, and the team falls apart in the second half. They're up by 3 with about a quarter left to go. They get the ball. They turn over Bryson Barnes. They fumble. Utah State does. Fresno State immediately. E.J. Warner throws a pick. They lose the game, and Utah State drives the ball downfield, back-to-back drives, and wins it 28-17. Yikes, man. Such a disappointing loss for Fresno State. I still believe, even though Warner played horribly, he got booed off the field at the end of the game. Unfortunately, on his senior night, it sucked. I still believe E.J. Warner should be the starting quarterback over Carson Conklin. If you want to go back, and they honestly, Fresno, first quarter, they dominated just running the football. It was pure run, and they got into a point once where they went for it on 4th and 1 for some reason. I don't know why they did. They didn't get it, and they, from there on out, just abandoned the run game. But they were dominating on the ground. Rayshawn Luke ran off for a big 69-yard touchdown. They were dominating early in that football game. And they abandoned the run all of a sudden and said, okay, E.J. Warner's back in so we can throw. It might not be the most fun way to watch a football game. They should have, and they should going forward, maintain what they did with Carson Conklin, but just add now a little bit more play action. And obviously you have the ability to open the pass game up, but still run the ball at will, like it's the 1940s. That's what they should do. Now, I don't think they have a damn problem against San Jose State. Is Walker Aguette playing this week or not for SJSU? I don't know. Obviously, it's more than a lost season for the Spartans. 3-8 this year. They're awful. They suck. Disgusting. Especially the loss to Nevada. That was one of the worst losses I've ever seen, legitimately. I don't know how does Kendi Amalioto still have a job? Like, how has he not been fired? Anyways, though, is he fired? No, he's not. Crazy. I don't think. No, he's definitely not fired. Yeah, just, oh my goodness. Walker again gets injured last game, which is brutal. Obviously, Walker had been leading he had been leading college football in passing yards. Danny Scudero has been leading college football in receiving yards. He gets injured last game at San Diego State, and they got to go into their bag of quarterbacks that they have. This Tama Amisone and Robert McDaniel. Okay, the freshman Amisone from Hawaii. You got, again, McDaniel is a freshman from Houston, California. Xavier Ward, I think, still on the rosters. He's a senior, who not that great in all fairness, but I believe Xavier Ward's still on the roster, right? Yeah, Xavier Ward's still there. I think there's a chance he gets to start. If a Get can't start at senior night, I think they're going to start Xavier Ward, who's been around at San Jose. He was there last season. Actually, I saw him complete his one and only pass last year at Fresno State and throw a pick in that same game, too. I think they might start him. Now, they're probably going to start Tama Amisone. Nothing to write home about, I'll tell you that. That's the truth, I'm going to be honest. Fresno's defense is really good. Yes, their offense lacks at times, and it lacks big time. They're not going to have problems against San Jose State. This is a ridiculous line. Oh, they're on the road. I don't care. Maybe I'll attend this game if I'm up to it. I don't know. Fresno State should absolutely dominate the San Jose State Spartans because San Jose doesn't have an offense. They scored 3 points last week against San Diego. Oh, the San Diego defense is really good. It is, 100%. Fresno State wins a ugly, low-scoring game. Here's the thing. San Jose State's not going to be able to stop that, just pure grind-them-out run game that Fresno's going to have that they need to go to early. But start E.J. Warner, though, and just work off the play action when you need it. Don't make... E.J. Warner is not the reason you win the game, obviously. It's because of the run game. Just have him hand the ball off and be a threat of passing. If it's Conklin, they can stack the box and have no respect for you. Give me Fresno State to win easily, minus 130. Dare I put them in the best bets again this week? Probably not. Final best bet of the regular season this year in 2025, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Final game, the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors take on the Wyoming Cowboys. Hawaii dominates. Absolutely. Hawaii dominates Wyoming. Wyoming has progressively played worse and worse football as the season has gone on. I mean, they retired, first ever jersey retirement in Laramie, Wyoming. They packed the house last weekend for Josh Allen jersey retirement night against Nevada. They lost 13-7 against Nevada, the worst team in the Mountain West. I guess it's Colorado State now, and I guess Nevada's put it together. But, I mean, come on. Josh Allen's in attendance. He's the biggest player to ever come out of Wyoming, obviously. MVP. You tired the jersey. He says, oh, it's always going to suck to be a Colorado State Ram. Haha, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess they're the one team that's worse than you in the Mountain West. It sucks, man. Caden Anderson has really not played well in the second half of the season. Wyoming started the year fairly well. They were winning games. They were winning low-scoring games. They beat San Jose State in Wyoming. They beat Colorado State in Wyoming. Obviously, those are the two worst teams in the conference. I get it. But now they go on the road to take on Hawaii. This is perfectly built for the Rainbow Warriors. And I'm telling you, Hawaii, I don't want to say anything's a lock, but minus 9.5 is very good for Hawaii because Wyoming's not going to score more than 10 points. Hell, they haven't done that in the last 3 weeks. It's been a month since Wyoming scored more than 10 points in a football game. 7 points against Nevada, 3 points on the road against Fresno State, 7 points on the road at Snapdragon against the San Diego State Aztecs. As for the Rainbow Warriors, a bad game played last week against UNLV. Obviously, they had a very hot start. Micah Alejado threw a big touchdown pass, threw a 70-yard touchdown pass to Jackson Harris to start the game, and then it all came crashing down. They didn't score another touchdown from there on out. I thought I was looking really good early in the game. I was all over Hawaii. It fell apart as the game went on. But again, guys, if we know anything about Hawaii football, they are different on the island. Things change when they go to that island. They're away from the continental U.S., referees like them a little bit more, sure, but they are just a different team at home. That's exactly what's going to happen this week. Look what happened when they played San Diego State. That team's going to go to the Mountain West Championship game. They're probably going to host the Mountain West title game unless they lose New Mexico. But they're going to host the Mountain West title game, and they went to Hawaii, and Micah Alejado and the Rainbow Warriors beat them 38-6. That's what the Hawaii offense can do to you. It is high scoring. It is electric at times. Alejado with the quick trigger, obviously, the southpaw quarterback. I mean, they have won every single game in Hawaii this year. They have won with the exception of Fresno State, which actually E.J. Warner's best game ever, I believe, as a college football player, in my opinion. Goes to show what Fresno can do sometimes. But at home this year, Hawaii has beaten Stanford. They beat Sam Houston. They beat lowly Portland State, Utah State, and San Diego State. The only game they didn't win was Fresno. But in these last 3 games at home this year, man, or last 2 games at home, San Diego State 38-6 victory, Utah State 44-26 victory. Those are 2 good teams who are going bowling this year. San Diego State's going to the Mountain West title game. Utah State's going bowling. And here's Wyoming, who can't score right now. And defensively, they're playing all right, but good luck against this offense. I'm taking the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors to beat Wyoming, and they'll move on to the Hawaii Bowl, where I think they will beat California. Whoever's left of California come December 24th. We're not doing the video yet, folks. We got a real quick, we're going to look at the bracket that I have set up right now for the college football playoffs. We're going to go over this again next week after the conference championship games. But here we are. I'll just put myself in the center here, kind of off center. This is what I think is going to happen. Originally, I will tell you this. Originally, I had this sketched out. And the difference, obviously, the 10 seed with Brigham Young. I don't think so anymore. I was thinking, Michigan. I think they're going to put Michigan over Brigham Young, and you have to if they beat Ohio State. So this is ultimately what I believe the playoff picture is going to look like. And this, again, can change going forward, but my point being, again, like, Oklahoma's in. SMU is going to get in, obviously, when they win the ACC. Ole Miss is a playoff team. They're going to get in. Again, the way I have it all played out, and I'll explain this right, Indiana in the 1 seed, we believe they're going to beat Ohio State, or not going to be Ohio State in this scenario. It's going to be Oregon in the Big Ten title game. Indiana is going to be the number 1 seed. Number 2 seed is going to be A&M. I believe they're going to win the SEC title game, which will likely be against the Georgia Bulldogs, right? I'm going to take A&M to win the SEC title game over Georgia, and they'll be the number 2 seed. 3 seed, it's going to be Tech. By far, Texas Tech should right now be the number 3 team in the country, number 4 team in the country. With Ohio State's loss to Michigan, they move up to number 3. They're going to win the Big 12 title game over Brigham Young. 4 seeds, Georgia. I think Georgia loses the SEC title game. Yes, I think A&M is going to go to Georgia and beat Georgia. If it is Georgia that's in, which I believe it's going to be, right? They have the tiebreaker over Ole Miss. It has to be them. I think Georgia's very beatable. I'll say that right now. I believe Georgia is very beatable this season. I think A&M will beat them. You go A&M to beat them, but Georgia, they don't want to punish a team for losing the championship game. Well, you can't jump Ohio State over them because Ohio State, they lost to Michigan, and Ohio State didn't play a conference championship game, so they have to play in the first round. Georgia gets a bye even though they lose in the SEC title game. Sure, it is SEC bias, but that's how I think it's going to work. Again, I'm doing this at how I think they're going to seed teams based on my results and my predictions. 5 seed, Ohio State. Lose to Michigan, that's where you put at. You get a home game back in the shoe like you did last year against Tennessee. 6 seed, Oregon. I think they're going to lose the Big Ten title game, but that's where they should be projected. 7's Ole Miss. I believe they're below Oregon State. I don't think Ole Miss is the best. I think it's weird, again, with Kiffin. Like, is he going to coach that? Is he not going to coach? I don't know, but they're going to be 7. They will get a home game. 8 seed, Oklahoma. They are ranked above Notre Dame. You can't drop them under Notre Dame. Again, I don't think Notre Dame should be in over Miami, but they are a better team. I'll say that, but they will be in. So they will be 9. It will be Oklahoma versus Notre Dame in the 8-9 spot in Norman. We have our 10 seed, the Michigan Wolverines. They will jump ahead of Southern. Well, they're above Southern Methodist right now. They'll stay above Southern Methodist. They'll get the final at-large spot, and Michigan will take on Ole Miss in the first round in Oxford. And then our other teams, obviously, 11 seed is going to be the ACC winner. That will be Southern Methodist. Now, here's the thing that changes. If Virginia wins the ACC, Virginia will be the 10 seed, and Michigan will be the 11. So that would create for Virginia going to Ole Miss and Michigan going to Oregon. I think it's going to be SMU as of now, so SMU will return to the playoffs for the second straight year. They went to Penn State last year. They'll go to Oregon this year. 12 seed, the way I see it playing out, is I think JMU is the best team in the Sun Belt, or in the group of 5. They're not going to put them in. They're going to put North Texas in because they're going to get a ranked win, and they beat Wazoo better than JMU did. So I'm going to say North Texas gets in the playoffs. They're going to beat Tulane. They'll go to Ohio State. How do I see this playing out for now? Again, we'll go over this again next week. Probably should have started doing this earlier in the season, but it's okay. That's how I see it playing out. I've got Ohio State beating North Texas. I got Notre Dame beating Oklahoma. Oregon beating SMU. And I've got Ole Miss beating Michigan. Ohio State beats Georgia. Indiana beats Notre Dame. Tech beats Oregon. A&M beats Ole Miss. Indiana beats Ohio State. A&M loses to Tech. Indiana beats Texas Tech in the college football championship game. Kurt Cignetti and Fernando Mendoza get it done, changing how you perceive Indiana football forever. Folks, that'll do it again for the weekly college football regular season predictions here for 2025. We're not done yet, obviously. Next week, we will definitely be back for the conference championship games. We'll have all 9 conference championship games that we will talk about, so be on the lookout for that. Again, same time next week, 5 p.m. Pacific, or like 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern time. I want to thank you guys again for watching these videos all year long. These are grinds. This is now, again, big shocker, the longest video on my channel, over 4.5 hours of college football predictions. Unbelievable stuff. I want to thank you guys for watching. Again, these videos are not possible if you guys don't watch, so I want to thank you guys for doing so. Thank y'all for watching. We'll see you guys next week for the college football conference championship games, and of course, we'll be back for all this again every single week, starting next year in August, week 0, week 1, obviously throughout all these 15 weeks of the regular season. Folks, thank y'all for watching. Make sure to hit that subscribe button down below for more, and Mamba forever.